Hey, howdy, and welcome everybody to your regularly scheduled and prescribed Overwatch League APAC broadcast. My name is Dort, and I'm joined by Avril to bring you the action early on. We've got some good ones for us, Avril, as well as some very important matches for the teams up on the docket.
Yeah, we've also matched up, which is entirely coincidental, but you know you got to get the synergy started early here. As
the flowers, I haven't even seen them.
You know what so fun fact, I think we have actually casted before. The one time. It was for what was the event again? It was
themed to sunflowers. It was
the sunflower tournament. It was a tier 2 one. It was a contenders one, and we're back again. Got the flowers on, and we got some more contenders on as we're headed back into knockout stage here in the spring stage eastern region here with some actual knockouts happening. Where previous to this in the first week, we've just been moving teams around, teams getting their wins and losses, heading towards the upper bracket, lower bracket. Today and this weekend especially, we're going to start sending some teams home.
Yeah, rubber hits the road tonight, and for some very important teams as well. I mean, Dynasty being first up on potentially the chopping block, right? We've seen a few teams go down to contenders teams, but to be the first knocked out in the spring knockouts by them, it's not something Seoul wants to add to their accolades.
Especially considering where they were last year, probably number one team in the Eastern region. That's not even probably, that would have been universally agreed upon. This year, they have had their struggles. They've come in, they've won some matches. They've had that shocking loss to Shanghai, which was a little bit confusing. They also beat Seoul Infernal. So they've had their highs, they've had their lows. And Seoul Dynasty right now fighting for an opportunity to go to Mid-Season Madness at the Kintex Arena.
Yeah, it's high stakes for a lot of these teams. And when you're talking about the upper bracket with Hangzhou and Guangzhou still up there, like this is not an easy group to get out of, to say the least.
Yeah, and how this format works is the two groups, the one winner from each group, head on over to Mid-Season Madness representing the Eastern region. The tickets are open back now for the second wave. Fun fact, the first wave of ticket sales sold out in 1 minute. So if you do want to head over to Korea and you do want to join us in the Kintex Going Arena for the Mid-Season Madness Global Tournament, the second wave of tickets have now officially opened. Although, based on how long we've been talking, those tickets might have been flying through already. So hopefully you already got on that link now, because they might be flying out.
Yeah, they're sure coming. And like you said, the matches are bound to be good. But to get there for these teams, it's not as simple as clicking a button within 60 seconds. They have to win a match over the course of a few hours and then win another match against some pretty hardy teams, not to mention the contender teams that are coming in and looking pretty healthy as well. Dreamers, despite their early knockdown to the lower bracket, I don't think are a team you want to sleep on. I've seen a lot of these players in action, whether it be in Overwatch League or in contenders, be it Chinese, North American, or wherever they're playing. They've got some real firepower.
And I think you were part of the prime, right, Dawn? You saw how the NA teams did against the NA contenders teams, but I think over in the East, it's a bit of a different story here, because you have, in my opinion, I think a lot of people would probably hold this opinion, probably much higher quality contenders teams, given when you look across the rosters. I mean, it's pretty clear. So many ex-Overwatch League talent across all the rosters here, all the contenders rosters, including Rhodes, the Chinese team, a bunch of ex-Overwatch League players on those teams as well, playing these Overwatch League teams that we currently have very closely. And, the very extremely storied O2 Blast squad who played Seoul Infernal to a gigabanger of a map 5, and that's probably the best match of the year so far, in my opinion. So the quality of contenders teams over in the East, especially given that's where the majority of exports coming from in terms of rookies, it's no surprise that the results haven't been extremely one-sided. There's been a lot of 3-1s in there, a couple 3-2s in there. Things have been competitive.
Yeah, Poker Face looks especially scary. Dreamers comes in, and like I said, they may have lost to Poker Face 3-0, but I don't want to let that fool you in this match against Dynasty. It's one that Dynasty should be able to handle, but Dreamers are a team that can get out of hand pretty easily. And you could say the same for almost all these contenders teams. You look at the Overwatch League, you look at set metas, even in APAC where things tend to be a little bit more open to interpretation, but these contenders teams come in and find ways to just completely exploit things or come in with a specific style that teams may not have practice against, especially Dreamers, who are coming in with a pretty important Reinhardt pick that you have to adapt to, and can be a tough matchup for these teams if they're not coming in prep for them.
Dreamers also in the Al Opens, which is the qualifier that led into this event for the contenders teams. They beat some Prisoners on some Prisoners themselves that looked pretty decent. They beat the Dragons on the first day. Took one map of the field and generally looked okay versus the field, although the field definitely came out and edged that series. So Dreamers are already a team that you would, in some cases, probably put above SBG, who themselves have already been an Overwatch League team, and now Seoul in those firing lines as well as we take a look at today's schedule. Rhodes versus Pokerface after Dreamers Dynasty, and then Panthera SBG, and then Dragons versus O2 Blast, where I'm sure O2 Blast will be looking for a little bit of revenge after losing to Soul Infernal and ending their 31-0 match streak, which is now sitting at 31-1 instead.
What a shame. Yeah, I don't think O2 Blast is a team that takes that lightly. In the least. Whether the loss is to an Overwatch League or Contenders team doesn't matter to them.
You certainly don't get wins versus O2 Blast often, so Shanghai Dragons going to have to work for that. And the stat line so far is only 4 teams in the Overwatch League have ever officially lost to a Contenders teams. Those being the San Francisco Shock, Vegas Eternal, LA Valiant, and now most recently the Shanghai Dragons. And, you know, maybe Shanghai Dragons will go 2 for 2 on that one very soon. We'll see how they fare against the O2 Blast squad. Again, that won't be an easy match at all. But we talked plenty about them, the Soul Dynasty. They have to watch out for this squad on your screens right now. The Dreamers, headed by the eponymous Dreamer himself, who used to be on the LA Valiant. And, you know, the backstory of this team is really special as well, because this is kind of the one last ride journey in some ways, especially for Dreamer. You got some really good other young players on this team as well. Easy Hunt, who we saw on LA Valiant last year, super underrated player, extremely talented. Spectra, who's been one of the more highly regarded Contenders players for quite a while, still yet to be picked up, and I think a powerhouse in the squad.
Yeah, I mean, I had the opportunity to cast him for 3 seasons over in Chinese Contenders. An absolute gem of a player as well. They've got Liga on this roster, somebody who I think is extremely identifiable within the tank role. I swear, you could watch a Liga game and know it's him just by the play style. Like, it's so specific. Following that up as well, some young talent in Dongun, who I think has been really developing into a player that could be something that you want to look out for in the future.
Yeah, so it's a well-rounded team that has had their struggles so far. I mean, you look at the spring stage results, they had to really battle out to even get to the Opens, and now that they're here, they finally get their first chance to face up against an Overwatch League team. Yeah, this will be the first time for Dreamers indeed. An Overwatch League team is on your screens here with their own new rookie in Sunjin. And by the way, look at who's on screen. Prophet is already back. I mean, if anyone's paid attention to Twitter or announcements from the Soul Dynasty, you would have seen that Prophet announced he was going to be taking a little bit of a break. That's why they got Sunjin into the roster. And for, you know, the other Prophet to play with Sunjin. And it seems like maybe the break is over. The break lasted 1 week, which I'm not complaining about. I'm happy to see Prophet back. I think this is insanely good. Does raise some questions in terms of what the hero pool is going to look like. You know, is somebody going to be picking up that hit scan position for this team? Because both Sunjin and Prophet are flex DPS plays. Somebody's going to have to look towards the more hit scan side of that roster. It might end up being Prophet. Belissaria is going to be starting up today instead of Void as well for our first map. And I think once we reveal that map, it becomes a little bit more obvious. I think we should be potentially looking towards a little bit of Ryan today, which makes sense as to why Belissaria is in.
Yeah, as well, the Belissaria Winston, something that we should look out for heading into the first map. Notably, on almost every other control map, it is Void, but this is one of the few times we'll get to see main tank versus main tank play between Dreamer and Belissaria. Most other map types, it seems like these teams are just not going to be playing many mirror compositions. But one thing I want to start talking about mirror-wise is DPS, because I think Spectra's got his work cut out for him, man. Spectra, obviously an incredibly talented player, but when you look at the history, Tracer has been all right, but not necessarily a high point. And then you look over at Soul Dynasty, and they add Seonjin to the roster, and oh my god, it feels like the dude's just been racking them up on Tracer, and it's not going to be easy to match that for Dreamers. I'm not sure they have a one-to-one with respect to that. That being said, Spectra still has plenty of other picks that he can bring to the table.
I think Spectra's strength is definitely more towards the projectile side. When you think of Spectra's hero pools in the past, I particularly look towards the Echo, right? That's probably been a signature pick, but generally speaking, you know, all the varied projectile picks has been Spectra's specialty. You're talking about Tracer here as well. When we look at the Soul Dynasty, I'm actually even a little bit unsure who's going to play Tracer. I would, you know, you'd have to suspect it's Prophet, but at the same time,
I mean, it's your pick of the candy store at this point.
Prophet is probably more the
ones.
Flexible player, and he's more likely to maybe look towards the hit scan picks. But as we look at the opening lineup here in terms of picks, Sunjin's on towards the Sombra, which means he's going to be leaning towards the hit scan, at least for this map. Sombra is within the hit scan hero pool at the moment, and Hanzo is more towards, well, both of the roles will play, but Prophet will be taking that up first. That answers some questions. We talked about the possibility of Orion. Dreamer's going to lock that in early. Belissaria, not just yet.
Yeah, Dreamer's not surprising us with that one. Belissaria, I think, is unsurprisingly on the Winston. It's kind of a map where you can either go the dive route or this more brawly composition. It's one that Dreamers are going to be comfortable on. You do raise questions for Dreamers should we head over to Gardens and things get a little messier for this Reinhardt composition that Dreamer has been heading up so dutifully thus far in the spring. But for now, it's just point control. Prophet taking some pot shots over on the side, but Seoul Dynasty holding their cards very close to their chest to start this one out.
They need to do something now because the point is unlocked and Dreamers will get that one for free. Dreamer already walking forward to make sure that Dynasty cannot walk in. I do enjoy the fact that Sonja did go towards the Genji, so the double Shimada Bros out, and Genji probably a little bit better into the Ryan. The Tracer is Bellisria caught out.
Woohoo! Just got run down. I mean, nothing less to it. Seoul Dynasty have barely interacted with Dreamers.
Bellisria just got walled off, cut off from Eloise from the healing. That'll be fight one for the Dreamers squad so far. Just a little skirmish to start things out with. Seoul Dynasty, I mean, I think the only good news here is that Lee Sumin should be on a nano soon. Although that nano could be delayed. I mean, we might not see it until the 40% mark for the entire cap itself.
Very passive play from both sides. Eventually, Seoul are rewarded for their patience. But can they capitalize? This fight is far from over, especially with Lee Sumin down. Does get the nano boost off, though, before hitting the dirt. Just going in trying to recapture this point.
Back cap.
They know they have a small advantage. The back cap available, but with no backline, Dreamers, it's going to be too possible.
Yeah, so Dreamers losing the back line, as you mentioned, but Dynasty managed to sneak away the cap in the middle of all that chaos. Dreamers moving up to try and take down, I think it was Lee Sumin that got caught on the back lines. He was in the side rooms. But with Dreamer himself as the Rhine player all the way off the point, Dynasty easily steal that one away, and now they got more ultimates to feed themselves into. Really looking towards that Katuna rush here.
Oh, they love to get it up, but they might not even need it. This Primal from Bellisria has already got Easy Han. Not much else that Dreamers really have in their back pocket once this Amplification Matrix goes down. Blizzard's available for them. They don't pop it. Instead, Bellisria falls without having to use the critical ultimate. They'll throw in a sound barrier for good measure here, but with the point capped already ticking up, Seoul Dynasty would love to come back to this one sooner rather than later.
Krillin was, I don't know if he was too far away or what, but he should have just TP'd in Suzu, Bellisria, and tried his best to keep him alive. That would have given Bellisria some much needed healing. You could have played the Katuna rush there as well, but looking over towards Krillin's POV after the fact, it did seem like the cooldowns were available. We did see him TP in afterwards, and the Suzu was there with Bellisria down. That's really bad news for Dynasty. They failed to be able to really hold on to that point.
Now Dynasty are tasked with having to find another major pick in a difficult position as well. It's very hard to force it on this particular map, and in the meantime, Bellisria is just getting swung on by all of Dreamers. I mean, the guys barely came to play the game, for Pete's sake.
Just frozen immediately. There's not much else to open with. They go in with the Dragon Strike, and now the Dragon Blade, but no support. It's a 1v5 scenario for Sonj, and it's going to be a full reset here. I mean, 90%. Dreamers are looking like they're in position to win this. Shadow's still available. It's going to be a free Shadow as well. Nothing to block the Shadow. Sonj is still playing a bit of Mystery Heroes. Sombra is going to be picked now. They're going to go full dive.
They get a touch, and it makes you miss that blade a little bit more, especially with the nano boost coming up for Lee Sumin. Nevertheless, though, Seoul Dynasty attempt to get this touch going, and there's not really much in the engine to really fuel the tank. Dreamers take away sub-map one.
Yeah, I wouldn't say easily, but yeah, towards the end there, it definitely got a lot easier for Dreamers, and Dreamer himself happy about that result. It's a Seoul Dynasty after their initial nano play from Lee Sumin onto Bellisria that won them a fight. From that point onwards, they failed to keep Bellisria alive.
Oh, wow.
Didn't get their DPS ultimates off. Take a look at the replays here in terms of what happened during that primal fight, and you know, my eyes are on Krillin here as Bellisria just gets pumped. Maybe Bellisria could have exited earlier as well. He probably looked to have overstayed there, but you see towards the end, Krillin then TPs in after Bellisria dies and then plays a Suzu afterwards as well. So none of those cooldowns got used to save Bellisria's life, and I think that costed the team.
Yeah, what's going to cost him even more is some rough RNG, to be completely honest, right? These are two very different teams. Dreamers, this is the most optimal map pool rotation they could have gotten, going Night Market into Control Center.
Yep.
For the Rhine-centric team. I mean, this is a dream come true. Although they are tasked with not dying to Prophet there, which becomes a little bit more difficult in the confined hallways of Control Center, but it doesn't deter Dreamer, who charges forward into the back line, forces out an Immortality Field, and it's Lee Sumin hitting the deck before you can say Lee Sumin.
Love to see the follow coming through as well. I mean, when you look at Dreamer's POV on its own, it looks like he's going super far forward, diving super deep in. Great pit onto Bellisria, but could be caught out there as well, especially if Sonja got a wall off. Rest of Dreamers managed to come in time. Dreamer is not that risked in terms of his own life. Fight one for Dreamers again. Seoul Dynasty once again starting out on the back foot here. I haven't talked about the fact that Bellisria is on a ram here as well, and you know, that's obviously the ram versus Ryan discussion continues. With Balashria's hero pull, I would have imagined he would have gone the Rhinos ult. Hasn't decided to do that.
Seems like Dynasty firmly think it's the proper pick. Remember, yeah, Void usually plays the Ramach for this team, but given this specific map, it's got to be Balashria doing it. Dynasty building up towards a couple of ultimates. Nobody goes down in the early fight, but with an amplification matrix up, gets harder for Soul to push forward into this. Using that momentum off the back of the damage that they just did to push forward, Dreamers look to storm onto the likes of Balashria, keeping the health bar down, keeping him backed away in the door while they pick off his teammates one by one.
I think Dreamers might have overcommitted here. Really what you want to do there is play the Amp Matrix but into your own Ice Wall to lock somebody down and get a pick. They failed to do that. I think Spectre might have already used the Ice Wall, could have been on cooldown. So Dreamers walked up and they ended up losing players, and as soon as you lose Dongan, you get a little bit more desperate. You want to trade 1-for-1, start throwing bodies at the Dynasty, and Dynasty just collect you as you walk up, and Dynasty win that fight handily with 4 ultimates up now, nearly 5. That is a huge turnaround for the Seoul Dynasty, having spent nothing while gaining. In terms of Dreamers losing their ultimate, that's a big plus for the Dynasty.
Yeah, it's going to be a kitchen sink fight, though. Soul did keep 4, but as did Dreamers. They're nearly built up towards that sound barrier. I don't know if you want to engage this before you have it, though. Soul effectively have a trump card right now in the sound barrier of their own. Krillin holding it close to his chest, though. Finally pops it, but it doesn't save Belisrea! It's a little late. Dreamers, if they can just survive, they can just pop the health bars back up.
Prophet?
They may be able to pull this one off, but Prophet's got other plans. Easy Han, though, stays alive, and like I said, it's been just long enough. Dreamers pull the health bars back from the depths and keep the fight alive.
And Prophet tried his best over there. 2K, looking for number 3. Seoul Dynasty desperate for it. Ends up being Easy Han that collects the 3K to send Dreamers further forward, 60% now to 43. A solo shout into Balashri, and that was what really swung it initially. Krillin, as you mentioned, sound barrier comes down, but not in time to save Balashri, who got chunked down, burned 100-0 instantly. It's going to be Annihilation versus sound barrier here. Annihilation, very strong ultimate, but not the composition that really benefits. No nano, I should probably say, and well, Krillin, no way to get out.
I'm loving this proactive play from Dreamers. You know, I was watching the VODs, prepping for this, and the one thing that I noticed the Dreamers were just struggling with was being yeah, I would say, it's a, you know, mentionable bad cap. But yeah, it's nice to see them being proactive. It was one of the things that they were just not doing that much in the previous games. It's good to see it changed up.
Well, you certainly have to be the proactive team playing the Ryan. You're playing with TP plays as well. Back cap is significant because it does slow Dreamers down enough that allows a full respawn away for the Dynasty, allows them to contest as well. Sonjin to Tracer, they've noted the swap. You should know that Sonjin should be flying in at any moment. There is the Tracer to initiate the touch. And the rest of the team now, again, playing for the Annihilation here.
The sound barrier for Dreamers. I mean, it's the trump card in the fight. It is the major player. Dynasty have to find a way to either out-sustain it or kite it away. Either way, it's not going to be easy. Sustaining pretty well, though. With Dongun down, it becomes a lot easier. Turret bomb to high ground for Easy Han. Switching up the angle from which Dreamers look to approach, but they still find no purchase on the health bars of Soul Dynasty, save for finding Profit, but that's not going to be enough.
I mean, the window is small in terms of playing through the sound barrier to counter the Annihilation. It will give you an opportunity to fight in, even with the Annihilation, but if you can't manage to find frags in time, if you can't get the trades necessary during the sound barrier, that's gone. The Annihilation is still running very long ultimate. The Soul Dynasty will kind of grind out that fight, especially when Prophet will give the nail support nice and early. The second support down, Dreamers have no shot. So, could be a double 99 here. In fact, that's what I'm expecting. Window from least 2 minutes to play this fight.
Numbers versus quality, though. The Blizzard, very, very dangerous. But Soul Dynasty have a whole bunch of ultimates to pepper in onto the point. Unfortunately, that Blizzard, it's just a little bit too much. It was out of the pot and into the fire for the Soul Dynasty. The last fight was difficult enough, but this one proving unrelenting. And Dreamers flip the point back over, 99% up on the board, and Soul Dynasty in a very uncomfortable position. The Shatter makes it all the more dangerous. The TV up on the high ground as well. Dreamers are not taking no for an answer. But they still got a few more players to finish off, and Soul Dynasty are not making it easy.
They're going to get missing down. They want Spectre right now. Another lamp is available. They're slowing things down. This could be the cap. And Dreamers will forfeit the cap away. They don't want to take any risks. They felt like they were losing that fight. And I don't know, maybe they were. Soul Dynasty, again, they had no support, so we are definitely going into a double 99 now. What a save coming through from Soul Dynasty. Prophet from the high ground using the Ant Matrix coming through, release 2 men. Now the final swaps. Prophet still the danger man on the sidelines, playing close this time.
Spectre's got an opener. Sonjin hits the ground, especially just before the pulse bomb comes up. Dreamers just have to keep it open. Do not let Prophet find a pick on you early in this fight like he has in fights prior, and you should be able to make it out alive. Sound barrier from Seoul Dynasty to just give them a fresh set of legs as they go into the second half of the fight. With Bellis Rhea down, it becomes that much harder. Lee Suman and Prophet were able to do it from the high ground last time, finding critical picks in a critical position. This time it's proving far more difficult, though, as a sound barrier from Dong-un gives Dreamers a new lease on life and looks to see them through the end of this point and the first map of the series.
Lee Suman hacked out here as well. Bellis Rhea finally getting to play the game. Prophet will try and save it. It's technically a 3v4 here, but if Lee Suman dies, it's probably over. Just the two remaining for Dynasty. Blizzard to secure it. EMP up next for Dreamers, and they're going to take this one away, Door. 1-0.
A massive 2-0 as well to start things out. It was a dream map choice for Dreamers. It was the perfect sub-map rotation within that, and they took advantage of it beautifully. I mean, Prophet and Lee Suman, I got to give some real credit here. Those two made it so difficult for Dreamers time and time again. But they saw their way through, and that's what you're going to have to do against a team like Seoul Dynasty. They've got the firepower. It's just if you can outlast it.
Yeah, I mean, looking at stats now, Prophet actually did get a deadlift there, 11 out of 21 final blows, so you can't say Prophet didn't try. The man certainly put on his carapan, certainly made things really competitive for the Seoul Dynasty, but they couldn't keep up with the Rhine. The Winston couldn't play into the Rhine properly on Night Market. The Ram looked okay, but, you know, it's a bit of a different Ram comp. It didn't include the Ana this time around for the Nano Annihilation combo. Bellis Rhea having to eventually go towards the Doom. The Seoul Dynasty couldn't keep up the frags. Came down to Prophet. He did his best. The rest of the Seoul Dynasty unfortunately fall.
Back to the drawing boards for the Seoul Dynasty. We'll see if they can pick it back up in map number 2 of Dreamers. Continue to put on the pressure. Welcome back for map number 2. We've currently got Dreamers hot on the heels of Seoul Dynasty after a map 1 that was, I mean, not only favorable for them in pick, but favorable for them in the fact that it got a point on the board, Avril, which is something that I don't think a lot of people were expecting coming into this. We said there was certainly a chance for Dreamers, but to see it start out in such a stark fashion, I mean, it says great things about the team and even better things about their odds.
You mentioned the rotation of sub-maps there as well when we had Night Market into Control Center, which is probably, if you are playing the Rhine, definitely favorable for the side of Dreamers. But I'll also add on top of that, I mean, even if we had Gardens in there, maybe Seoul Dynasty get the 1, but we eventually get the Control Center map anyway, given that they did lose, they being Dynasty, losing Night Market. So the result might have only just been a 1-2 instead of a 2-0, but in any case,
Night Market's a big one,
it possibly would have at least changed the momentum slightly for Dynasty. Let's take a look at missing stats. As the BAP on Lee Jung for Dreamers, the one keeping Dreamer alive, the one throwing the lamps in. They did a pretty good job of that. 5 final blows, 19 elims, good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's consistent play from the support line, which is especially what you want when you've got a team that's rotating as often as they have been. The big thing for me for Dreamers, I talked about it a little bit during that map, dude, but the proactivity, it's night and day from their previous match. When they went up against the team they fought last, they were just constantly on the back foot. They couldn't seem to figure out how to engage into compositions that weren't mirrors. Time and time again, they were the ones getting fights taken onto them while they were waiting and trying to figure out how to approach a fight. This time, it's completely different. Obviously, the Symmetra brings that much more into the realm of possibility, and we'll see how they do without that Symmetra, but I really, really hope it holds over into map number 2.
And, you know, as we start heading into Hollywood, and I'll start talking about the map in a second, but to close out on the stats that we saw there as well, I think the most important thing that we actually missed out on, this is a little bit of extra context, but Missin's entire job as the BAP is to be the babysitter for Dreamers Rhine, and Dreamers Rhine only died 3 times over the course of those 2 rounds. So 2 rounds combined, the entirety of Lee Jung Tower, 3 deaths, which is very impressive, and a lot of that is due to great pocketing coming through from the sport, specifically the BAP play. So I think that's probably a more important stat line than anything that we saw from Missin's actual individual stats, more so how well he kept Dreamer alive. And we'll see if that continues to be the case as we head into Hollywood. We'll probably be very different comps here, not expecting the Rhine at all. Missin will probably not going to be playing the BAP, and this is where the Winston Anna should be the likely look for both teams. We had no substitutions, no void in here for the Seoul Dynasty, which means Bellatrix is staying in to play the Winston. Again, not super surprised. This is a very Winston-favored map. Both teams should be on Winston Anna here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we saw this pick from Seoul Dynasty, right? They understand that the one thing that we don't feel as comfortable on, if we're Dreamers, is that Winston, right? When you think of Dreamer, you think of that Reinhardt. The Winston is a matchup for Bellatrix that he's done a million times, and God knows, I've seen it a million times. It's something that Seoul are very comfortable on, and Dreamers can be a little bit less so, but forcing that mirror matchup to get something pretty comfy. Prophet's going to stay on that Hanzo that he deadlifted on in the previous map. Jeonjun onto the Tracer that, again, he's been putting in some serious work on the opposite side, Spectra to face him down.
Yeah.
Not going to be easy.
I'm going to mention something as well as the action starts to unfold here, is that Blizzard World was also in the pool, and that's a pretty favorable map for Ball. If you could talk about Bellatrix's signature picks, the Wrecking Ball is probably number 1. He's one of the top Wrecking Ball players in the region, maybe the world, and certainly is the designated Wrecking Ball player for the Seoul Dynasty. He's done well on that role. The Seoul Dynasty, Hollywood will instead be their map choice, and as mentioned, it will be the Anna Winston on both sides. Will be Prophet finding first blood as he does.
That's what you're looking for. Another one from Prophet offered up. That being said, the trade is a little bit better for Dreamers. Is happy to pick off the Ana following that. Seoul Dynasty in a bit of a limbo currently, unable to find a proper engagement. Dreamers are just going to pick them off one by one if they're not careful.
On the late deaths. And Krillin to follow through as well, I think. You know, we'll be able to get out alive barely. Bodyguarded by Bellatrix's shield here, and I think the biggest thing about Lee Soo-min going down is it gives Missin a little bit of a chance to catch up here. As Lee Soo-min attacking side Ana, you expect the nanos to come a little bit quicker. And this looks to be about a 115, 120 nano, which is about par. Be 5 to 10 seconds behind where I'd like it to be. Still ahead of Missin though, which is really what you want to see. Dreamers have to survive this now and find their own nano afterwards.
Bellatrix immediately finds a clean engagement on the Easy Han as well, into the hands of a waiting Seonjun, who is...
Oh,
well,
Lee Soo-min.
The backline is traded, though. Lee Soo-min gets caught up in the choke point, and now things get awkward. Guess there's one more pick in there for Seoul Dynasty, but far from over. Dreamers have a couple of ultimates. If they find the opportunity, if they can just regroup on point alongside this rally, they're in prime position to re-engage.
And now that Dreamer has his own nano running with Dreamers putting in both of their support ultimates. Very unlikely they lose this fight. Dynasty have to respect it. Gotta give credit though. Lee Sumin won his 1v1. It's a little bit supported by Krillin there, but he actually takes down Spectre, which is impressive for his own life here. With Belastria going down, that's definitely the fight lost. Spectre to follow through his pulse bomb, and it's over for the Dynasty for fight number 1.5 here. It's been about a half now.
I'll tell you what, I'm not looking at how many fights we've been in. I'm looking at how much time has passed in those fights. We're down to a minute 40. Solar not working much, and we're rallying out of spawn. If he, oh no, the Dreamer gets that.
That was
clean.
worth now.
Oh,
That's
okay,
worth
that's
now.
huge. That's huge.
With the kill, they can really do something with this rally.
Between
if they don't get the kill, it's pretty disastrous. But they get the kill.
All good for Seoul Dynasty. Let's see if they can capitalize though. There's a long time the Dreamers can wait and try and find a re-engagement here, and if Lee Sumin goes down, it's all the more possible.
Two players trying to take him down, though. Lee Sumin's still surviving for now. While that's all happening, Balastria's got the supports locked up. He is purple, though, so he has to respect that. And the Dragon Strike running on through makes it half a Dreamers to recontest. They'll get it anyway. The Balastria down to 1-for-1. No supports on Dreamers, though.
No support, but a Bob should they want to invest it. They have a lot of help, a lot of net total beef. They want to try and force Seoul to fight through it, but they're not going to. They'll hold their cards for a point B.
All beef and no seasoning here. No supports to really pepper that one up for the Dreamers side, and I don't think it's really worth it to put in the Bob afterwards. You need that healing output to be able to survive. Bob also just gets slept and taken down. So, Seoul Dynasty keeping Belastria up, locking up the supports on their way to B. Time is a factor, though. As you mentioned, they lost a lot of it on A.
One thing they do have working for them is a pretty nice position for Seoul. A comfy spot on the high ground. Wolfsbomb looks to break it from Spectra, but there's not really too much to find here. The dive up from Dreamer is unassisted and ill-coordinated by EasyHan and Spectra. Seoul Dynasty easily pick it apart.
And Dreamer just kind of went back in there. I think he even knew he was going to die, so that was very risky, but perhaps looking for a very small chance of a trade. Very optimistic play for Dreamer. We'll reset in any case. Both nanos up. Primal was used by Belastria, so that's one thing Dreamer's going to have open for the Dreamer's side. 4 ultimates, basically, for Dreamers, slightly before Seoul get their own 4.
Yeah, it's a kitchen sink fight for sure. Everything being thrown in. Immediately a rally response from Dongwoo, but he's pulsed! Jungin shuts it down! This is a massive opening for Seoul Dynasty, as now they've got the rally trump card. Just need to be able to regroup and use it properly to pick those health bars back up. They do, and now it's back to the drawing board. Immediately putting that firepower and that extra beef with the seasoning this time towards Dreamer, making him pay the price.
And they play the nano in afterwards as well. It was good to keep Dreamer up for a little while, but the rest of the squad for Dreamers start to fall around the sides. EasyHan and Spectra being the 2 down there. The extra rally from Krillin, huge in the end of that fight. It's exactly what you want to see out of Seoul Dynasty. They'll continue to find perhaps extended stag here. Dreamer went down to, was about 100 HP maybe. Less than that. 250, around 3 minutes is what they had coming into C. So it's a respectable amount of time. They can definitely finish with the time bank here if they can continue rolling through off tempo. And that tempo will be in the form of the nano coming in from Lee Sumin.
He's built back up that time bank like you mentioned. It's all the more doable for Seoul Dynasty. Lee Sumin nearly up to the nano boost as well.
Krillin. Nearly.
A bit of trouble, but does manage to find their way out, and it's again playing on the knife's edge for Seoul Dynasty that does it. Forcing a small overextension, allowing Seonjun into the back line. Immediately wipes it as well with the help of Bellows Rhea. A cheap fight too. They keep the nano boost.
And they'll probably get a secondary pick here. Not quite. Spectre just barely has enough blinks to sneak his way into spawn. It looked like a corner trap there too. Or at least a body block to keep Spectre out. That would have been pretty disastrous. But all of that though, Seoul Dynasty, they still can't cap. They get all these kills. It allows them to free push up. This is the fight that counts, and that is a really nice opening.
Oh no. Yeah, nano boost down. Rally is on the horizon for Dongwoo. Can he stay alive? Oh, only just gets the rally up. Puts Bellows Rhea in a grave and saves the day for Dreamers.
Forcing the rally, though, I think is not the worst scenario for Seoul Dynasty. They still have enough time to play through. 1-for-1 ult trade there. What was it? Nano for the rally towards the end. Pulse bomb. That will open things back up for the Seoul Dynasty squad.
Seonjun's just cooking. There's nothing more to it. We're starting to see the kid heat up. Young player for Seoul Dynasty coming to the rescue. Next to the tenure of Prophet, it's impressive to say the least. EasyHan, though, throws in a dragon and looks to save the day for a team of his own. The Dreamers keep the hold alive.
Yeah. Sonjin, he starts things out well for the Seoul Dynasty, but unfortunately Missing connects. Beautiful Bionet into the back. Prophet and Krillin caught. Never survived that one, and Dreamers will continue holding now. Time starts to be a bit of an issue for Seoul Dynasty. Less than 1 minute to go. High risk of, if they do capping only in the OT here. Can the Dreamers? This is their opportunity to play for the Pulse. We talked about Spectre on the Tracer a little bit earlier. Now it's time to get the test open to see if he can be the one to carry on the opposite end, because Sonjin is once again building up towards another Pulse.
80% already to the next one, which is quite frankly absurd. Spectre throws in his bid, and it takes down Sonjun. That's a Tracer gap if I've ever seen one. Prophet on the high ground as well. Tickled away at by Dreamer. Steps a little bit out of his bubble. Pays
Dreamer wants it.
Health-wise, Dreamer needs to be careful not to overextend here. They've done it again. 5 players shooting at completely different targets for the defending side. Not able to find that focus that they really need to finish off the Seoul Dynasty in Seoul. Use a magnifying glass, beam all of that sunlight, all those rays onto one player, sink Dreamers down to 4, and after that, the dominoes fall one by one. Now it's back to spawns, with Seoul Dynasty having a nano boost in their pocket. Bellisraya backs away for one last engagement.
Okay, here we go. This is the nano play now. Bellisraya didn't get the nano early because he was purple, but this is the opportunity. Because he jumps back, though, there is going to be a little bit of tempo loss with Missing down. It's going to be a nano gone. Prophet on 2.
Oh my god, Prophet on 3!
That's it.
We spent all that time talking about this nano boost to Prophet just from the high ground 3. Wow. I don't get how the guy does it.
I think Prophet just, I mean, he quite literally wins it for them on that last fight with the 3K, but he actually wins it on the last fight before as well, the second to last fight to be exact. Because the reason why Dreamers look so uncoordinated on that second to last fight, you were talking about them all going for different targets. Part of that for me is because Dreamer overcommitted onto Prophet. As we'll talk about that in a second, as this is the Dragon Strike play that got Prophet and Krillin down. Sleep onto Bellisraya. That Bionane, as I was mentioning, onto Prophet and Krillin. Beautiful stuff that won them that fight. Then the fight afterwards, or a couple fights afterwards, Dreamer, he does that small jump over towards Prophet, got super greedy. He's thinking, I can just solo kill Prophet. He can't. Prophet ends up pummeling him out. Dreamer's not dead in that scenario, but he's so low HP, he can't commit back into the fight. He's out of LOS from Dong and Miss and can't get the heals. And while that's happening, Bellisraya is jumping on in. The Seoul Dynasty have an actual front line pushing their way through, and Dreamers, their entire team is kind of all over the place at that stage, with Dreamer out of commission, no HP.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big reasons why we often see them over-committing towards Prophet is there's a weird amount of heals being put into Prophet. Like, Bellisraya is working with food stamps.
This is the 3K.
Large part of the time. But this 3K from the high ground, I mean, this is what happens when you invest in Prophet. Kills aplenty. 3 from up on high. And again, I want to point out, a lot of the heals from Lee Sumin are being focused into Prophet when he's being dove by Dreamer. And that's so critical for making Dreamers overextend so often.
Well, you know, I think Krillin as well, protecting Prophet is kind of the role of the Brig. Lee Sumin definitely will have to focus mainly on Bellisraya, and then Krillin will ideally focus on Prophet. But even Prophet alive, in any case, from either support has been key to Seoul Dynasty's success. He deadlifted on Lee Jung Tower. He's a frag leader in the lobby right now on 9 final blows, and rare that we get a chance to see Prophet on the Hanzo, because it's typically Prophet playing the Tracer, which is in the hands of Sonjin at the moment, who goes down.
Only one player for Seoul Dynasty. It's far from over. As long as Prophet's alive, I'm not convinced anything's over for Dreamers, quite frankly. Bellisraya down, though, does spell disaster. Point A already looking to be capped by the Contenders team. Felt like Seoul really had it locked up by capping that 3rd point, but this time bank is pretty hefty.
Yeah, I think this is a full cap. I mean, maybe Bellisraya will go for the touch here, but he doesn't have Lee Sumin. Definitely doesn't have Prophet here. I think it would be a very risky retake, and kind of flirting with the idea, but he's already dead. Yeah, he's gone. Spectre, beautiful stick.
Yeah, it's a clean one. It's one for good value. As well, the biggest thing that's going to let them do is take this 1st point cap into high ground control on 2nd, which is massive.
Seoul Dynasty can't catch a break on this defense so far. It's been a bit of a disaster, and one of the interesting things that we saw there, we talked about the fact that the supports are very much supporting Prophet. As soon as Prophet got dove there, both Krillin and Lee Sumin jumped to his rescue and did leave Bellisraya out to dry a little bit. The Bellisraya was also slept and then naded straight away, which means no chance to really do too much there, healing or not. Dreamers will be the ones getting nano here first, ideally, although Lee Sumin's just about there as well. Both Annas should be applying this immediately.
Close for now. Dreamers are willing to wait because Card hasn't quite pushed up enough yet that they feel positioned enough to fight. This isn't playing so far away, though. Playing so safe, trying to be out of nano range. I love that they don't Nano Dreamer initially as well. They want to pull out that Donk cooldown from the Brig. Dreamer should do so. It's Bellis Freya who engages first with a Nano Boost. Thing found. Dreamer's turn next.
Instantly forced back. Byronade. You'd think this would be where the Nano is, given that Dreamer's on half HP. Primal Switch, I don't like that. I think you should always Nano first and Primal second, but definitely wants to take one player out if you can, and his target is Prophet.
It seems like the goal is to pull more cooldowns before they go in for the Nano Boost, but hasn't quite worked out for them. Soul Dynasty, because that Nano Boost is still in the pocket of missing, just have free roam over the high ground.
Here's the problem is, like, first of all, Nano is the far easier ult to cycle than the Primal, given how fast it can charge versus Primal. Second of all, Primal's a better insurance policy, because once you Nano out your play, he goes deep, Dreamer dives in, probably away from LOS from missing. At that point, you're primaling it's aware you might not even get the Nano chance anymore. So Dreamers, I think there was a weird line of play coming on through. And speaking of cycling ultimates, I mean, Lee Sumin's already looking at second Nano here. This is what I'm talking about.
Getting lapped is missing, but again, I don't think that's missing. It's more a fight planning thing than anything. Specific player. Dreamers approach again up to the altar of Soul Dynasty though, and Prophet on the high ground. Krillin, bro, has not missed a boop yet. That one's just barely not enough though. Finally, the Nano does exactly what it was meant to for Dreamers. Haven't dealt with Proper though, or Bellis Reyes, so it's far from over. Yeah.
That steadfast passive on tank though stops Dreamer from being booped up from that. Lucian's got a working pulse. Probably would have died anyway. Now it's up to Krillin to keep Bellis Rhea up.
It's staying alive. Does manage to find Missing in the meantime. It's making it very messy for Dreamers and taking more time off the bank than I think they would like to use in a winning fight. Spectra. But it is still a winning fight.
Well done on Spectra there as well to win the 1v1 versus Sonjin, and talked a lot about Sonjin's prowess as this rookie Tracer for Soul Dynasty, and talked about the fact that Spectra hasn't been super comfortable in the Tracer, but that's been proven to be false today as his Tracer has been looking phenomenal. With Krillin falling down here, at least to follow through. Soul Dynasty cannot hold. This is a really good time walking into C. In fact, it is more time than what Soul Dynasty had.
Yeah. And at the hands of a weirdly shaky point B. It was unconventional for sure, but Dreamer certainly got the job done.
After the first fight where they, you know, kind of, in my opinion, mishandled the ultimates and had to forfeit that fight, came back very strong in the following one. Off the back of finally playing the Nano onto Dreamer and then Nano connecting onto the back line in terms of Dreamer just diving on Krillin, Lee Min. Spectre had to recall very quickly there. Prophet looked to have his number.
And Prophet will have your number. That's not a recall you give to many other Hanzos, but with the way Prophet's playing, you have to respect it. Dreamers, though, have somehow found a way to lose this position. They're just not playing proactive. If they threw a pulse bomb and then kind of called it, but they have 4 ultimates into 1, and they just, there's nothing used before they go down.
Well, they played the pulse. That missed. I think they were waiting for the Nano next. They'll have to wait a little bit longer with missing down. Slight spawn camp here. There won't be too much of a spawn camp, but this is the fight that resets the timer, right? Because we talk about the fact that Dreamers had more time coming to C. They don't anymore. Soul Dynasty winning that evens things out entirely again. Yeah, now that Missing finally does have Nano, guess what? Lee Shumen's about to have another. So you talk about the Annas lapping. Lee Shumen has certainly done that, or is about to again.
And because Dreamers lost that last fight, despite having way more ultimates than Soul get up a rally to try and stop Dreamer's rampage, which again is starting off with a Primal Rage, weirdly enough.
It's a sad Primal. It's a sad Primal. He's
doing it on the big Primal. It's crying in the corner for sure. You know, lurks with the pulse bomb, throws it in versus the Brig. Found quite yet, but again, Soul answer with the Nano Boost of their own, the one that Lee Sumin gapped Missing with. Holding on to that rally for when things get messy. Both teams mirror them again, keeping the sustain in the fight high. Pulse stick is massive though! Spectra delivers again for Dreamers. It's just about to follow up now. Dongun bashing into the backline, looking for that health bar. Abello's Rainbow refuses to go down, but the rest of his team certainly will topple far easier as the cart careens towards the end of the map. If they can do this with more than a minute on the clock, that is the time that they are looking for.
The res? Krillin went over to Mercy just for the... Does he swap back now? Is the biggest question. Dragon Strike from Spawn, but who can touch Sonjin?
They just get the touch. Lee Sumin, oh, it's a sad touch to follow it up, though. Into the welcoming arms of Easyhan. 17 seconds, they just have to buy. It's not about winning at this point. It's about living for Soul Dynasty. There's just not enough, though. 10 seconds, 9 remain on the clock. Unfortunately for Soul Dynasty, that's 9 more than Dreamers needed.
That is a tragic 9-second differential for the Seoul Dynasty, because now they can't win the map anymore. It becomes a draw-only scenario. They had to hold out for another 9 seconds. They couldn't get it done. I respect the play, though. Krillin swapping to the Mercy out of spawn just to go for the res, and the res allows Prophet to get this Dragon Strike off. I mean, brother, if that works, and that allows the defense to, even if they hold for an extra 9 seconds, and that's what made the difference, that would have been an insane play. Something you don't see very often. But, yeah, just couldn't quite get Balisria up there. The Dragon Strike was nice, but couldn't find enough value. Sunjin had to go for a very late Desperation Touch, was the only player close enough, and well, Dreamers just work the momentum. And Dreamers can lose some fights spectacularly, but once they get a roll on, man, this team really starts to roll on. This is where I have to start singing the praise of the Spectre Trace a little bit more. The really Trace that we were having doubts about earlier on. He's got a 12-second quicker Pulse Bomb ult charge time than Sunjin, with a 0.63 Pulse Bomb efficiency to Sunjin's 0.25, so he's kind of getting 3 times the value on Pulse Bombs at the moment. Both are, you know, still missing a few Pulse Bombs, not getting a kill all the time, but when the kills do come in, Spectre's getting more of those. So Spectre is definitely, I would say, outperforming Sunjin and the Tracer so far, which is a huge difference maker for Dreamers, given that we thought that might be a potential point of weakness for Dreamers. Not to be the case today.
Even just matching Sunjin in this would have been enough, but Spectre is, like we said, over-delivering.
Straight up outplaying.
Yeah, you're very happy to see it, especially if you're Dreamers. You really.
He's won the 1v1. He's beaten Sunjin in the 1v1s as well. So
3 times? Yeah, it's getting out of hand, though. Now, though, there's still more work to be done for Dreamers. Stepping forward dutifully onto the point. And Dongwon bravely into the territory of Seoul. They're met with an anti-nade, though, and the follow-up is nice.
Prophet just completely annihilates Dreamer. At least Min gets the final blow, but it's Prophet that did the majority of the damage, and Prophet will now continue that killing spree onto another player. Dreamer's instantly back on out here. Massive fight with the Seoul Dynasty to open things up with. And considering there's only 1 minute on the board, less than that now, high likelihood of a draw.
Jawable. Ultimate's up, though. Spectra, Pulse Bomb, Sunjin could match it as well. We've talked about this Tracer duel the entire map. It very well could spell the end of it as well. Spectra up to 88%, Sunjin 95. The number's ticking ever closer, counting down to the death of one of these teams. Spectra's got a Pulse Bomb. Can he deliver? It sticks onto the shield. Krillin gets the block. Seoul stab back with one of their own, but it finds nothing. Everyone remains resolute. A sleep connects release to Min, offering a moment of reprieve for the Seoul Dynasty to get their nano boost up and finish off the fight, finding a massive draw in the second map of the series.
Now, welcome to Draw Overwatch, everybody. This is, I think, the first draw we've seen, at least in the East. I'm not sure in A if there have been any draws just yet, but this is the first draw we've seen in the East so far, and I think the only thing more tragic than Seoul Dynasty not holding up for an extra 9 seconds, allowing them to have their own attack, is Dreamers unfortunately doing all that work and not able to get their single tick on A. To be fair, it is easier said than done. Seoul Dynasty played very aggressive on that A defense on the time bank. They had some risks and rolled the dice. Came up with all the high numbers they wanted to see. Prophet fragging out as you'd expect. Again, lobby leader in terms of frags at 19. Almost looking towards his second deadlift here. It was 19 out of 43, so needed a few more to confirm it. Like, what is that, like 3 kills away or something? So, Prophet tried again to carry his hardest, and I think he delivers once again.
Yeah. I do want to continue to highlight Lee Min, who's been critical to not just the success of Proper, because we talked about it earlier. It was kind of weird seeing that much invested from the Ana. You expect the break packs go towards the DPS, but to see that much as well invested from the Ana, it's huge, but it's paying off. As well, the anti-nades, 2 fights in a row to finish off the map there, are big, and if Seoul Dynasty want to keep this thing within range, within reach, they've got to keep making big plays like that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading on to a map number 3 after this break. Welcome back. We're heading into a map 3 between Dreamers and Soul, which is very quickly proving itself. Be a matchup that I don't think Soul wanted to be as close as it is after all, but it's being real close for us, and I appreciate that.
You know who else didn't want this to be close? And, you know, we can look at that draw and think, man, how do we arrive at a draw? I can tell you who I blame for that draw. I blame Lemon Kiwi, because she also wanted this to be a three. She said, you know, enjoy your 3-0 tonight. I was like, oh, you better be careful with that, because you might just curse the series. Lo and behold, here we are. The series is officially cursed with a draw. And now this is, you know what? I think this is going to go 6 maps. I think this is going 6 maps, maybe it's even 7. Maybe we're going to see the first ever draw in Shambali. This is going 7 maps.
Oh my god. Well, I appreciate you segueing it, because I'm going to not pray for 7 maps. And mention that we're heading over to Shambali, which we talked about the last one. Felt like a pretty smart map pick in the Soul Dynasty. It only netted them a draw. Shambali feels like even more so a fantastic map pick. They're going to go ahead and sub in Void for Bella Spray. Makes a lot of sense. Likely going to be playing the Ramatra here.
Yep.
On the other side, though, Dreamers not putting in Liga, keeping in Dreamer, who, again, hasn't often really matched this. Is probably going to play the Ramatra, though.
I think he plays Ryan. I think he goes Ryan here. Yeah, for sure. Because we've seen teams go Ryan here before. It's reasonable. I think the Ramatra is typically stronger. This is, by the way, I think Soul Dynasty's best map. By far their best map. Without a shadow of a doubt. A lot of that comes down to how good Void is on this map. We've seen him play everything on here. Sigma, Junker Queen, Ramatra, even the Ryan. We've even seen Void play the Ryan here. Although, to be fair, that was in the first week. I don't know if he'll do that again. But, yeah, this map is perfect for Void.
We kind of Giga Chad to match the Rhine mirror to Dreamers.
I think that would be probably not a good choice.
not optimal.
Well, you're already down 1-0. You just drew Hollywood. I think if you're Dynasty, you go for the higher chance of winning here, which is to probably play Ram or Sigma. Most likely the Ram, given that you expect Dreamer to play the Rhine.
But think about the style points, Avril. Now we're leaving on the table.
I think Soul Dynasty just want points, regardless of whether they bring style or not. They just want any point. Currently, they don't have points on the table.
Yeah.
Currently, Dreamers have 1 point. Soul Dynasty have no points, so they just want any points, regardless of how it looks.
Well, it seems like a pretty good place to acquire them. Shambali, like we said, a fantastic map for not just Void, who comes in bringing a fantastic record, but also the DPS line that's been performing quite well for Soul. Yes, we haven't seen Sonjun gapping Spectra, but the matchup has been at least in contention. For Prophet, though, it's going to be a playground. The Hanzo, I think, is likely to come back out.
Oh, we've actually seen a lot of Sojin. Yeah, I mean, okay, he's highlighted that.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, Avril. That's the, the go-to.
There we go. The crowd's back in.
Let's go.
Hot and heavy for map number 3. Yeah, for sure. I think you can play the Hanzo wherever. Just thinking about what we've seen with this Ram comp before, I've probably seen more Sojin Mei combination, but as you mentioned, don't fix what ain't broke. And I think that's sort of true for Dreamers as well. As you know, I expected Dreamer to come out of the Rhine. That's been true. They won with the Rhine and Lee Jung Tao. They'll try and win it here as well.
Notably, though, it was against Bella Spray. Void is on the Ramatra, a different beast. Often. Nade onto Dreamers, immediately taken down. Great ammo. And keeps about 3 players off the brink of death. And in fact, manages a pick onto Void, which will stabilize all the health bars, nullifying all the work that Lee Sumin did with that anti earlier.
Sonjin's stealing payload, though, which is really interesting. So you have a little bit of back capping on the sides. This is going to force positioning away. Sonjin's dead here for sure. He won't be able to be saved. That's fine, though. I think stealing the payload slightly and just moving that one up and forcing Dreamers away is kind of worth. And the way for Soul Dynasty to be able to break the spawn hold is just by rotating around and having different angles to work through. They are solo amping into Void just to get him down. Saved by the wall, though.
Invest early. This is the best opportunity for the Rhine to really get a solid
buy low,
movement.
is that what you said?
And try and find early opportunities. Again, the biggest problem for the team before in their matches prior was just that they weren't being correct. Even if it doesn't work, it's good to see them looking for plays actively like this. And now as they storm forward on this whole Dynasty, Prophet's taken low yet again. And it's Void who's going to pay the price. All the heals turn away towards Prophet, and Void is left hanging all the same way that Bella Spray was in those maps prior. A Blizzard thrown out by Soul now in desperation, looking for anything onto Dreamers, but it's just not working!
Sonjin had an easy kill, the easy hunt there, but he just whiffed all those shots, sadly. He took down the lamp, which buys a lot of time for Dreamers. But easy hunt should have died there for sure. That was a pretty big investment from the Seoul Dynasty. They wanted to try and swing the fight around. Decent, I think, photon barrier from easy hunt, generally speaking. This spawn hold's gone on for over 2 minutes now.
It's getting really excessive in the Blizzard. It's only getting worse. It's not just the Blizzard. They have the first sound barrier. Krillin still doesn't have sound barrier. Probably just threw in a dragon into Narnia.
What?
Soul's got to break this. What are we doing?
To be fair, Krillin's been doing a lot of flanking. He's been playing a little bit of, you know, backcapping as well.
That's some turbo copium. They have not gotten anything done. We're still in the same spawn that we've been in this whole time. Shatter makes it worse. Oh, through the application matrix, it's a massacre. Bloodbath now looks to ensue as Void pops an annihilation. He was on the back foot for a moment. They use the sound barrier to try and sustain, but the ultimate is still up and ruining the health bar of Dreamer, who eventually goes down.
And even with that, what does it cost Seoul Dynasty? Absolutely everything. Does it cost Dreamers everything as well? Sure. But it's a time factor, it's a distance factor. It's 3 minutes and Seoul Dynasty only now moving payload, like respectable, significant distance on payload. That is by far the most effective Shambali spawn camp I've seen all season.
By a Contenders team, no less. Seoul Dynasty are certainly feeling the pressure. Void first and foremost as well, taking the brunt of the damage from Dreamers, who eventually redirect it towards the likes of Prophet, who's taken down by Dreamer. Void, the only person left wondering what on earth happened to my team. The House of Cards has fallen around him.
And he's self-staggering. I don't know why you even bother Nemesis forming there. Now you're into last fight. 20 seconds left remaining. The Seoul Dynasty have to play into good ultimates. Miss it on the backline with the Ant Matrix. Spectre can play Blizzard on the payload. Easy hard to split the map in half, and there's very little Soul can do. Sonjin has his own Blizzard, sure, but he's got to run up to the payload and fight up against Spectre's Blizzard first.
Dreamers have the luxury of being either proactive or absorbing the pressure. The choice is theirs. They choose proactive again. This team that looked so unwilling to take fights of their own volition in maps and games prior against far tougher opponents now walks up to Seoul and takes the fight to them time and time and time again, map after map, engagement after engagement. They are finding every last bit of fight in them and throwing it at the Owl team that stands in their way.
And the Ryan had to work here because this is, I think, the only respectable part of the map for Ryan. Once you get past this area of A, once you get to B and C, I think the Ryan starts to fall off massively. That's when you want to play Ram instead. This is Spectre's a little bit earlier play here. Pixel perfect. Right click into the chef. Knew he was going to land the shot. For Dreamers, you know, I speculated that they keep Dreamer in to play the Ryan specifically for the spawn hole. That's where the Ryan's going to be most effective, and it's more than effective. And for Seoul Dynasty, this has historically been their best map so far this season. This has been the one map they've been infallible on, especially from the back of Void. But even with Void in, hasn't really done enough for Seoul Dynasty. I don't think that's enough distance at all. Dreamers are in position to get the 2-0 currently.
I think that is a very cold take that's not enough distance. That's not enough distance for anybody on this map, quite frankly.
Look at that. That's barely around the corner.
It's 1.5 fights. That's not even 2 that Dreamers have to win. Now the spawn hole comes in.
That's like Frodo and Sam haven't left the Shire. That's what that is.
No, they're still packing lunch.
Seoul Dynasty going to attempt the same spawn hole. The Ram version. I don't think it's as strong as the Ryan version, but I don't think Void, again, I talked about this, I don't think Void's going to really test the Ryan. This would be a bad place to do it. Give him go up against Dreamer.
I think I'm most curious about the Sombra thing. Is a little weird to me. I think you want the lethality of something like that Hanzo still with you.
Look at the HP bars!
There's nothing lethal, but what Dreamers are doing this whole Dynasty right now, they've just been walked on. The sustain, not there. The immortality field, poorly timed. The cooldowns being used in tandem when you least want them to be. Dreamers are steamrolling. It's spawn hold into instant cap here in map number 3. The draw made things look closer for Dynasty. Dreamers make that look silly. Snatch back control of the series and put Soul on the ropes.
Yeah, you're right. That he did make Soul look silly there on that map, and a map that you did not expect that Soul were ever going to lose, especially not to a contender squad. I mean, eventually they'll probably lose to somebody, but dang, not to a contender squad, not like this. But Dreamers have been on fire today, and now Seoul Dynasty are at risk of joining the only other 4 Overwatch League teams that have fallen to a contenders team so far this season. But dare I say, the stakes are so much higher now because, yeah, the other teams are lost. We've seen all the NA teams lose to the respective contenders teams of the Pro, but that was the Pro-Am. We saw Shanghai lose to some Prison, but that was at the start of the bracket. You're in the lower bracket now. You lose this, you go home today. Seoul Dynasty's run for Mid-Season Madness ends today if they don't bring this back around.
It's not going to be easy. They're fighting for their lives now. Seoul, there's so much on the line, and with tenure like they've got in their roster, you expect them to turn up in moments like this. See if they can do it. And into map number 4 after this break. Welcome back, everybody. We've got a Seoul Dynasty on the ropes, and not just on the ropes in regular match point fashion. No, they are yet to take a point away from Dreamers, who are in form like you would not believe today. They look to finish this thing out in relatively quick fashion after 4 maps and 1 draw. It's a close one.
And they're making the Rhine look good as well. Channeling the London Spitfire, or, you know, maybe I should say the 2020 LA Valiant squad, who off the back of Dreamer had some good success, and, you know, 2020 Valiant fans celebrating right now, including packing 10, because the dream is still alive for Dreamer, whereas the dream for Seoul Dynasty is fading away. And I talked about this, you know, I was joking, maybe we'll see 6 maps here, 7 maps here. If that's to happen, it would have to be a reverse sweep from here on out. Or, I guess at the end of the day, maybe Lemon Kiwi was right. She said 3-0. It might just be a 3-0, but not in 3 maps. It'll have to be in 4. However, for Dreamers, it's all the same. It's all a win.
3-0 is a 3-0. I mean, Dreamers would have taken anything with a 3 at the beginning of it. But this is far more than anybody bargained for. But this team has done everything we didn't expect them to do today. Initially, we came in, looking at the matchup, we figured flexibility would be an issue. Seems like it just hasn't been. They figured their way through all the matches. We were worried about the proactivity. They've solved that. The Spectra into Sunjin matchup has been not a question at all. That one's been put to bed. Then they go over to Shambali, where it's like, okay, now Seoul's going to do their whole Shambali. Nope, not that. I don't know what more you can throw at this team at this point. Seoul's done trying to throw things at this team. They're just going to let them have probably the map pick that they wanted.
What's really sold the matchup for me as well wasn't even just the Tracer matchup for Spectre, but even the May coming in last map. So pristine. Yeah, the amount of times you locked out Void, running into Spawn for the 2K, perfect execution. The final opportunity for the fans to send their support to the Seoul Dynasty, who in the Genji's facility right now have to pull together all they can.
Very vocal support from the audience. I know this is a polarizing match, to say the least. For Dreamers, though, it's an opportunity to step up like they never have. Seoul Dynasty offered up the map pick. They'll bring Bellis Reyes Winston into the fold. Dreamers look to match, but with Easy Han on the Hanzo.
Yeah, so this is, by the way, still Seoul Dynasty's pick. They haven't won a map yet. So we're going to opt for the Winston on both ends here. And Coliseo's a funny one because, you know, you could have played Ram here as well. I think the best Winston map is obviously going to be towards the Esperanza side, maybe New Queen Street. Sonjin instantly having a transfer carried out. What? I mean, that was a random whip shot as well. How did Dongman hit that?
It's just Dongman things, man. I've been casting Dongman for a minute.
That's crazy RNG if it was.
I've stopped questioning it at this point, Avril. You'll get used to it. Easy Han, though, on the side lane. Providing a profit.
God.
Give them one to the dome. That flick was kind of mean. This is next to fall, though, and it's not over yet. Health bars for Seoul Dynasty, though, dropping dangerously low, and it's just Lee Soo-min now to try and dredge them up from the depths. Yeah, that's not happening.
I think the Genji pick was a little optimistic there as well. This is just not the right meta for Genji. I mean, we've seen some success on other teams, and people remember the proper Genji. San Francisco Shock just played recently. But still, man, Trace is available. We're on a push map. Offen's best hero historically has been the Tracer. He'll need to be the one to match up Spectra. Sonjin tried his best versus Spectra. Wasn't that effective. It'll be Prophet's turn. Now Sonjin, speaking of 1 HP.
Sonjin low. Bellis Rhea already dead. You can't let this much push progress go early. Much less on Coliseum. Spectra's already doing phenomenally as well. Hit it into Sonjin, and now looks for the 1v1 against Prophet. Talk about confidence.
Well, they need to set up for an EMP here. Sonjin's trying to be annoying with these solo hacks, and okay, that will be a decent dive. 3 plays of Seoul Dynasty connecting, but while that's happening, Payload is nearing the checkpoint now. Now Braid, okay. Mate, was that misused? That probably should have gone on Dreamer.
It was just to keep Dongan alive. They wanted to keep the rally in play. Unfortunately, yeah, it's just not going to work. I think the more proactive play, like you were talking about, the nano onto the Winston is probably worth letting the break go, but either way, that's the decision Dreamers made.
Oh, they lost a player already, so it was already looking pretty bad for Dreamers, and solo picks on a map like this is very important, which is why every single EMP, even if it's a solo member, probably won't be worth. In that case, it certainly was onto Missing. Trade the EMP for the nano. Both ultimates you can comfortably cycle through, but it's Lee Soo-min who holds the nano now.
uses it very aggressively. Easyhan dropped low for Dreamers, but not taken out. Dreamers actually absorbed the pressure from the Nano Boost phenomenally. Now it's Soul who are put on the defensive. Rally popped early by Krillin. Dongan answers with one of his own. Prophet first to go. Easyhan starting to farm on the Hanzo. I know we've been singing the praises of Spectra thus far, but Easyhan's openers have been quite nice this map.
Picked up the pace for sure. Interesting play from Bellisria that I saw there. He dives in with a nano as expected, but ends up having to jump back over towards the payload. I don't know if that was peeling for his own team. I think Dreamer definitely tried to trade backlines there, but would have liked to have seen Bellisria just continue with the nano into the primal, because he also got low, so either that he felt that he needed to peel for his team, or that he was too low to continue the fight, but he get the primal and ends up primaling around the payload instead of primaling into the backline of Dreamers. So Dynasty at the back foot there with Easyhan free to just free shoot. Prophet free to get a solo pick.
Yeah, that should be enough to just heftily change this one over for Soul Dynasty. Dreamer should be able to get out clean, though. It's a handshake.
Look how close we got to a cap. Dreamers are going to get this in the next fight. I mean, if Dreamers win one more, I think they cap for sure. They're in position to play through the nano, contest in the middle, as we don't allow the Soul Dynasty to get too much distance on the opposite end.
Where we got to see that confidence from Dreamers, though. Proactive nano this time. None of that playing around like they were doing over on Hollywood. This time it's straight into the back line for Dreamer. Eats the sleep, but that's no big deal. The work is done.
The payload moves. Really have to threaten the cap here. Make sure that Prophet doesn't steal away the payload. And with a late death onto Sonjin, yeah, this is, I think, the cap for sure. Soul Dynasty can do very little here. Put the pressure on the Prophet. A little bit of contesting from the bridge.
I mean, they're trying. This just can't possibly stay up for long enough. The robot passes that little contesting point up high on the bridge. Now Pulse Bomb to make things go from bad to worse for Soul Dynasty, but they're given an opportunity just before the point touch comes in. A nano boost onto Bellis Rhea. Needs to do something, but it simply can't. Easyhan and Spectra are rolling the back line of Soul Dynasty unassisted. They need no help. That's a point cap, almost certainly, for Dreamers, and more to come afterwards.
I mean, the only reason we saw an extra fight was because of the bridge contest. I mean, again, good meme there, but this whole Dynasty, that kept them up for one extra flank. The nano to Bellisria is what you'd expect. Unfortunately, couldn't find the follow-up, though. It was Bellisria versus this Dreamers' entire backline. They couldn't get the job done. Meanwhile, the trades that were coming through from Dreamers, who had the opposite dive effect, allowed them to cap, and they just continue. The kills don't stop.
It was scary when it was just Spectra, but Easyhan is evolved in this Coliseum map into something far more dangerous than we've witnessed before. How do you pull this back if you're Soul?
With incredible difficulty, because now double support ultimates online for Dreamers. Watch the rally from Dong into match in just a hot second.
This is in every sense a losing fight for Dreamers. They've got to play into that rally. The anti-nade is nice by Lee Soo-min, but the rally just doesn't seem to care that much about it. It continues to harass the backline as well as Sonjun goes down. A pulse bomb in hand. Now. Looks to put the final nail on the coffin that connects onto the Winston. It could be all she wrote for Soul Dynasty, but it doesn't. They've given one more opportunity to get a good contest in here.
This is a difficult map for Soul Dynasty, but this is about to be a disgusting map. If Dreamers can actually fully cap this one, it'll be a 3-0. With a spawn cap on Shimbali and a full cap on Coliseum. I mean, that is absolutely gross for Soul Dynasty. Still some opportunities to bring it back around. It would start with killing Dongan.
It's first down. You can't overextend into this. Bellis Rhea so low! Spectra falls back to Peel. The DPS for Dreamers have just been on something completely different. Soul, though, do manage to claw it back and get that card at least moving in the opposite direction.
The only silver lining there is that Bellis Rhea diving is fairly inconsequential because the payload was so far shoved into Soul Dynasty territory that by the time Bellis Rhea respawns, the payload is only just a mid now. Bellis Rhea rejoins the team instantly, so that death thankfully wasn't an issue for Soul Dynasty. The problem now is, with under 3 minutes, how do you match 126 to barely 10 meters? I mean, not even 10 meters, actually.
It's difficult, but there's only one way to build a road, Averald, from the ground up. Soul Dynasty are laying down the foundation, at least right now.
And we'll call it the yellow brick road for Soul Dynasty, given the team colors, and you gotta lay that brick one piece at a time. With barely any time to do it. As that window rapidly closes, 2 ultimates used here, and the other problem is you have to really ration out your ultimates to push through. And they are going to need some good attempts here, because one fight loss means Dreamers shove the payload all the way back into your spawn.
There's an opener. And that fight loss is something that Soul simply can't think about in moments like this. They can't think about the scary monster in the closet. All they can think about is not stopping pushing. Spectra and Dreamer, though, continue to haunt their nightmares. Kill by kill, Elim by Elim. Dreamers are starting to pull it back. Spectra good for one more. 1:55 on the clock. The robot not quite progressing backwards. Soul protect their progress for now, but it's going to be a difficult regroup. Spectra is hunting down Prophet. Cares not for veteranship. Cares not about how long you've been here. Same goes for Bellows Reyes. Spectra is just here to take names.
The payload, as expected, is going to go all the way back in Seoul Dynasty territory, which means all the work they did is basically being undone. Look, they got the 33 meters in there, but you're still lacking about 80 meters. It is a bridge too far, I'm afraid. Such little time left. Dragon strike out from Dreamers to clear the bridge. Everyone on the low ground now for Dynasty, you'd think.
We stepped out of Miracle territory.
By the way, really quickly, Dynasty, you'll notice that Dreamers didn't continue pushing because they don't have to.
No.
They just have to defend for the rest of that. Why would they take the risk of pushing into high ground territory? They simply don't have to.
No, you can think
smart play.
A completely neutral positional fight here and have the nano boost as the advantage. They use it, take the position. Dreamer playing very carefully, just not wanting to overextend. I think it's a fantastic play by Dreamers. Yes, it doesn't find anything, but kind of okay with that in moments like this. Now Pulse Bomb's coming up, and anti-nade into the backline of Seoul Dynasty. Oh, kills look all the more likely. It's raining Soul bodies in the forecast right about now, and Dreamers are stinging in the rain.
30 seconds left to play through now, and Seoul Dynasty, they would have to go for the Miracle OT push. Easy hunt down, it's a good start. But you have to do that time and time and time again with Sonjin to be basically traded here. Seoul Dynasty have to burn ultimates.
I mean, they're happy to at this point. They'll use anything to get this card moving in the opposite direction. Prophet carefully pulls back the dog and runs him down.
Rig 1.0.
Prophet's getting bullied this map. Dare I say it.
All of Seoul Dynasty. This is the shot, the only shot. This is the 1 in 14 million, and that's probably what it's going to take. They had a gap by 80 meters. You'd have to win so many fights to even be able to attempt to match 126 here. And Dreamers, they just got to defend in every single second that we go through this map. The spawns get better and better for Dreamers as we head towards their spawn location.
Dreamers can see it. They've just got to hold on for a few moments more. With Dreamer down, though, it becomes a little bit more difficult. Overtime Wick beginning to heat up.
Primal gone, though. Every fight is costing ultimates for Dynasty. Dragon strike next.
Soul opting to spend big, and it pays off. Spectra down now. The cart beginning to push. A long and arduous journey ahead of Seoul Dynasty Dreamers. You talked about that 1 in 14 million for Dynasty. Well, Dreamers winning this feels like about the same odds.
Easy on.
With a 3-0. But they don't care about the odds. Bellisrea does put reality back into perspective, though. Keeping the cart pushing for Soul and telling Dreamers that it's not quite over yet.
Cap. Okay. It looks like a lot of distance, but it's only 66 out of 126, so roughly still half the distance left to go, at least another 60 meters or so. Sonjin sprinting back from spawn on a Soldier 76, and this is the problem. Every single player from Seoul Dynasty that dies, the respawn distance is extremely long. Well, the Dreamers are building up towards more ultimates.
They've got forward respawns. The pulse bomb for Prophet is the only thing they've got going for them, though. If any player could hit it in a critical moment, it would be Prophet. But until that pulse bomb's out, Spectra comes in and is absolutely tearing through the health bars of Seoul Dynasty. Spectra versus Prophet on card now. Dear God, you didn't expect it to end like this, especially like that. Oh, boy, Prophet steps away for a moment. Didn't stand much of a chance against the Winston and the Tracer, but that was a position that Dreamers earned themselves. Dongun giving us a little thumbs up as well. A well-earned one, because they know what they just did. They know who they just knocked out. Seoul Dynasty are gone. Dunzo, kaput.
Seoul Dynasty now join the likes of 4 other Overwatch League teams as the 5th Overwatch League team to fall to a contenders roster this year. And for Dreamers, the dream continues. The dream of maybe making the midseason madness continuing in the bracket continues. For Seoul Dynasty, it's a nightmare on Elm Street. as Dreamers will haunt their dreams, I think, for a long time after that. Seoul Dynasty have had a slow start to the year, to be sure. And that start has now been fizzled out, at least for the first half. As for Seoul Dynasty, a long break, as they'll have to be sitting on the sidelines if they want to be watching some Overwatch League at the mid-season madness. They won't be the ones playing. They'll have to wait for Stage 2 here. You mentioned, Dor, you're not too sure if you expected it to end that way. The overall macro field of view, 3-0, yeah, it's... You didn't think Dreamers were going to 3-0 there. But as far as those last two maps look, Shambali was an absolute stomp. Spawn hold into one attempt. Coliseo, I'm going to say, was kind of a stomp as well. 126. I think once 126 to what was about... Was it 30 meters? Less than that? Once that was... It was about 40 meters. It was like 126 to 40 meters. Once that was on board, I think it was locked in. I think at that stage, no shot that Seoul Dynasty win. And I think this is actually the wrong graphic. I got told it was actually... No, in fact, it was Easy Hunt. So I got told it was Spectra, but no, it's actually Easy Hunt. Easy Hunt got the player of the match here. I think both DPSs played super well. Easy Hunt definitely started to, I think for the both of us, warm up towards the end in terms of really buying in to his player of the match potential.
I mean, both... It's a tough choice between the two. You saw that last fight from Spectra. I mean, both of these two, the only way of putting it is like, they just go sick of them. These two DPS gapped whoever Seoul could throw at them. Initially, it was Spectra's Tracer up against the like of Sonjun. Took care of that. Took care of Prophet later. Easy Han doing the same exact thing on virtually every pick that was offered up. And then the Hanzo coming in on the last map, really just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, I think the Hanzo on the last map and the similar first map really did it for me for Easy Han. And, you know, didn't even get to see him on his signature hit scans. I mean, this is more of the expanded hit scan pool as far as playing Sim and Hanzo goes. And I think when you have to play in these Ryan compositions, the team aspect is so important. We talk about how hive mind you have to be to play these Ryan comps perfectly. To be able to TP in, knowing how to play Sim, which is a very, I think, fragile character. In these matchups, you're always a target. And here as well, I mean, this was just miracle surviving. Unfortunately, Sonjin just missed every shot here. Maybe was he behind the... No, he goes in front of the wall, shoots down the lamp, and then just doesn't kill Easy Han. Which is a very sad moment for Sonjin, and he was sad a moment for the Seoul Dynasty. But yeah, again, it's Dreamers coming out on top, Easy Han doing the deed.
And with haste as well. What a phenomenal performance. We talked about Easy Han's role as a damage dealer in the final map, but when you're playing on that Symmetra, the DPS role really does shift into much more of a shot calling role, and I think that's incredibly impressive to have that in your back pocket as well. I mean, the guy just kind of did everything across the board, but so did Dreamers, who had what seemed like a fair few weaknesses after their past couple of matches, but turned it around phenomenally, and at the hand of Easy Hoon, finish off the series. We got an interview with them coming up just now.
So we get ready to hand it over to Unknown to have a talk with Easy Han, rather full of the Korean contenders desk. Overwatch League, rather.
감사합니다.
Congrats on your win.
Thank you.
You have a big smile on your face. I mean, even if it was me here, I would have smiled there. How do you feel?
리그 노가웃 올라와서 첫 승이라 좀 굉장히 기분이 좋은 것 같아요.
So I'm really happy, and especially because this is the first win in our Overwatch League knockouts.
네네.
네, 그런 것에 대한 좀 다름이 있나요? 혹시 뭐 컨택 팀을 잡고 올라가는 것보다
Does winning an Overwatch League team feel particularly different compared to winning against a contenders team?
제 때 컨텐츠 소속으로 리그를 이긴 게 처음이라 좀 좋긴 한데 사실 연습 때 다른 리그 팀들도 많이 이기고 했어가지고.
I mean, it does feel good being able to win over an Overwatch League team on an actual competition, but I mean, on scrims we've beat an Overwatch League team several times, so I don't think it's super special, but it still feels good.
사실 1점 준 것도 아쉬워서 3대 0을 예상하고 있었어가지고.
To be honest, I think we could have won this 3-0. It didn't really have to go. We didn't even have to give them a point.
라고 뭔가 자랑할 만한 상황 또는 어떤 요거 우리가 이런 걸 준비했는데 이게 참 잘 됐다.
Is there something in particular that we've been preparing before pre-match and it worked out really well?
보다는 진짜 거의 모든 걸 세밀하게 다 이렇게 준비를 했었거든요. 근데
네.
전 대회 때 이제 긴장해서 안 나오던
I mean, to be
준비했던
honest,
것들을 이제
there isn't
조금씩
like
보여주는
one
것
specific
같아서
thing that we
그런
prepare
그러면
into the
지난
match. We
경기는
prepare for
오히려
almost every
본인들이
single
처음
situation
경기를 하다
that we
보니까
can think of
본인들
coming to
실력이
the
잘 안
match.
나왔던
And
겁니까?
compared to previous matches,
네.
I think we've executed a lot better.
그렇군요.
그러면 이제 지금 패자조로 내려간 팀들이 이제 로도스와 포커페이스가 있어서 이 두 팀 간의 승자전 대결하게 되는데
네.
포커페이스가 만약에 올라온다면
So now you go
드리머는
against
팀
the
상대로
winner of
0대4
Rhodes or
패배를 좀
Poker Face, who is
만들었던
waiting,
포커페이스인데
who is
다시 만나면 좀
who you're
자신
waiting
있나요?
on the lower bracket. If Poker Face
전보다는
comes
더
up,
좋은 경기력을
what do you think how
보여줄 수
the match is
있지
gonna go?
않을까.
How do you think the match is gonna go?
아마도 예.
I mean, I'm guessing we'll
이길
win.
것 같아요. 그래요. 예, 인터뷰는 자신 있게 해야 돼요.
I
그렇죠?
mean, of course. I mean, this is your interview. You're
지금
the
드리머즈가
you know
다른
main
팀,
character
모든
here.
팀들과
Get it?
비교를
I
했을 때
mean,
러쉬를
be
꾸준하게
confident.
쓰고 계속해서 그걸 지금 갈고 닦는다. 저희가 계속해서 그런 말씀들을 드리는데 왜 이 러쉬에 본인들이 어떤 면이 이렇게 잘 맞아서 쓰는 겁니까?
We've been witnessing you using a lot of rush
저희
comps.
팀의
Have
메인 탱커
is
팀원은
there something
라인을
like a special
굉장히
reason behind that?
잘하고요. 다른 팀원들도 물론 잘하는데 일단 라인이 잘해서 많이 쓰는 것도 있고 이제 코치님들이
I mean, of course, we have a
Ryan Job
we
is
have a
strong
good
for
Ryan
the
player,
Ryan
and
Job.
everyone else is good at
제일
what
잘하는
Ryan
것 중에
compositions need.
오늘
But
경기에서
it's
그러면
also
요
like a
부분은
result
조금
of
아쉬웠던 것 같다. 우리가
a-
요 부분을 좀
I
많이
mean,
놓쳤다 하는
a discussion between coaches and players.
평가 뭐가 있었을까요?
그냥 플레이하다가 다급해져가지고 자기 플레이를 못하는 그런
Things
것들?
that we can
네, 네.
improve on is or can be, I
가장
think,
마지막
maybe
조금
getting a
더
little
여유
hasty when
있게
things don't go
조금만
as planned.
침착했으면 이길 수 있는 상황 이런 거 놓치는 거 말씀하셨던 거죠?
So you're meaning that when things don't go as
자, 하지만
planned,
이런
you should be a
거는
little more
경기하면서 이제 조금씩
composed,
뭔가
right?
노하우들이
Yeah.
생기면 조금 더 침착해질 거라는 생각이 들고요. 자, 드리머즈 팀명이 드리머즈잖아요. 그 선수들 어떤 꿈을 꾸고
So
있으십니까,
your team
지금?
name is Dreamers. Let's hear about what your dreams are for the namesake.
킨텍스는 가야죠.
일단 지금 현재 꾸는 꿈은 킨텍스다.
Well, short terms, on short
올라가는
terms, we should make it to
과정에서
Kintex, which is
이 팀한테는 정말
MSN.
꼭 이기고 싶다 하는 팀이 혹시 있습니까?
Do you have a specific team that you want to beat?
포커페이스는 꼭 이기고 싶습니다.
Again, a little bit of
네, 네.
short term. I
네,
definitely want to beat
알겠습니다.
Poker Face.
드리머즈 오늘 네 너무나 수고하셨고 승리 다시 한번 축하드리고 이지한 선수도 파이팅.
Again,
기대하겠습니다.
congrats on your win,
고맙습니다.
and back to you, Cast.
네, 아유 이지한 선수.
Appreciate the translation so much, and honestly, if I was in the same position, I'd be grinning ear to ear too. What a win for Dreamers.
Yeah.
After this, though, another match with another knockout on the docket. It's Rhodes versus Poker Face. You're not going to want to miss it.
계속 들고 있어서 자 누구나 깔고 이제는 싸울 수
위도
있다. 올렸습니다.
근데 버텨가지고 위도 변수 나오기 어렵죠. 그러니까 이
조금
펄스.
늦은 감이
이게 위도
펄스가
딜이 하느라 다 묻혀있어요.
그래도 최시환이 어쨌든 1점을 제거했고
자 빨리 오기에 피기네
네,
킥볼.
네. 어떻게
지금
불러서
후방에 위도 슈퍼 프리딜이라서 나오면 위도 딜이고 안
근데-
나오면 최세한이 잡고.
근데 결국 잠잠했다 최세환 선수가 마지막을 거기서 2킬을 만들어내면서 챙겨왔어요.
자,
그렇죠?
터치는 했는데 지미 프리딜.
지미
프리딜. 김희아도 계속 프리딜이에요.
예, 김혜들 뮤즈 볼로 굴러오고
지미 지금 거의 뭐 A 연습장 하고 있어요.
자 저기 볼 굴러가는 거
지금 이 정도 편안하죠.
봤어요.
접선도 좀 유지됐고.
뒷라인
옥정보의 지금 엄청난 기대. 하나 더 쏴라.
안돼 이거 밟아야 돼요.
근데 이거 자 싸움이 이거 나노 이거
길어지죠.
나노를
나노 지미
지미한테 줬어요. 와. 아니 그래도
너무 웅크란
네.
나머지
위도의 존재만으로도
그렇죠.
상대를 쫓아내는
예.
그런 오로라가 나오거든요.
와 근데 결국 그게 효과가
Welcome back, everybody, after a match number 1 that just delivered everything you wanted on a silver platter. We bring to you a match brought to you by contenders between Rhodes and Poker Face that looks to be just as good. Hurix, this is going to be a whole lot of fun. You come in here, subbed out for Avril, as we've subbed out 2 teams. How you doing?
Real good, man. You know, I had to throw Avril to the side real quick. I saw that there was a contenders match kind of going on. I pushed him out of the booth. It's my turn to take over. Rhodes taking on Poker Face. This is a rematch, actually, Dor. One that we saw a couple weeks ago. One that went decidedly in favor of Poker Face then. Looking to see if Rhodes can battle back and make it a little bit more competitive this time.
Yeah, and look, I think this is between 2 teams that both really want the spot, but both of them for very different reasons. Poker Face, a team stacked to the brim with former Overwatch League talent. Rhodes certainly does have that, but for Rhodes, I think there's a lot on the line as well. Being that all-Chinese team coming in, there's a whole lot of trying to get your region as far as you can, because with the death of a server comes a whole lot of things, but not the death of this team. It is an all-star roster, the greatest hits of Chinese contenders, a lot of these players, especially this DPS line of Prita and Pineapple. I remember casting him God knows how long ago. too young to even think about the Overwatch League now. Now look at where we are. You and me, Pineapple.
All these players too. I mean, the rich histories on both of these teams, but this team in particular. I mean, you talk about your stay in China doing contenders there. I came before you, Dor. I'm older. I've seen these players back then even, and they were just dominant back then. It's cool to see them
still toddling.
Exactly, dude. Yeah, this is obviously an incredible team. We've seen what they're capable of. You know, a part of many different rosters now coming together to be what is kind of become a little bit of a super team in their respective region. But still, obviously, we know that the opposition is a tough one to look up at, right? Poker Face has been an incredible team coming in from Korea, and you can see exactly why. And the funny / interesting thing here, Dor, a lot of these players spent some time in NA as well. So we have a lot of time, you know, spent looking at these players in particular.
Yeah, Simple, Arrow. I mean, we saw Dongun in the last match.
Yeah,
had a short stint in NA, and I like to think that's what won them that match. That's what, if Poker Face wins, we could just say it's all NA. No, but yeah, they had a great stint there. They come back for the ecosystems for this opportunity to play on such a phenomenal team. And you see the starting 5: Arrow, Valentine, Muse, Aiden, Sybil, phenomenal in its own right. A whole lot of tenure there. And then you look at their bench, which has another 3 players stacked onto it. As long as they can avoid a too many cook situation, this team has firepower to spare.
Yeah, absolutely. So much wiggle room. Of course, a lot of that happens actually at the DPS line as well. We've seen a couple of different looks from this team. Today, it seems like we're going to be starting with Arrow and Valentine in the mix. Of course, there is some potential, some high likelihood even that we do see some mix up in terms of that roster. But the one thing that I do think that needs a little bit more credit with this team is that stable backline. Aiden, Simple, they, of course, I mean, that is just a couple of the players that we have seen for quite some time now. Simple did have that little stint in North America and was incredible, really made a name for himself there. Same with Aiden. Those 2 players in particular are going to obviously have a lot on their plate trying to stand up to Coldest and Kaneki as well. But I think that this is a support line that is more than capable.
Yeah, and if we want to do some tangentially apparent caster math, I mean, Poker Face 3-0 Dreamers, the team that just beat the Seoul Dynasty, they took a map off of Guangzhou.
We're going transitive on it. Okay.
It's getting real transitive property up in here. Look, they've got a great history this far in the competition. Rhodes, it's going to be a tough one, but they start fighting back on Antarctic Peninsula.
And this is such a great map to get things started on, because if you look back a few weeks ago when we saw these 2 teams compete, how did that start out? Well, actually, interestingly, we saw that Ryan Rush composition coming through with the Mei, with the Bastion, actually kind of caught their opposition off guard. And I mean, this is another map, Antarctic Peninsula, where you could see something like that come through. Obviously, these 2 teams have really drastically, I wouldn't say drastically, but have changed their approach in this meta, at least to a degree. So while, yes, we are expecting some changes as to what we saw the last time that these two teams locked horns, but nonetheless, right, this could very well be a case where we do see it happen yet again, right?
There's a chance we get the run back, but Rhodes want to come with more tricks up their sleeves. The one thing we haven't mentioned as much about Rhodes, we brought up with Poker Face. They got 9 players on the roster. Rhodes, you're staring at the roster. It's all 5. And they've all got work to it, especially Odium. Trying to solo tank into the likes of Muse and Peppy is not going to be easy. We start things out on a map that should be pretty comfortable for them. Winston into the Ramatra for an interesting
Rhodes just making sure that they can try to find a way to get around this defensive setup that Pokerface has on the high ground. Rhodes have to contest this, otherwise they're going to have to get underneath them. Those are your two options: get over to them or get underneath them. It looks like they're taking the former.
And they choose to go later because they have to wait for Muse to drop before they can look to engage on that high ground. Now that Muse is down and the point is capped, though, Muse in theory could choose to try and rotate back up, but is just going to hold position on the point instead, leaving the high ground to their own devices. They're doing quite well. Arrow, Valentine, Aiden, and Simple are dealing with the pressure from Odium handily.
Oh, Pineapple gets dropped there, though, and now we see an advantage here for Pokerface. And guess what they're going to do? They're going to step up, take that space away. Rhodes simply have to back off unless they can get a sneaky little kill on Muse here, which is not going to happen at all.
Yeah, Pokerface are refusing to overextend right about now. I say that this Muse drops to about 47 HP, but we're all good. I don't look quite yet. Pokerface backs away, though, happy with the 40% they've racked up and the high ground control on top of that. Ults are coming up for Rhodes here, but the same can be said for the other side. This is a fight that Pokerface are very happy to handshake their way through, and as Muse drops back down, we're met with the same fate that we were in the first fight. High ground needs to be aggressed on by Rhodes, but they're doing it one at a time. A Prita goes in, throws a pulse bomb, but where is Odium? Still back with the rest of the team, waiting for a nano boost. Now goes in, slightly uncoordinated, but it gets the job done. Arrow hits the ground, and in to keep them alive, Simple pops an amplification matrix, but it's just not quite enough to keep the team upright. Pokerface go down for 65%.
I think right there, that just kind of fell onto the fact that Muse and Aiden weren't able to get their ultimates up in time. Just fell a little bit behind the pace of what they really needed there to just continue pushing that momentum forward. Rhodes were able to get a lot of value out of Coldest and Kaneki's ults. Now, though, Pokerface are going to have those options available to them. They already have that commanding lead, that 66%. Rhodes, I mean, I think the defensive position certainly should help, but how do you contend with all these ults that Pokerface are going to have? I mean, the 4 that they're going to bring to the table are all going to be very hard to contend with for Rhodes.
Oh, I felt like that we used the block so early in this fight, but so far it's actually cutting away the back line from Muse, doing a decent job. Overclock pops to re-engage the fight, though. I can't find much of anything. That's one of the ultimates from Pokerface dealt with. Rhodes, though, the road is not clear ahead. Let me tell you what, you need some sort of pick. Prita with the pulse bomb could do it. It's going to be lethal time and time again. It is cerebral as ever. Prita hasn't missed a beat.
And Pokerface holding onto these ults what seems like forever. They're not really utilizing any of their resources here that they built up in that fight that they first lost, where they lost control of the objective initially, and now Rhodes have battled their way back into relevancy in this first round here. The unfortunate thing, again, is that we have to bring up the fact that there is a massive bias in the economy yet again going into this next fight, but I think still a much better position for Rhodes to be in than they would have otherwise been if Pokerface were more aggressive.
Pokerface can't overspend here, right? They have 4, but they really don't want to use. Ideally, it's 1, maybe 2, because you're playing in double portals within the next fight. Anti-nade is big onto Pokerface, though. Oh, Coldest finds a massive opening. Sends in a nano boost to follow it for Odium. Does Odium get another jump off is the real question. No, the nano boost only saves his life. Until then, it's just pressure being applied to the backline of Pokerface. They have gotten a point cap in the meantime, though. Muse begins to take it back up in their favor and does stabilize the fight. Just remember what I said, though. They wanted to use 2, maybe 1, 3 for Pokerface. Quite expensive.
I think the one silver lining here for Pokerface is that they were able to get that flip relatively early. I mean, 88% for Rhodes. They were able to get that flip mid-fight. So now they're in a great spot where Rhodes have to make sure that they continue to contest this. Of course, with a big pick like that onto a Prita, that certainly helps even more so. But Rhodes, they're just in a building phase. If they can contest and then build their ultimates fast enough, especially with Pineapple and Odium, they might be able to tip the scales.
All contesting things easier said than done. You just have the Winston. You no longer have the Tracer to contest it. But your backline's being zoned away by this Annihilation. The Bob, though, a great answer. There's no sleep on the other side. Remember, Simple is playing Baptiste. Muse has to walk forward because of that Bob, which sections away the rest of the team as well. Muse just isn't able to find the pummel that he needs to get the work done away from the point. In the meantime, Odium has dropped down, but not before taking down Arrow. Overtime Burns, making the point all the more difficult because Prita goes down. Rhodes find an ill fate That cap by Muse in the earlier fight has found itself quite fatal in the grand scheme of things.
I will say, though, Rhodes definitely putting up a fight, and we saw this as well in their last match against one another. Rhodes were able to, be competitive early on in the series, and then over time, Pokerface just kind of took over. So hopefully Rhodes can find a way to stick into this match and continue to be as competitive as we've seen them so far in this opener. But as we talked about briefly going into this map, about the possibility of something like some of those rush comps. Obviously, we have deviated from that meta just a little bit with the Reinhardts. A lot more teams are diving into the Ramatra, and rightfully so. So we're going to see a different version of that rush, but nonetheless, it's matched on both sides here, rather than the one way that we saw 3 weeks ago.
Small difference in Aprita playing the Hanzo, Arrow on the Sojourn. Hanzo a little bit more of a modern pick, but the Sojourn is coming back into fashion as of recent matches. What do you want forward though? Immediately spends virtually every cooldown. Muse forced out of his own. They dodged the wall for now. Pineapple holding his close to his chest, waiting for an opportunity to stab forward with it. Rose are happy to play neutral here though. They can, in theory, do it longer than Pokerface because of those arrows, because of those ice shards coming out from Pineapple, and that's why Aiden down, no disengage tools left for Pokerface. The only thing they can do is try and fight their way out of this one, but it's far easier said than done because now Rhodes have them completely surrounded.
Pineapple going down there as well. Some of the control that Rhodes needs to rely on with those walls, it's just not in the equation anymore. And Pokerface gonna take over in this one, almost losing Muse a couple of times there in that fight. But hey, that's exactly what got the job done in first round, so why not go for a repeat on round 2? Rhodes, though, losing out on this neutral fight certainly sets them behind. That's something that I gotta say might have just been the killing blow for them in round 1. See if they can work their way back in a little bit sooner this time.
Not easy when you're walking into the amplification matrix, even when you have one of your own. Pokerface has been really good at sustaining as well. I mean, you saw him using that last fight. Simple's cooldown rotation. Uses cooldown rotation has been phenomenal. It was unable to last quite as long, and in the face of this amplification matrix, it's going to seem more difficult, but they do successfully disengage away from the amp matrix. Less so the overclock. Aprita down 4v5 now, but Rhodes have nowhere to go but into the welcoming arms of Muse and a blizzard from Pineapple. They've got to make this work, and they do. The tank down. Now they look to crusade upon the rest of the point.
Oh, Simple backing off. They're just looking to survive, but they do more than that. Odium falls despite Coldest investing the ult. Now Pokerface, they might be able to just save this one outright.
Oh, and they have 80% now. It's final fight, and Rhodes spent double support ultimates. Aiden has the trump card.
And not only that, but you're obviously going to go 1-for-1 already with that Annihilation, but that wall is going to come in as well from Valentine. Could split Rhodes up as they enter in and leave Odium without very much support to back him.
Tricky fight for Rhodes. They've already struggled sustaining through these fights. Now they've got to play into a sound barrier. I mean, it's bad to worse for the situation that this team is in, but at least they've got 5 alive for now. Not for long, though. Kaneki goes down as quickly as you can say it. It's traded for Simple, though. Those can be happy with that, but they're going to need more, and more simply isn't offered up. Valentine cleans up a couple of remaining members. The Wick burns down, and Pokerface win a quick map 1. And one that I think following the first sub map, you expect it to be closer.
Yeah, definitely. I think Pokerface may have gotten in their own heads at the start of this match, though. We saw the big hiccup, that speed bump that we saw in round 1 was mostly, I think, due to Pokerface and their inability at that time to just play to the tempo that they needed to in that moment, to make sure that they invest their resources, get into position, and execute, make something happen. As soon as we saw them get away from that moment, obviously there wasn't very many of those speed bumps throughout the remainder of this, to start out our first map. But we'll have to see if they can maintain that, though, right? Rhodes is still a very tough team. They're a team that can have very, very high highs. We've seen that from a lot of Chinese teams as well in the past. So looking forward to seeing what those highs are going to look like in this series here, because it's knockout stage, baby.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some stylistic differences, and that comes down to region, not as up to you. But having cast a lot of Chinese contenders, I can tell you chaos reigns supreme. Rhodes are trying to cause a little bit of it. They're going to need that in map number 2 coming up after this. Map number 1 swiftly stolen out from under the feet of Rhodes by Poker Face, and Poker Face look to continue their control of the series, heading into a map number 2, looking to replicate what they pulled off last time.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, not a repeat performance that Rhodes is looking ahead for, right? They're definitely trying to turn things back around, definitely in this series, because, of course, the last time that these two teams met, it was a very, very clear 3-0. And obviously, right there, we see someone already boasting they've got tickets to MSM, man. I gotta say, a little jealous.
Most people don't. I think Avril and I shouted out the web link earlier, and I'm pretty sure they're probably all gone. If you're reading this sign, they're probably gone. That's what we do.
Especially if you're not watching live right now. They're probably, well, I mean, hey, it doesn't hurt to check. Might as well check. But nonetheless, looks like this fan definitely wants to meet at MSM at Kentex Poker Face specifically. We believe that they're going to make it there. And I got to say, I mean, feels like this team really does have a shot, especially with the way that they've been performing as of late, and especially with how they're performing already in this series. And we do, of course, see Rhodes coming back in. No surprises, right? I mean, there aren't going to be any roster surprises throughout this series, you have to imagine. But, man, on the other side, there's so much they could throw at us.
Yeah, 9 players specifically that they could throw at us, though I would not like people thrown at me. Instead, I'd like them just subbed in. And as far as that goes, we've got one of them. Valentine out, Finale in for Poker Face, which we expected to see some changes across the board often. Our cam's still on Valentine. We'll see if Finale comes in. But as far as it's been reported, we're pretty sure Finale's coming in. And honestly, with this team, who knows? Maybe it's a fake. Maybe that Poker Face is coming into play. Little pump fake sub.
No, I don't think this is a pump fake. I think Finale's definitely coming in. This is definitely not a pump fake. Finale coming in for Valentine. We've got Arrow, of course, already on there already as well. We did get notice that Rhodes is just doing a quick reset of the PC real quick. That we'll be jumping back into the map as soon as that gets sorted. But nonetheless, of course, with Poker Face, as we've already kind of mentioned here, Dor, I mean, obviously this is a team that just has so much at their disposal, so much in the stable. And we're going to be able to see a different version of what this team has in store, but one that we see quite often, because as we talked about again as well, this team, what they've been able to produce, not just at the DPS role, but also at the tank role. Muse coming back in for this squad, making an appearance, and I mean, oh man, has he had an appearance so far. We saw him dip low a couple of times in those neutral fights, but throughout has been a very stable pillar for this squad to rely on.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it in the last match. You look at the tank, death stat 3, really impressive for Muse, great cooldown rotation, but you also have to, I mean, look at that support line. It has been putting in some really serious work in keeping Muse alive. And I think we can sing the praises of Poker Face a lot right now. It's a shaky start for them on the first sub-map, but they managed to pull that one back. Second one was business as usual. Let's talk about Rhodes, though, because it is a little bit shakier, right? Their game plans and their fight planning has been less than up to par. They're trying to be proactive in a lot of these scenarios. They're trying to punish overextensions of Poker Face. But Poker Face are playing clean, and I don't think Rhodes can rely on punish play, I think, as much as they want to.
Yeah, definitely. That has kind of been the name of the game for Rhodes throughout the course of this, tournament, this whole process, right? Leading into the knockouts in the open stage as well. They were certainly very, very, profoundly good at that. But obviously we're at that stage now where there aren't as many mistakes happening. Obviously you're looking at some of the contenders teams to be making some of those mistakes that you can punish, but with where we're at here in the knockout stage, I mean, these contenders teams are featuring talent, whether from Overwatch League or at Overwatch League level at this stage. And as we're getting ready to dive into Hollywood here, I mean, obviously Poker Face is one of those teams. I think most specifically, they are one of the teams at the forefront of that discussion, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's a reason they're taking maps off the likes of Guangzhou and making series like those look really competitive. Taking it up against Rhodes should be a task for them that feels simple enough, but as we've clearly seen by that previous match between Dreamers and Seoul Dynasty, nothing is simple anymore in these knockout jerks.
Yeah, not at all. And certainly both of these teams, I know, the landscape right now is T2 taking on Tier 1, trying to usurp the Overwatch League teams. but there's going to be some collateral damage here.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's going to be some collateral damage along the way, and one of those instances are going to be taking place here in this series, and PokerFace are looking to try to silence Rhodes as quickly and as efficiently as they can. We're diving into Hollywood. This is map number 2. Obviously, again, yes, we do have that sub coming in. Finale in for Valentine. Let's see what they're going to do here. Shouldn't be too many surprises in terms of that composition.
No chance. You have to assume for PokerFace after the signs there earlier. But Rhodes, like we said, with honestly a whole region on their back right now. I'm sure they've got plenty of fans. PokerFace, though, offer up the Winston to mirror that of Odium. Arrows up against the likes of Pineapple on the Hanzo. Everything else looks pretty bog standard. And yep, there's the Brigana swap, so here's across the board.
Alley onto the Tracer as well. And with the Hanzos here, definitely looking to try to solidify some tank pressure onto these Winstons, who once they get bubbled down, there's a lot of picks that could come out. And right there, PokerFace going to be the first team to actually drop a player here in this opener. This certainly, I mean, it's just one fight, but it's a neutral fight win for Rhodes that they weren't really accomplishing in those earlier control phases.
That's it. The map's over. They want to fight here. No, it's a pick. It's a nice one. Good follow-up. Way to not overextend. But now PokerFace with about 40 less seconds than they had earlier. They're going to try to assault Pointe again, and this time with 85% on Simple's nano charge, which is all gained from that earlier engagement. It's a massive gap over that of Connected. Expected on the attacking side, but notably large of a gap. Now it's up. Engagement immediately from Muse into the back line. Does find Coldest and Connected, but the peel's quite good from Coldest.
Yeah, I have to give a lot of credit over to Coldest and Kaneki. Pineapple gets taken down low, and Simple with a huge setup on the Biotic as well.
You thought for a second they got the donk on the Muse. You thought for a second Coldest and Kaneki got away, but it just wasn't meant to be. A pulse bomb in from a Prita is, I mean, a prayer at trying to get this one back, but how are you going to re-engage this? I mean, now you have to try it, Prita. Okay, they've got a nano boost in the dragon as well. You know what? Rhodes coming from the wings and find a pretty clean engagement. Simple doesn't really have any peel either. Trying to avoid the sleep dart from Liana, but maybe a little bit too cautious. Spends a long time of that nano. He's not actually getting too much done. Aprita, though, is putting in the work still. Now looks for that Winston health bar, forces out a Primal Rage, but that's put Simple in a corner now, which is making things all the more hectic.
Simple stays alive, though. Muse also doing some work on the side here. Odium goes down, and Rhodes now, I think, have to bow out of this one, but they're going to try to take some more time along with them.
A rally. Rhodes trying to create some of that trademark Chinese contenders chaos, and it's working quite well for them. Trades are good for the defenders in this one particular instance. Coldest though going down doesn't spell good news for them. Kaneki's still alive, trying to put in heal through a small doorway. Finale poking away at Odium, finally gets through that tank health bar. And I think Rhodes can honestly peel away from this, calling it pretty successful. They pulled all the way down to a 130 time bank.
Yeah, huge. Fantastic job by Rhodes to just extend that fight for as long as they did. Also have to give some credit over to Simple. Was the solo standing support remaining in that fight. Aiden went down pretty early on that staggered fight, and Simple just somehow stayed alive through all of it, and now gets the reward of having that ultimate ready to go, that nano boost to be able to grant over to someone like Muse to allow them to continue this aggression forward. Maybe staved off for some time now due to the Finale going down, but they're pushing the cart, so they're not worried.
Yeah, they still go for the nano boost. I think this is the right play. The second that Rhodes attempt to contest that cart and move forward, cut off the back line from the diving Odium. That's the idea. So far, it's not been too successful though for PokerFace. The cart still continues to progress. Aprita not really in any position to contest it anytime soon, but we are quickly approaching, what, 1.5 fight territory in situations like this, and the ult situation's not getting any better. Fortunately for Rhodes, Pineapple bails them out, arrows down.
And that's yet another opportunity for Pineapple to bail them out too, right? I mean, he's done that a couple of times so far in this series, and I need a little bit more consistency there as well. A lot to ask of a player who's already performing well, but Rhodes is probably just going to need it here. 2:30 on the clock, though. Rhodes doing much better defensively here on this map, but still have to contend with PokerFace, who are looking to aggress to that top high ground. And here's Pineapple looking for that pick yet again, apply that pressure.
Elevator confidently taken by Pokerface, but not too much so. They easily peel back. Pineapple offers up enough. Pineapple's giving them the beans. I don't know what this dude ate for breakfast, but it's first pick city for Rhodes.
And it feels like Pokerface is doing so much right. You know, like everything seems to be going the way that they're looking for. They're able to disengage some of this pressure, disengage some of these ults, and then somehow Pineapple finds a way to just eliminate that momentum, just completely put Pokerface off tilt. And now we can see them pressing forward. Pokerface, they get the first pick this time.
Save down and Predator trades it back, and Pineapple's still not dead, so I can't call it over yet for Rhodes. The way these fights have been breaking out. Rally wears off though, and Coldest goes down, and Predator offers up another to trade. The DPS line of Rhodes is really doing everything in their power to make this look possible. But the cart nevertheless progresses forward. A Predator though from the wings finishes off a health bar set up by Pineapple. How on earth? This is 2 versus 5 here.
This looks so difficult here for Pokerface now, right? There's only 70 seconds here on the clock remaining. Pokerface still have, you know, at least one fight they have to win, and if they don't win it now, they might have to win 2 if Rhodes can make it back in time. And Rhodes are looking for that nano boost. They're looking for that timing on Kaneki to be able to get that ultimate online, to extend these fights, and to continue that point presence that they've been able to secure with Odium through a lot of these fights.
Odium offers up a small flank. For Pokerface, it's a first pick, and an anti-nade is their reward. Pineapple's able to trade 2 back, though. How? How can he just keep doing this? Illegal maneuvers being offered up on the Overwatch League servers. He said, I got more people watching this time. I gotta play well. A third. Or is that number 4 for Pineapple? Honestly, I'm losing count.
Maybe a little bit unnecessary on that Dragon Strike, but one that buys them space and time, 2 things that they were desperately in need of. Pineapple looking for yet again a heroic move. Can he find it?
One more for the take-home box, you know? Put it in the goodie bag. Pineapple will just crown his collection of heads of Pokerface at this point. If he could just get one more cold response finale, though, and puts Pokerface on the ropes. How do they want to re-engage this? The Primal wears off, as does the sustain of the team in green. Arrow falls as well, meaning little DPS offerings for them. Lacking in lethality, they throw in a nano boost as the last bastion of this attacking side. Rhodes responds with a rally in tow. Pokerface able to trade a couple back here, but the defenders have such a stark spawn advantage. How do you fight through this?
Oh, they're going to have that respawn advantage. That might be the tipping point here. Pokerface have some kills, but just not enough. They've lost bodies themselves, and here comes Odium to lay the fist down. Overtime ticks down. And look, Pokerface on Hollywood here, only capture 1 point, unable to capture the second.
Yeah, a valiant hold on the first, staggering out to, I mean, uncomfortably awkward times. And heading on to a second point, getting a clean stop on the cart. Not due to any super clean fights, just, I mean, a Prita and Pineapple were farming.
Yeah, I mean, Pineapple felt like a massive problem for Pokerface. I mean, throughout, just holding down this high ground. They tried to press him, tried to push him off of that high ground. A couple of times they were successful, but Pineapple on the Hanzo has the ability to just climb right back up as soon as that opportunity arises. And on top of that, the moments where they did actually see some success, Pokerface, that is, see some success pushing Pineapple back, at least. Pineapple, that's those opportunities where he was finding picks, just kind of jumping off, then landing a couple of shots, forcing Pokerface back or getting a kill early in those fights. And another thing that I think was really hurting Pokerface was the fact that they weren't able to really defend and insulate their backline as well as we've seen from them so far throughout this tournament series and even into opens. Aiden was dropping frequently, early and frequently, which is something we don't say about Aiden pretty much ever.
No, and I think that's a product of what Rhodes have really done to this match. We talked about it. Stylistically, this team wants to create just a lot of chaos. They have players that thrive in it, that offer up picks when things get down and dirty. And things like you said, Aiden Simple going down often at that are what results from it. See if they can create that same chaos on the attacking side, though. Initial poke.
For that. Yeah, they're just waiting for that opportunity to kind of get underneath Pokerface here. They just need to go for a soft dive, and there it is.
5. Odium underneath. This isn't the real kit and caboodle quite yet, but he's forced to dive backwards, undoing the work which he put in so valiantly moments prior. Still, though, they're looking for an advantage in Nano as the attacking side, but he's not really too far ahead of Simple. Odium dives forward, he takes a bit more damage, but again, not anything to write home about. Now with the sleep connecting as well, that's Odium down for sure. Muse can answer just by holding the space now.
Oh, Aprita just doing work against Finale. They're able to at least get that trade kill, but given the position here for Poker Face and the fact that Odium was lost early, we're going to see Rhodes try to recontest this quickly, but Finale should be back, so this should wind up being a pretty stable 5v5 once things are all said and done.
We're down to a 5v5, but the position is very uncomfortable for Poker Face. They were already forced back to the stairwell before that engagement actually happened. Before Odium had actually dove the high ground, they had all absconded from it, which is a massive advantage for Rhodes because they have a free point to walk in and onto and then spend their cooldowns from there, which they do beautifully, taking down Aiden. Simple looks to re-engage with a mana boost onto Muse, but too much to do here. Pineapple peels away quite nicely. The Winston will eventually find what they're looking for, though, as the nano boost comes in from Kaneki, and Odium looks to answer.
Oh, he's got his Primal Rage, so they can look to extend this, but Muse, he's already done the damage. He's on the point. There's really nothing left to deal with him at this stage, so Odium, I think, wisely opts to go ahead and hold on to that resource, not invest the Primal Rage there. Now they have a wealth of resources to get back into this one. They have 2 ticks already captured. Now let's see if they can get the 3rd here. Again, I love the patience from Rhodes, but they surely would have loved to have gotten the point there. This is time that's going to be drained away from them now.
Yeah, we've already approached the time bank that Rhodes took Poker Face down to. You're said than done though to take this. Pineapple wants to offer up one of those picks that we saw, the patented ones from the B point. Isn't able to. Odium finds one on the arrow though, and how did Simple get here? What? Wait. And Onacott out of her natural habitat for sure. Rose should be able to take this one with ease now.
Yeah, definitely not a position if you're watching as an Ana player.
Try this
do
at
that.
home, kids.
Yeah, try to avoid doing that as often as you can.
Doing back here?
Obviously, there are situations where you get forced into positions like that. Could definitely have been the case there for Poker Face, where you get pressed forward out of your position, where you need to kind of play inside of your Winston bubble. That does occur, but yeah, as often as you can, try to avoid that for sure. Now Rhodes looking to try to take back the high ground that they just so well defended on their defensive side. Pineapple, of course, was, ever vigilant up there. Now looks to try to make his way back up if he can, but certainly Poker Face looking to deny that as much as they can.
Pineapple gets access to this high ground, it's game over. I'm just going to go ahead and call it right now.
He's going for it.
To assert himself. He's firing arrows, but he doesn't have firm control of it. Good stick, though. The Muse takes the health bar low. Follow-up from the Primal Rage is more investment on the Poker Face side, but it is rewarded. Backline's going to be going down here, as well as the Hanzo to follow. A clean fight knocks the timer down to 2:30.
And obviously not a particularly overwhelming overspend kind of situation for Poker Face. I think they're fine with what they used in that fight. Obviously, yes, they're not coming into this next fight with immediate value in terms of their ultimate economy, but they are going to have some options. And the big thing that they're looking to do here is to try not to lose momentum, try not to lose the high ground, just delay, and pressure anybody that tries to go up. Play this front to back, and you can be rewarded over time.
We need to see this nano used proactively. We saw the mistake from Dreamers in the last round, but we're just holding on to the nanos too long here on Hollywood B. Kaneki's just got to throw it out at some point. Trust that you can block that donk. In the meantime, you don't actually own this high ground. Arrow finds a pick on the Pineapple. Odium slept though, means it's not going to do too much for it though. Taking down the counter Hanzo, now 4v4. We're playing Overwatch 3. Just an early pre-alpha test of it. Odium falls though. Now without a tank to lead them, Rhodes are in a bit of a tricky position. They have the high ground, but they don't have the health bars.
Oh, Simple under pressure. Aiden is the one to fall, though.
Okay.
Another connect for the DPS line of Rhodes.
Poker Face overextend. This is what Rhodes were looking to take advantage of in the first map. Create a little bit of chaos. Look for mistakes from Poker Face and punish beautifully. Now it's Pineapple with high ground. I told you, Hurix, this is lights out. Let's see if Rhodes can deliver. Dragon thrown downwards and upwards at the same time, but it's Pineapples that one-ups anything you can do. He can do better. What did I tell you here? This is lights out Hanzo play.
Pineapple might have just saved the day. Pokerface had all the economy advantage that they could ever ask for going into that fight. And Pineapple, with one Dragon Strike, just completely shut them down. And now has evened the scoreline here, man.
Oh, I'm getting like flashbacks. My hands are shaking. I'm watching a 2-year younger Pineapple farm an entire region all over again.
Definitely I mean, I have so many memories of Pineapple doing stuff like this. Aprita also stepping up in such a big way.
Huge.
And we've also loved to see Coldest with how, I mean, it's crazy to see the journey that Coldest has been on, right? Just to see what he used to be as one of the most lethal Zenyatas in probably the world at one time. And then now to see him just kind of divert over to this entirely new setup where he's playing so many different heroes and still looking very solid in them. We've seen Rhodes able to take it to the back line, really trying to cause some havoc for Aiden and Semple, and I think that has been absolutely working for them.
Yeah, it's been chaotic, which is great for Rhodes. And again, I feel like every time you say that with Chinese contenders, you have to put like the asterisk, like that's not a bad thing. Like being able to thrive in broken down fights is a massive advantage in a lot of situations. And when you're able to create those situations on command, like we've seen Rhodes in that last map do, it really opens up a whole new dimension. For Pokerface, it becomes harder and harder because when the correction is just to play cleaner, Forehead, it's not as easy to implement as you might expect.
Yeah, now, of course, going into a map number 3 here in a bit, we expect that there's going to be some tricks up Pokerface's sleeve, and we're going to be looking to see those on the other side of this break. We'll see you back for map number 3.
You know, here we talked about it in between map number 1 and map number 2 when we were on break. You and I were chit-chatting about how we were a little worried that PokerFace might have just taken control of the series after that second sub-map that we saw, after how clean they were playing. Hollywood from Rhodes has offered up something completely different, and now as we head into our map number 3, they have not recruited a new player within the last 5 minutes, so we will still offer up the same 5 as before. No surprises there, though it would be a fun surprise to see a different name.
Yeah, I mean, definitely would be a major surprise because they somehow slipped it in after lock-ins, roster lock-ins. So that would
your camera just pops up there.
I'm coming in. All right, Valentine though going to be coming back in, so Finale comes back out. Arrow, of course, still a mainstay here for this squad, but obviously some questions that need to be answered here for PokerFace, and obviously not a lot of time for them to find those answers. I mean, Rhodes with all the momentum in the world right now after a pretty, I would say a crushing loss for PokerFace in Hollywood, against a team that they, I mean, pretty handily defeated just a few weeks ago. Now Rhodes playing up to them and finding ways to deal with some of the things that PokerFace are so good at. And one of the things that has really helped them do that, well, Pineapple just kind of being the hero for Rhodes, man.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about problems being offered up. One of them does have a name, and it's notably a fruit. Pretty good one at that. 11,000 damage, but it's those final blows. The ult efficiency as well. Insane interaction. It seemed almost non-existent on the first point as well, funnily enough. Like, it was a little bit on their A defense that it was there, but I guess Pineapple's just a B player. Like,
yeah, don't worry. I got y'all in the next phase of the map. Don't even worry about it. As soon as he gets up on top
Pineapple
of Saloon,
scales
it's
for mid-game,
over.
you know?
It's dusted.
Yeah, just wait. Pineapple still got to juice up in the first quarter of the map.
Well,
wait, what is this pick?
Well, we are going to be going over to Havana for map number 3. So this is going to be the escort selection. And remember, this is going to be PokerFace's selection here. So moving into map number 3.
You're willingly walking back into that Hanzo.
Well,
that takes guts I don't have, Yerks. You know what? It might not be. It might not be. East Meta is a little different. So maybe something's changing.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they want to come through with, but something that, of course, you do see quite often on this type of map is actually something that I would say PokerFace has been pretty successful with. We've seen them actually do quite well here on Havana in the past. Historically, they have had good performances, and a lot of that comes down to their ability to play things like those spawn holds, play things to their favor, and this is even something that I believe they've done against Rhodes, so why not pull it back out?
I mean, you saw the spawn hold in the last series. And Bali, I'm not sure it's going to offer up quite the same lethality that it did up against the likes of the Seoul Dynasty, but if PokerFace can offer up but a smidgen of that which Dreamers did earlier, I think we're going to be fine.
Yeah, I think that this is really just coming down to... Love that.
So nice to hear, man.
I think this is coming down, though, Dor, to just going back to what has worked in the past for you, right? PokerFace, they were able to finish the map against Rhodes 3 weeks ago here on Havana. Why not go ahead and bring this back? This time, Rhodes a little bit more prepared here, looking for a little bit of a spawn hold for themselves.
Thus far, looking pretty good. Immortality Field forced out somewhat early, but it's rewarded with a pick onto Arrow. PokerFace as well, still focusing much of their effort towards the likes of Muse. Make sure they keep that Ramatra up and the other one down. Odium, first to go though, topples over. So it's not quite looking as good for wear as the point picks down.
PokerFace break that spawn hold, no problem. A little bit of a later stagger onto a Prita as well, so they should be able to cover some of that distance that they need to or to capture this first point, but starting off certainly a lot better than they left off on Hollywood. And on top of that, you can see the massive discrepancy there between Muse and Odium. Muse was able to get off a ton of cleave in that last fight, and if he can get that again here, might be able to get an early annihilation that can send them forward very quickly towards capping point A.
They'll have to contend with an implication maybe from the Easier said than done, though, in situations like these when you're playing tank. There's a lot of damage that's going to be thrown at your face. He still doesn't have that annihilation yet, so they're going to use that amplification to buy time towards that second round of ultimate. He wants to move forward, but simply can't. Can't get an annihilation range because of the blizzard being thrown out. Still yet, though, Valentine's that finds a lot more value at the end of the day, taking down all of Rose.
Yeah, a lot of value there in the Blizzard duel, actually, of all things for Pokerface. So they cap early, and it wasn't even, like you said, it wasn't even what we were kind of thinking it was going to come down to early on. That annihilation from Muse.
It just took so long to do anything.
Exactly. It just was tough to get that off, especially when you see those blizzards come down. It just becomes more of a ranged battle, one that Pokerface, let's say thankfully for Muse, they did win. And now you see both of these teams having, of course, both annihilations at this point. Odium will get this pretty soon here, but I think the bigger thing here is going to come down to the sustain battle that we're going to see. Coldest, Aiden both have their ultimates, but they need to get it out early. Aprita, Arrow, they're firing back at each other.
I was going to say this one could be as fast as the last one, that being very slow with the sound barriers and annihilations on deck, but Aprita looks to change things. They're taking away the DPS. Rose want to play aggressive. They're trying to in the face of Muse, whose health bar dwindles just over the number 0 and eventually falls past it. Rhodes find their first fight win.
I think Rhodes really just reliant on that early pick from Aprita. Sending Arrow back to the spawn, 5v4 advantage. They connect 1-to-1 on all of those ults that get fired off right after that, and now they put themselves in a fantastic position yet again where they're going to go 1-for-1 on ultimates. But the big thing here is going to be that Valentine just ever so slightly ahead with the Blizzard, and I think Rhodes know that this isn't the case, and they're playing this high ground to their advantage. They want to make sure that they spread out a little bit so that people can't be isolated or taken out by the Blizzard that Valentine's going to have early here.
Blizzarding upwards is easier said than done. See how vertical it gets. I mean, the ult does have downward hitboxes, but we have the option of dropping it, causing yourself from it so easily. The Pokerface are biding their time on the cart in the meanwhile, trying to jockey for position on this high ground, look for some way to force them down and then use this Blizzard. They use it aggressively. Does Odium get out? No. Beautiful wall as well to follow from Valentine. Cuts off all the heals. That's all they needed from the ultimate. The rest of the team should follow pretty quickly.
Oh, you really don't like these timings here as well if you're Rhodes, just dying a little bit late. But the big thing here is that they did get a late pick onto Valentine, which might be an open door for them if they can get back quickly enough. See the cap coming in pretty shortly. No wall available either.
Oh, little neat. It's okay. Pokerface are ready for this re-engage. Are they ready for the Blizzard? Overclock on the high ground. Let's have a deceptively high number of tools coming into this fight, and Aprita's been pretty lethal with these overclocks so far. This time eventually takes down Muse. Now sound barrier out from Coldest is an even bigger investment by Rhodes into this fight, but after it's top, they don't really find much of anything. The sound barrier lands. In fact, all Pokerface has done is use that time while the shields are up to rotate onto the high ground above Rhodes. They were completely surrounded. That sound barrier merely triggered the trap card of Pokerface. Odium comes back, but now is the only member of Rhodes.
And he falls there just as well. Valentine came back, put in some work. He's going to swap right on back over to that Mei. But I think the big thing here for Pokerface is that while Rhodes did invest and give themselves a really good chance at winning that fight, stalling it out even longer because of the... Oh, man, big pick there. But the sound barrier used by Coldest, Aiden has his available. So while Arrow is coming back up off of respawn, he'll be back very quickly because the respawn is right behind them. They can utilize this sound barrier to just push right in and through Rhodes.
Pushing forward, Rhodes so far absorbing that pressure that you were talking about pretty nicely. Amplification matrix of their own. They still have as well Annihilation. If they want to hold around this castle, I actually don't think it's a bad plan. Yeah, they're trying to go for the far closer hold, knowing that they have a big sustain tool for Odium to use. Immediately pops it. Muse dropped low. Sound barrier used by Pokerface, one that they netted an advantage in the previous fight. It was beautifully disengaged. Pineapple walls it, eats the engagement with the Blizzard. Wow, that was well played by Rhodes.
Very good job. Love the wall there that came in as well. Rhodes just a brick wall for Poker Face here, and now 90 seconds remain here on the clock. Poker Face have to find a way to get a little bit further forward. They need to make sure that they establish themselves for a good defensive opportunity, because Rhodes have definitely been playing a lot better than we saw them in their last contest between each other.
Yeah, it's a step above for sure. Sustain still has been the topic of issue, though, for Rhodes in a lot of these fights. They did it really well in the last one, disengaging well, finding a re-engagement. You've got to make that feat happen multiple times. And when Poker Face have things like this Annihilation to walk at you with, it's all the more difficult.
Pushing on through Rhodes right now. Annihilation, pretty expensive ult to use there. Sound barrier not available anymore for Poker Face. It's all about controlling these entrances. You can see Rhodes actually committing to the opposite side. This is a good move from them to get into the fight. They need to make it quick, though.
There's overclock answered by Arrow. In fact, done significantly better. Arrow cleans it all up, puts Pineapple on a stake as well. An emphatic finale to a full cap here on Havana.
A little bit of a repeat performance from 3 weeks ago, right? I mean, finishing the map here on Havana. Let's see if they can make that defensive stand. Rhodes, they need to break out of their spawn, break through Poker Face, equalize here. They need to go the distance. This is definitely a dire situation for them on this map at least, but certainly that Hollywood win from earlier is definitely going to help them out in terms of the series, the bigger picture.
It's crazy how back and forth this game has been. Even map 1. Like, Poker Face won it 2-0, but the first sub-map, I think we could both agree, was like firmly controlled by Rhodes, and Poker Face firmly won the second one. And then the second map happened, and now this. If Rhodes don't answer back, we have the ping-pongiest of series on our hands.
Looking forward to it already. I mean, we're in it right now. A lot to be excited about. Something that we did talk about as well. I'm curious to see if we'll actually get a taste. Pineapple back on the Bastion. Of course, between the two, it's hard to say that that would actually occur because Pineapple has got some potential to be playing something like the Mei as well. So that's going to be something that Rhodes are going to need to help them break out of this spawn. But nonetheless, Poker Face in position. They did well the last time around, but Pineapple, guess what? He's got it. Locked and loaded. Here comes the Bastion.
Pineapple Bastion is not... it's one of those weird ones. Like when Proper on like day 1 or 2 started playing Bastion, it's just like, you know, that wasn't on your bingo card. Pineapple locks it in as well. Still a good pick, but it always looks a little funny. Takes a wide angle.
They've had success with it.
Fuse forced back pretty quickly into Nemesis form. Odium matches it, but it's a Predator who pays the price. Face backed into a bit of a corner here. Rhodes just waiting for that next cooldown for the Bastion to come up before they make their next assault.
Need to try to utilize that in combination with some other utility. Pineapple gets dropped. Muse probably going to be falling here as well. He's purple and he's won, but he gets saved.
What? I'm telling you, Aiden and Simple, man. Aiden and Simple, we looked at the Muse deaths after map 1. It's the same exact thing here. Muse kept up by the will, the sheer force of Aiden and Simple, who now are both up to ultimates.
You see Valentine gone here, so it's probably just a matter of time before Rhodes are able to break through Poker Face. And actually, you see Poker Face recognizing this. They're going to bow out of this one. They need to make sure that they have all 5 members, or that spawn hold just, it ain't happening. So great move here by Poker Face. They give themselves another opportunity to engage at a different juncture of the map, and another juncture where they actually, you know, defensively, positionally, big advantage here as well. And they have the ults to help them play this more aggressively. They can step into Rhodes' space.
And they should. Odium just waiting for the Q to move forward. Pull this on an off angle. This could be a deadly anti-nade in its own right. Not careful. Rhodes again to step forward, but are instantly met with the barrage of ultimates that Poker Face have had lying in wait for some time now. And most of them, if not all of them, connect. The Implication Matrix and Annihilation is all it took. Relatively efficient. for the team in green.
Not only that, but Muse, I mean, so much resources from Rhodes have now been invested into trying to take Muse out, and Muse continues to stay alive, both from his own proficiency on this character, but also through the immense value gained by Aiden and Simple on their respective characters as well. And now Aiden, of course, having the sound barrier, that's going to be something that they need to rely on. Pokerface has to rely on, because Rhodes obviously have a lot more front-loaded pressure with this composition.
They need to look to use it quickly, but with their health bars being so low, they can't actually engage. They fall back, allow a little bit of cart progress come through. Do the engagement. EMP out, nothing in terms of follow-up. Sound barrier is instantly responded by Aiden. Pokerface are playing this beautifully. Their ults have been efficient, well planned. Nothing's falling out of place. And as we were talking about earlier, Rhodes need to cause chaos, but Pokerface refused to crack.
Now they're going to have the Blizzard to help them out as well. The EMP was already used. Rhodes don't have much time to build left here. And you look at the position of the cart, there might still be 2 fights that they have to take.
Let's not talk about 2 fights from now. Rhodes need to take this one at a time if they're going to get through this. Still no ultimates to try and counter the likes of the Ant Matrix, to counter the likes of the Blizzard. A good anti-nade does put Arrow low. Same goes for Simple, who does remain stalwart in his health bar. Let's try to take advantage of the opportunity here, but the Blizzard's just keeping them off the payload. I think the silver lining here is that you got the Blizzard out before overtime, at least, but now you've got to find a way to regroup in all of the chaos. There's one thing that maybe, just maybe, this team can do. It is regroup in chaos. Kaneki, in the middle of the entirety of Pokerface, somehow managed to keep alive before teleporting out. Regroups with the rest of the team, sends in a Kitsune rush. But Pokerface were ready for it. They disengage even that.
Not only that, but Annihilation's finally ready. Sound barrier coming online as well.
Oh,
if
boy.
Rhodes can't find a kill onto Aiden, this is over.
They have a nano boost to answer, but it is but a dull whisper in the bright hum that is Muse's Annihilation, and the sound barrier beat thumping in the ears of Pokerface. Rhodes can attempt with an EMP to pull this one off, but the only thing that's off is them of the cart. Pokerface, take away another map.
Position themselves back into the spot they thought they were going to be in throughout this series, probably coming into it. In the lead. Now 2-1 over Rhodes, but Rhodes, I mean, there were still some bright spots there. And I mean, you got to keep looking back at Hollywood. Obviously, this is looking a lot better for Pokerface, especially when they're able to pick into their maps, into their strengths, play their game. But Rhodes, it seems like they have some moments like that themselves, especially when they're able to lean onto Pineapple.
You know, out my window here, I can see here in the East Coast, the sun creeping over the horizon, which can only mean one thing. That Rhodes is running out of time here up against Poker Face. They are down at match point. They've got to find a way to fight their way back, just like they did on Hollywood.
Yeah, and of course, it is their opportunity here. Map selection mattered the last time around. Hollywood was a major turning point in the series, or at least it felt like one at the time. Fortunately, they did have to go back over to Havana, the place that they probably never want to see again against that squad, right? Against Poker Face here, who are just incredible on that map. We do see Finale coming in, though, for Valentine, so yet another swap up. But still, opportunity on the door here for Rhodes. Poker Face on the other side of things, they're looking to close that door in their face as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, look, you put Finale in for a reason. It's not to keep things going.
See what you did there, man. The name is right there. Looking to, yeah, okay.
Oh,
I see what you did there, man.
Yeah. No, I love it when you.
Yeah, see what you did there, man.
I'm so glad here that I'm such a smart co-caster that can keep up with my high level, just real intellectual jokes.
We're gonna be moving on into New Queen Street though, and this is an interesting take here. I think. I mean, we've seen. Certainly on our side of things, we've seen a lot of Esperanza coming up, a lot of teams really liking that over in the West. NQS coming in, though, this is a very different map to a lot of the other maps that we often see. There's certainly a different play style that happens here because of how dynamic the positioning can be, and also how hard swinging some of this stuff can be. This is one of the few maps where you can actually see some really intense comebacks happen, and certainly Rhodes is looking for a comeback, but perhaps maybe not within a map, but rather in the series at large.
Well, I think that's where we need to start thinking, because the one thing that this map does, yes, it offers comeback potential, but more than anything, the reason why that comeback potential is there is because, as I always say, the map's built like Swiss cheese. I mean, this is where if you want probably any map in the entire pool, not just push, to create some chaos, to try and create an environment in which a Krita and Pineapple can really thrive, this does feel like the place.
Fans cheering him on. Poker Face need it in this moment. Rhodes with a map pick is not something that Poker Face are going to take lightly here as we dive into match point. Map number 4. Remember, loser goes home. Rhodes wants to stay in this one. And they're going to come in with a Junker Queen composition, something that we have seen, pop up quite a bit. A lot of teams really liking this. Now you can see it here between these two squads.
Pineapple on the Sombra. Not quite as impactful a role as a lot of the hit scan that he's used to bringing out. I'm so used to seeing Pineapple paired alongside other Sombras. Mola and Ren being a great supporting DPS to him, but this time he's got to take up the reins. We'll see if he can fill that role nicely. In the meantime, Prita's still going to be doing plenty of work on the Tracer. We jockey for position over top of the point. Poker Face, they're only taking a little runaway lead. This 20 not insignificant meters, Yerix.
Yeah, not at all. 20 meters is quite a lot at the professional level, and Rhodes need to find a way to get involved and contest this point. And you can see that they're working their way around. They're trying to catch anything.
The car's still moving. Still go. Stop that robot. Chase it down. I mean, Rhodes have them completely surrounded, but they don't have a clean engagement. Poker Face looked like a turtled up shell of the team, which is exactly what you want to see. Just go full porcupine mode, right? Be spiny. Attack them when they come to you. EMP goes out, and oh god, it's 4 players. Oh, and he just managed to not save Simple with the sound barrier. I thought for a moment Poker Face got out of that clean. Rhodes looked to capitalize, though, throwing in a Kitsune Rush on top of all of that to make sure that they secure the fight.
Oh, still some kills going the other direction, but not so much effect here. Rhodes finally find their fight, finally get the win they were looking for in that fight. Now can start sending this bot the other direction, and they did so as well by blocking off that first point cap. But man, that's 2 minutes that I think Rhodes would like back. Those first 2 minutes are so important, so pivotal on a map like this. Yes, you can see those, those big swings back the other direction. Rhodes gonna need it now.
I love what Poker Face are doing now, playing proactively, looking to tackle Odium, because realistically, if they can get on top of Odium, Odium's going to die. It is 5 members of Poker Face against 1 of Rhodes. Rhodes are going to be pretty split up. If Poker Face can get onto any one of them, if Rhodes can isolate, or Poker Face rather, can isolate any member of Rhodes, it's going to be lights out. So setting up for these fights is a practice in being as careful as humanly possible before you go in for the kill for Rhodes. And unfortunately, that's just not enough. Now heading into this one, they've got another EMP, but it's going to come in too late to stop the point cap. It's going to be a consolation prize, if anything, bouncing this cart back towards the center of the map.
If I'm Rhodes, I want to take this fight early as possible. You know you have the advantage here. Try to take advantage of that. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Send it forward. But that's a lot of ultimates out early.
A lot of purples as well. 3 ultimates used by Rhodes. You better win the fight after that.
Yeah. I mean, you throw out everything in the kitchen sink. There's 3 ultimates invested back to back to back.
The 3
right
best
on top
ones,
of each
too.
other. Yeah, big ones. Probably their most important. I mean, I would say inarguably their most important ults. Now Poker Face, they still have Annihilation. They're coming up on another sound barrier. And they, of course, have the advantage of being able to come back quickly because they capped early, but Arrow goes down.
Rhodes can always rely on their DPS to deliver, to try and bail them out. Pineapple not on the flashiest of rolls, but Aprita stays true to his Tracer roots and delivers a massive pulse bomb. Poker Face bide their time, though. Wait for that 5th member to come back, and a big one from Simple! Catches Aprita, turned around, puts a bullet in his back, and now it's Rhodes waiting for the 5th member to come back.
Yeah, Rhodes going to have to back out of this one. Mute just going to try to take away a little bit more of their health, put them on the defensive as we see this swing back the other direction. And remember, Poker Face already captured point A for that first objective, so they are going to be able to walk right on past that. They don't have to stall out for 10 seconds. That should help them, but oh man, losing Arrow again is certainly not.
I mean, Poker Face still have ultimate problem. Even with that opener, how do you contend with Sound Barrier, Blizzard, Ant Matrix? Yes, you're getting poked at from all sides with your Poker Face, but at least you have one less teammate that you have to defend in the meantime. The silver lining to losing them earlier. Sound Barrier responds as well to the EMP of Pineapple. This is textbook stuff from Poker Face. All they have to do is live. If they just live, the cart keeps pushing, and the time bank keeps burning down. Rhodes are the ones who the onus is on to find these picks, and they simply can't find the coordination to get them.
And on top of that, Rhodes just spent basically everything that they had. Odium went over to the Doomfist as well, so in terms of like ultimate economy, things are not looking good for Rhodes. You could even argue for that just being absolutely destitute at this stage, and now of course they're going to look to try to contest this bot, and it's going to be difficult to do so. You're pushing right into a Blizzard from Finale.
Is it bad that I want a Pineapple swap right now? Like, it's not like the EMPs aren't doing much. Picks would be so much more valuable in situations like this. Holus gets picked off early by Rhodes. Rhodes able to find one in retort towards Poker Face, and another. Oh, dude. It feels again like Pineapple and Aprita are just having so much put on them to try and find their way through these fights, but Aprita has given maybe enough of an advantage that Poker Face will eventually fall, but eventually being the operative word here, it is taking some time, and that's not something that Rhodes have the advantage of being able to use.
Yeah, they want to make sure that these things are quick and easy, and that has certainly not been the case for Rhodes at all throughout this. And you can see a lot of spy checking going on for Poker Face, looking for Pineapple. They know that EMP is coming, but they have some defensive answers. They still have this Sound Barrier. They still have Annihilation. They can turn this fight if Rhodes aren't quick and trying to find a kill after it.
Aiden dodges the EMP again. Thankfully, the follow-up was good from Rhodes. They take down Simple. A stick on Amuse forces out. Release the form. Now it's Rhodes looking to take advantage. Can they find any low health bars? Force on Annihilation, maybe? No. Poker Face get out clean. Or Rhodes is probably the best opportunity they have to build back all this distance. It's even-ish ultimate, and they've got double support one. They're going to throw in an into boost first from Coldest early on to the fight. Take down Aiden. Arrow to fall next. And now we're starting to rack up some distance, Urix.
Explosive dives. That is going to be the name of the game here for Rhodes. They need to find these kills and find them quick. They don't want these fights to stabilize and take long, because that's when Poker Face have these opportunities to fight back or at least delay.
It's a massive spawn advantage for Pokerface as well because Rhodes didn't actually get that point capped, so Muse falls, but everyone's coming back now. The Cavalry have arrived for Pokerface, and the Cavalry are pissed.
They're going to send this bot back the other direction, looking to neutralize that forward spawn advantage that Rhodes now do actually have with that cap that they were able to sneak through. But still not a great position to be in if you're Rhodes. You're looking to try to get that EMP back online. You need to make sure you get these kills quickly as these fights start.
Surely gonna be some kills now. Throwing on the application matrix from this close range. Yeah, Pritta's gonna finish that one off. Now he's able to trade it at the very least as the bot begins to progress towards Rhodes territory. They do not have an ultimate to answer this Blizzard of Finale that he's holding in his back pocket to try and counter the dive, but unfortunately just isn't the instant peel they needed to stop Arrow from going down. Odium remains upright, and I'm not sure a single one of those icicles hit.
Hughes somehow sneaks out, gets out alive as well, but not for long. Rhodes. They're going to continue pushing this one towards Pokerface. They have, I mean, just about 100 seconds to try to find those last 50 meters. Now the question is, can they do it?
What can you smell it here? In the air, the chaos. Rhodes are beginning to do something. Oh no! The chaos is not good for them. Maybe it is. Aiden still goes down. Oh no, it's not the trade you wanted. It's not the trade you wanted. It's the trade that Pokerface needed though. Odium down, no tank. The EMP momentum shattered by a hack from Arrow.
What a massive heads up play. Arrow so quick to land that flick hack onto Pineapple. I mean, how many times have you heard that? A flick hack. Nonetheless, Arrow gets the job done, and now he's so close to the EMP, the thing that could actually help them win another fight coming up
late
here.
Kills. Oh, that's some bad staggers for Rhodes.
I mean, look at this, too. 45 seconds left. Pokerface, I think they would be wise, actually, to try to just extend this next fight, not spend very much if they can get away with it, or try to extend the opener of the fight, dictate the pacing, dictate the tempo early on so that this could wind up being the last fight.
30 seconds on. 5 ultimates for Pokerface. A royal flush in their hands. It's all about playing it, laying it down now, and collecting the goods. Rhodes spend big initially, but it just is nothing in the face of everything Pokerface have, which is a military arsenal, that of which no country has ever seen.
Pritta looking to extend this. The contest comes out. Pokerface still have some weapons in that arsenal. They need to spend them early. They don't want to get caught in the situation that they were in the first round of the series.
EMP out before the Annihilation. Muse just gets it off. The Blizzard as well from Finale not popped on the point to zone away the likes of Rhodes, and so all of a sudden there's a little bit of momentum going Rhodes' way, and given that they won that fight, they've now got ultimates to spare heading into the next one.
See this going back the other direction. We see Rhodes. They've got nano boost. They've got the pulse bomb. Pritta has been so consistent with landing those. And they get off the point.
No! Oh God! You know what, Yerix? Some things about Chinese contenders just don't change.
I think for Pokerface, they're just happy that it's not them this time, because that, I mean, there is a sore spot in their very recent history with that one. And you can see they are all smiles, and rightfully so. They get the win here, and it's not them that ends it that way this time around.
Oh, that's a free range, organic, raw, unadulterated.
Oh, you got that whole
Charlie
thing locked
Niner.
and loaded?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's as real as they come.
Yeah.
For Rhodes. Not the way you wanted to go out, but they had at least a solid showing there on a couple maps. Hollywood, a moment of brightness for them. But alas, the series was not to be. Pokerface take it away and knock the second team out of the qualifier.
And a friend in the stands, they saw it before anyone else. Pokerface, they said that they were already looking forward to seeing them in the tournament later on. Well, Pokerface, they extend. They get to move on to the next stage at the very least, one step closer.
It's been well earned at that. I mean, fighting through that last map was easier said than done. Plenty of chaos was offered up, but one man stood through it all. Muse, who I think is most notable for just how long he spent alive in most of these games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, only 12 deaths seems crazy over the course of this game in particular. I mean, averaging what, 3 deaths
A map?
is
crazy.
crazy, especially since they lost one of those maps in Hollywood. And you look at the, basically what transpired through the maps that they won, especially Muse taking down low. Great plays as well from Aiden and Semple to help enable this player do what he does best, which is dominate lobbies. And that's exactly what Muse got done. Incredible job. I would say predominantly on the Ramatra, though. I mean, a huge step up for Muse here on that pick in particular, and excited to see what he's able to do continuing forward.
I can't wait for the Destiny to get the opportunity to talk to him, because like the tank experience in these games, especially with the current meta, is just like, I'm just taking a lot of damage, getting hacked. Like, I just hold right click and pray for the best, and then Simple keeps me alive. It's probably like most of what's going on. But there's so much like little nuance to the position, to the timings of the cooldowns used, to making sure that you are pressing your forms at the exact moment you hit 5 HP. Yeah, it's far easier said than done to keep yourself alive in these scenarios, because my God, it's a lot that's being thrown at you.
On top of that, too, when we did see some things crumbling in Hollywood, Muse was still that ever-present, ever-potent pillar for this squad, especially on the Winston there. You can see it in the highlight reel here, and that's effectively what this is going to become this series for Muse. Just incredible job throughout this. One of the more consistent players that this team has. This team that is consistent themselves, it feels like. He just stands out even more.
And now I think it only gets more difficult, right, for Muse, who has to go quite some distance within this tournament, because your next matchup is up against Dreamers, who just showed some pretty strong play, but then, failing that, Hangzhou and Guangzhou are still waiting for you in the upper bracket. Not just for Muse, this whole team is going to be tested. We saw the DPS subs a fair bit today. But I suspect that all 9 players will be coming into the fold at some point if they're to take on the Titans that lie in front of them.
Yeah, obviously a lot to digest here, right? I mean, Rhodes with a much better performance in this series than what we saw in their last series contending with Pokerface. It's just unfortunate for them that the last one, but we're going to be diving into the interview here with Unknown.
오늘 어쨌든 스코어는 3대1. 그래서 한 세트를 내줬단 말이에요. 어떻게 뭐 그런 거
So today you won 3-1. You dropped the map.
저희 당연히 3대 0으로
I mean, any comments on that?
네.
이 세트 때 에로 선수가 너무 못해가지고
I thought it would have been easy 3-0, but Arrow trolled and we gave up a map.
한수 차이였어요, 진짜. 완벽하게.
But I mean, even with that, I think we might have won 3-0. It's whatever.
뭐라고 한마디 하면 더 못할 것 같아요.
I mean, I do want to say something to Arrow, but I think that's gonna make him more nervous and have him do worse. So I'm just keep it at that.
그런가요?
Maybe should I say something?
저 뒷라인이 좀 잘 버텨준 것 같아가지고.
I mean, let's just look at the bright sides. Our support line was absolutely stellar today, and I want to give praise to them.
맞죠?
네.
네네네. 평소에 그 힐라인들은 어떻습니까, 선수들?
So usually, how's the backline like? Do you guys communicate well or something?
대회할 때는 이제 말을 좀 잘 들어가지고 좀.
So usually, they're really good on scrims. They don't listen to my calls really well, but on the competition, they were really on point today.
모르겠어요. 얘네 심리를 잘 모르겠는데 얘가
I don't understand their the psychology of why they don't listen to the calls during scrims, but only on actual matches. But I mean,
아이고야. 그것만으로 또
kids are kids.
네. 아니 방송에서 욕을 하면 안 되지만 욕이라는 단어를 쓸 수 있잖아요.
Well, I mean that's kind of fun.
열심히 하려고 노력 중인 것 같습니다.
Well, I mean overall, just jokes aside, everyone's trying their best and
일단 사실
doing their best as well.
지난번에도 포커페이스의 에로 선수하고 인터뷰를 할 때도 우리는 미드 시즌 매드니스밖에 목표에 없다 이랬는데
last time the interview with Arrow said that their only objective right now is to make it to MSM. So do you have any other things to say about that?
저희가 광저우랑 할 때는 저희끼리 플레이가 좀 잘 안 돼가지고
So I definitely think that against the charge previously, when we went against the charge, we were a little bit out of order, a little bit disarray, if I may say. But I think those things are a lot of we kind of addressed a lot of those issues, and I think we are a much better team, much better team than compared to previously. But
스코어는 그냥 열심히 하는.
I mean, I won't go as far as to predict the score, but I definitely think we can have a chance against the Zo teams.
너무나 즐거운 게 에로우 선수는 에로우 선수대로 뮤즈 선수도
So what I'm really having fun interviewing with you is that even with Arrow, whether it's you or Arrow, there's a lot of banter on the interviews. So I'm really having fun doing the interviews.
에로우 선수에게 한마디 하신다면 뭐라고 하시겠습니까?
So if you have a message to Arrow, what would it be?
영상 좀 많이 봐야 될 것 같아요.
Arrow, you need to review a lot of VODs with me, especially with me.
이렇게 조곤조곤 좀 짚어주시는 편이세요?
So when you do VOD reviews, are you the one that kind of makes the details, kind of point out the details?
친절한 형은 아니군요.
No, I mean I'm not that kind of friendly coach kind of type, but I still kind of want to watch VODs together.
그렇습니까? 제가 보기엔 할리우드 때는 좀 틀 차이도 있었던 것 같긴 한데.
I think there was a little bit of a diff on Hollywood, but
근데 잘한 건 기억 안
we
하고
won,
보통
so.
잘 못한 것만 기억하는 편이신가 봐요?
Usually when you about your teammates, do you remember the things that they did badly on, or the good plays?
애기한테 엄격하시겠어요.
Of course, the bad plays.
아예 그거는 제 얘기라면 약간.
근데 팀원들의 얘기가 아니니까.
So I mean,
다른 얘기다. 인정이에요.
about talking to about my teammates isn't really, we're just joking around.
만나게 된단 말이에요. 드리머스하고는 뭐 붙어본 경험도 있고.
So your next matchup is Dreamers. You've met them before,
네,
and how do you think about going against them?
라인하르트를 워낙 잘해서 열심히 준비해서 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
I mean, I do have confidence that we can beat them, but they're also like a really good team as well. So we'll just prepare really well for them.
하지만 잘 준비해서 오겠다 이런 얘기를 해주셨고 어떻게
So you recognize their strengths, but you will also go prepare fully for them.
그럼 미드 시즌 매드니스에서 우리 인사할 수 있는 겁니까?
So are you confident that we can greet each other at Mid-Season Madness?
뮤즈 선수였습니다.
Of course.
고맙습니다.
And that will be the interview. Back to you, Dor.
인터뷰 잘하네요.
Appreciate it. Appreciate the help with the interview. Whole lot of strays being caught by Arrow there. I don't think Muse
Those weren't
named
strays, those were directed, man. Those were directed
I don't think
directly
Muse
at him.
named a single other teammate that whole time, man. Nevertheless, that's it for here. Lemon and Leg Day are going to pick things off on the end, but we'll be back tomorrow, so don't you worry about us. Up next, though, we got a banger for you, so stay tuned.
Hey everyone, it's Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day, and you're watching the Overwatch League channel! Yay! And we're in the lower bracket where we're gonna have some exciting matches, and we're gonna have to say goodbye to some teams and taking away their chances to go to the mid-season madness.
Yeah, over in Group B, we've got 3 contenders teams down here and 1 Overwatch League team. So we've already seen our first Overwatch League team fall out of a lower bracket, the first team to be eliminated. Seoul Dynasty. Not an amazing look for them, and Shanghai Dragons are feeling they are also in serious danger. But we start off with contenders versus contenders. We've got Panthera going up against Sinprissa Gaming. And while you and I have mostly spent our time over in Group A, it's been hard to ignore the titanic amount of talent that's been on Panthera and all the upsets that have come from Sinprissa as well. So these are definitely going to be some incredibly interesting matches. I think that this one's probably going to be the closer out of the 2 that we have to cast today.
Yeah, this Group B has had the most mix-ups, the most Game 5s. Group A feels very top-heavy, but we're on the Group B side of things, and we had SPG, who's featured in our first match, the only contenders team to beat an Overwatch League team of going to Game 5 against Shanghai and putting them into the lower bracket. You're going to see Shanghai go on their last life against O2 in our second, or well, I guess technically 4th match, but second match of Group B. And Dallas Jewel still managing to hang on. They're in the winners final against Seoul Infernal, who almost got reverse swept by O2 Blast, who are one of the most feared contenders teams, at least in this group.
Yeah, O2 Blast, feared the world over, actually, I think it's fair to say. It's a roster that no matter how many of the pieces you pick apart, it remains incredibly strong. If there was ever a candidate for a Ship of Theseus-style success in Overwatch, it's definitely O2 Blast. You keep taking away planks from the ship, adding new ones, but it remains just as dominant in a competitive setting. Focusing in on our first match, though, you're right. Sinprissa, in our knockouts, they did manage to get one over on Shanghai Dragons and have been able to take out one of those Overwatch League teams. Panthera less lucky when it comes to the draw lemon, going straight up against O2 Blast, their longtime rivals, and it was a fairly summary execution from O2 Blast for their old buddies on Panthera. Heading into our splash screen here. I do like the Panthera. Obviously, it's evoking a past. For those of you who've been with Overwatch Esports for a while, Panthera definitely evokes the old Kongdu rosters, both Panthera and Unsea, that so many of your favorites came from, like, say, Birdring and Rascal. Those both came from Kongdu, Panthera, and Unsea at different times. Sinprissa, on the other hand, a much newer brand, much newer contender, as you'd say. They did very well last year, though. However, let's have a quick look at Panthera's roster to start off.
Yeah, Panthera have been through an evolution when it comes to their team. They started with Neist and Alien at the start of the season, at the start of the Open, then slowly started to integrate Becky in, who has become a mainstay alongside Neist as starters. Alien, you'll still see him come in on sniper specialist maps like Havana, but this has been the roster that they have locked in. And Panthera are no strangers to making improvements, to just getting better as things go. For example, when they faced Rose the first time in the Open, they lost, and then they substituted Becky in as a starter, and the second time they faced Rhodes, they won. So Panthera, they might start down, but really, the sky's the limit for them.
A big mix of expertise levels on this team as well. Fate in particular, of course, has been part of basically every single Overwatch League season up until this one, and now, of course, is competing under the Contenders title. Starting off on the Los Angeles Valiant after being picked up as a pet project by Moon a while ago, and then moved around subsequently. Certainly was one of the best players in the world, was a world champion with the Shanghai Dragons, and now was looking to recapture that glory with a squad that has a little bit less prestige behind it, but certainly as much talent as is needed. Becky, someone else you really need to zoom in on. The time on LA Valiant for Becky, while it was not littered with successes, it was littered with sparks of good performances from Becky. We definitely saw his potential on a squad that didn't do as well overall.
Great to see the big smiles on Fate's face and that brief moment. Former Shanghai Dragons tank wants that return to stardom as that prominent dive tank in APAC. It's someone that you can depend on as that solo tank. On the other side, there's multiple tanks on this roster, but one that we've seen for most of the time, it's 2U who has a heavy preference towards Rush, and SPG loving that composition around the Ramatra, the Junker Queen. They force it on a lot of maps, not just your control center. And then you have Aid and Aldo, and I think this suits especially Aldo's hero pool, playing so much Mei around 2U.
Yeah, although definitely Gary's modding it, having access to a map editor and bringing up those walls to make sure that everyone's forced to face down 2U. Before we were casting the opens, I mean, we did hear the legend that 2U was the greatest Junker Queen in Korea, and it feels like 2U has been taking every opportunity possible to try and make sure that that is the case, but of course we've seen the meta drifting towards the Ramatra. It started off very Winston heavy, but now SPG, they've never really been that Winston team. They're definitely trying to edge towards a far more brawly meta for everyone to try and meet them by forcing things like the Mei, which make supporting a dive a little bit more difficult for supports, and it can kind of drag people into a brawl versus brawl that SPG really want.
And Aid is an exciting player to watch. He's in the bottom left there. Very high peak potential, flexes around the Sojourn, Hanzo, and Soldier, I guess? But as we reveal our first map, Antarctic Peninsula, I'm very much favoring SPG, especially around their comfortability of the Rush. They force it on so many maps. And the fact that on the other side, Panthera are very solidified around Fate's Winston and that dive potential. They do run the Fate Reinhardt every now and then, but it's not a big comfort pick to them, you know, compared to the Winston. So I'm wondering how Panthera are going to want to match that. How are they going to play against the Queen of SPG, or are they going to just ignore the Queen and go for everyone else around it?
Yeah, like you said, this is a big clash of styles, and you can see the blank maps in our map set as well. Remember, we are in loser picks here in the knockouts. It's not the same as we have in Overwatch League regular season, either with our opens or our qualifiers for the East, and over, of course, in NA, they are doing regular map sets. However, here, you can pick where you go to when you lose the previous map. So we're going to see both of our teams really leaning into their identities.
Ooh. That's my girl. She got the pipes.
She loves some SPG.
I love her so much. So yeah, Antarctic, you got the Fate Ramatra, so he's a lot more around the Reinhardt, but thinking he has to brawl against the Junker Queen, that shield of the Reinhardt is gonna blow up. Becky on the Hanzo, facing off against Aid Soldier. I told you this was weird, and it's gonna come out, and it's a speedy approach from Panthera on the left side, and SPG concede that high ground already.
Aid might be able to try and get behind Fate here to try and get damage around the block that comes out during the Nemesis form. The Soldier, of course, is an interesting pick. I definitely think the Hanzo is more effective when it comes to the danger that it provides in controlling space, and that's going to be easily able to get Fate over onto the point, and I doubt that SPG are going to go for a real early contest, but 2U puts himself in a danger zone.
Ooh, 2U almost got walled off there by Nice. Speaking of that Mei, this is really going to enable Fate, and the fact that you lack that Mei on SPG. I was really expecting Aldo to pull that out, but needing that backline pressure seems to be the win condition for SPG. Panthera did cap the point, and now they have 2U up against the wall. Aldo is threatening Becky, and now with Slee having the amplification matrix up, able to heal everyone up, and SPG just can't seem to get any space going.
Yeah, Fate keen to chase that speed boost, and the slow in conjunction is going to make sure 2U has nowhere to go but straight back to Hades. And Aid thus far, I do wonder what... He's all the way in the back line. He's doing some guerrilla warfare back here from the Soldier 76. It's a truly confusing position, but hey, now that you're behind Fate, you can do huge amounts of damage to that Nemesis form. Here, if you're Panthera, you might want to take a far faster fight, try and get that 4 versus 5 against SPG, but there is a bit of a hunt going on beforehand.
No eliminations yet from SPG. Already 55% and more, and Age just can't run fast enough. And the Soldier pick is so interesting. It's an independent DPS, but just that trickle damage, the lack of burst is what is going to hurt Aid and the rest of SPG, who are also now missing Wu-Chan, and you couldn't even go for a Kitsune Rush fight without him. Now we're approaching 70% plus.
However, SPG approaching critical mass when it comes to those ultimates. The same could be said for Panthera. I hope you warmed up, Lemon, already, because this one might be an all-out fight. We could see ourselves a 9-ult battle coming through as SPG are going to desperately make a grab for the point soon, as time is not on their side.
I think Panthera just play clumped, play off the Blizzard contact. There is the Tactical Visor plus Kitsune Rush. And Panthera just seemed overwhelmed. They're caught out in the open. They disengaged at weird angles. Becky was exposed in the middle of the map, and Aid punishes the rest of Panthera, who step up just to stall to the 99% mark. But an expensive fight from SPG, 2 or 3 ultimates to Panthera's only Blizzard.
And that Becky exposure was actually manufactured by Aldo as well, making sure to actually take an early fight onto Becky to force them out of where they would have had cover against the Kitsune Rush Tactical Visor. 3 ultimates used for SPG and Panthera. They called that one a little bit early after losing Becky, so not a huge investment from them. Controlling space is going to be easy with the Amplification Matrix, but SPG, of course, a hyper-mobile composition that can always play from a different angle.
Becky can split up this fight with the Dragon Strike, but has to deal with the rush of 2U. And he did get a good anti-heal in. Soundbeer first from Youngjun, and then the Soundbeer second from Hyunjae. A small advantage for SPG despite lacking a tank. They need to keep that presence on the point too, because Panthera at 99%. You don't have Wu-Chan, ain't got a lot of heals. 2U is around the corner on Doomfist. Touching though at the back is Aldo, who is getting chased around by probably a Lucio. But SPG able to keep this wick burning. Becky is healed back up. SPG just haven't had a threatening presence whatsoever until they had ultimates, and they're lacking bodies on this objective. 2U will be there, but really not for long. Panthera are making quite a statement in this first map.
Becky brought down to 4 HP, although can finish it off, but unfortunately there simply is not enough here for SPG. The touch cannot come through. 100 to 42% it finishes off with, and we thought that SPG here would be able to really start to get something rolling in Rush versus Rush, which is definitely their preferred comp versus Panthera, who are kind of acquiescing to a meta that's been solidifying here on Antarctic Peninsula. They've been a lot more into playing the Winston instead, playing these dive maps, and SPG are going to have problems if they can't win in a Rush versus Rush against this team. Slee's been doing amazingly. We've confirmed that is indeed how it's pronounced, the Old Baptiste for Panthera. The Y is superfluous. It's a vestigial consonant, Lemon. Currently 6k healing done in the first round, and that's 14.6k per 10 if you extrapolate it all the way. Insane.
I'm glad Aldo's back on the Mei. I felt like that would have enabled 2U so much better in the previous map. He also got outdamaged by a Mei while being on a Tracer, which is peculiar, but SPG just kept getting first blooded. Now it's maybe a fight better for them, although 2U is walled off, has the immortality, he's back on his feet. They do back away. Panthera put the pressure on and start to surround them. This will be a free kill onto Aldo. Maybe Becky could have hit the headshot, and Aldo is finished off, but Becky had to overcommit to confirm that kill. As you're left in a 4-on-4, the point still uncapped. SPG rotating there, but hot on their trail is Panthera, finishing off that tank and capping the objective.
Interesting if Ada is moving over onto the Sombra to maybe try and help out a little bit more in that tank fight. Undervaluing the direct damage onto the tank, and in a Ramattra versus Ramattra, there's certainly something to be said of going for that hack to momentarily disable the block during Nemesis form, which can make a Ramattra who's made a miscalculation in how much they can survive a little bit more vulnerable.
Alright, it's the ram off between 2U and Fate, but Ant Matrix up first by Slee, and this just hoses down SPG, forced to go to the low ground. Right on top of them is the Blizzard. SPG just almost have enough speed. 2U pops the Annihilation, able to make contact with his team to get healed back up. SPG have a beautiful response to this Blizzard, not getting a single member frozen. Now SPG put their toes on that objective. They have the Ant Matrix of Wu-Chan to try and keep their tank back up. 2U is barely holding on. The Annihilation of Fate is dismantling SPG, who couldn't finish off Fate, who dropped down to 50. Blizzard this time from Aldo, needing to commit more ults is SPG, not satisfied with their performance thus far, hoping to make a bigger splash here in Point B until the berry of Youngjun is committed.
Youngjun makes sure that everyone from Panthera can hold tight to their fight here. EMP ready to go, only grabs one, that's nice, who's instantly emoed.
65 plus Panthera are able to extend this fight for as long as possible. And the Ant Matrix at the end too from Slee, seeing that 2U is exposed, he's coming into this, and he walks right into the Blizzard of Nice. But SPG still don't get frozen. These are great speed calls by Hyunjae. And Wu-Chan though under pressure, Fate able to confirm that kill, which should confirm the point for Panthera. But SPG have never given up, as SPG did get a momentary flip, but it's back to Panthera at 71+.
Eight had to TP out, could not continue contesting that, and now Panthera, they're in one fight territory for the entire map! What in the world? Becky simply lines it up, calm as a cucumber, and Aid, red and dead.
Panthera, one last fight, take map 1, and against my expectations, considering I thought SPG were just such a confident rush team, but you can't go up. Fate proves that he is just one of the most flexible tanks, and Fate and Panthera wall off SPG from their route towards the point. SPG have to take the long way around, not a lot of ults, overtime into effect. SPG have to take the fight on that objective. Ant Matrix from Wu-Chan will separate Panthera, force them into cover. SPG can go for a flip here, and Panthera won't have much to say about it, but Panthera have to play so perfectly from here on out.
Panthera, they made the decision to give away that point in exchange for the barrier, or rather the window from the Baptiste. Coming in now is Fate. That's May dead to rights, and everyone else going to be here too. That's an emergency blizzard, but it's very necessary.
Yeah, you freeze up Fate and you try to slow down this annihilation, but it's 2U needs to annihilate this objective, but he's not getting enough support. EMP does nothing. Annihilation, nothing for SPG. You break glass, you bring out the fire extinguisher, but it's SPG that ignite in flames, and Panthera will take game 1.
Oh my goodness, this is about Slee. At the end of this round is up to 15.7k healing per 10 on the Baptiste. Excellent immortality fields, making sure that Fate is never really overextended, and that there's always something in the back pocket to try and keep that tank alive. And it felt like overall the fight planning from Panthera a little bit more coherent. SPG, we saw them having to use that Blizzard as a little bit of a "oh no, save me" moment, when really it should have been the good fight planning to go for disengages when they see something like an amplification matrix they don't need to fight into as well.
Well, Panthera, they take game 1, and might be a nice cold map, but their gameplay is on fire. I'm looking forward to seeing what SPG will pick as their map after this break.
Testament.
Welcome back, everyone, to the knockouts. We're gonna knock out some teams today, and Panthera 2 maps away from doing that to SPG, and I can't believe it. It's been a wild game 1 on Antarctic. Panthera taking that 2-0, but it's SPG's a map pick next.
SPG will get to decide what hybrid map they're going to be taking on Panthera for, and curiously, Lemon, we teed up this match as a bit of a clash of styles. SPGV love themselves some Rush, they love some Ram, they love some Junker Queen. On the other side, Fate, of course, famous for his Winston World Champion stage winner in Stage 4 2018 on the Winston, if you want to cast back your mind into the aeons, the Dwarven runic history that's written on the tablets. And, well, going Rush versus Rush. Fate came out on the Ramatra and still absolutely pummeled 3 deaths across the entirety of Antarctic Peninsula and plenty of damage done.
Just the way that Panthera played was insanely proactive. First, they won the first fight of both maps. I hated the soldier at the end of the day. It was cute when it had an ultimate and it had a Kitsune Rush. I hope you win a fight with Kitsune Rush plus DPS ultimate. But the way that Panthera won first fight and were proactive, the way that they approached, they kind of overextended, play off the Mei wall, and just chase SPG around. Like Panthera owned the map and SPG were trespassing. But this is SPG's next map, Hollywood. This is the map they won against the Shanghai Dragons. So SPG very confident in this pick.
However, this is also exactly where Panthera would have wanted to go, Lemon. This is where Winston is at his strongest, especially on second point. You talked about that proactivity, being able to control when the fight happens and where it happens. That might be what defines how SPG plays here on Hollywood. It's all about being able to control engagements from that high ground and then moving into a preferential fight. SPG are going to have to be a little bit more acute and precise with how they're doing their fight planning, because if Panthera continue to outbrain them when it comes to when and where these fights are happening, what resources are being forced out early, SPG will continue to falter.
SPG kind of figuring out their compositions, right? Not playing the Mei from Aldo on the first map of Labs to now playing the Mei, and then the Blizzards never really froze anything. And honestly, that was better counterplay from Panthera at that moment, but SPG's ult efficiency, the value that they got out of it, not all there. But the fans are.
But possible to hear across all of Seoul, Korea, SPG certainly would be feeling in their bones the vigor of support that has been pushed to them from our fans over there in the WDG arena. And of course, fighting for a spot at LAN as well are all of these teams' mid-season madness. A siren song does call Lemon, as we're going to see a little bit of scouting here from Nice as Panthera, of course, playing the dive.
Yeah, this is not SPG's bread and butter, and not being able to turn around in time. Wu Chan also not positioned inside the 2U bubble, which is nicely placed in the choke just to be able to peek around the corner. With the Reaper 2 of Aid, you're going to lack flexibility. Of course, not having a lot of range on the character means it's really important to rotate well, and Aid will find that out the hard way. Goes off a Widow swap to maybe just punish someone overextending here from Panthera, but back to the Reaper.
Let's expand on your point of Aid here. Yes, the range is super important here, and you could really punish Fate, but what it does give up is that Becky is going to be very uncontested on the Tracer. There's not really going to be a dueling flanker to deal with them.
Oh, that anti from Slee hit Hyunjae and Wu Chan, which slowed down SPG's coalescence, or really just conversions on that high ground. Bit of a disconnect, and you saw that lack of healing onto Aldo. 2U was feeling the pain without Wu Chan, and SPG were split up really before the fight started, and that was a great nade by Slee.
Now Becky removing Aid at the end though, and Youngjin has almost returned. One player from SPG will start to tick up towards the first, and indeed it will come through from Hyunjae. But both supports on the scene though, there's plenty of time for Panthera to try and stage the yet another attack, and Fate's going to be able to quickly join the Meist. Almost has the EMP. If that can come up in this fight, it could be fight winning.
Oh, Youngjin just already pressured there by SPG, who have just completely given up this objective just to make sure they can win the fight and support 2U on the front lines. And like you said, once they put Aid in position on the Reaper, getting that double kill is what opened up this opportunity for SPG. but they're also now behind the defense and at these off angles, just needing the right call and needing 2U to get back in the picture, who can dive from the front side. It goes to the high ground where Youngjun and Slee are. EMP follows up from Nice, and SPG are caught off guard by the ultimates from Panthera on their approach, and SPG didn't make much of a splash with their own.
Aid tries to spin to win, but quickly shut down by Slee. A well-placed sleep to make sure that vulnerable Death Blossom gets nothing. And Panthera made a great rotation up onto the opposite high ground there as well, knowing that SPG, they need to rotate to get that real value out of their composition. I'm hoping Panthera strike first again here, because striking before SPG can get Aid into a good position is how they win.
Oh, the hack, and then Fade jumps in with the Nano, has the Primal. He can stay for as long as he wants, but wants to conserve the ultimate, especially against a Reaper that can just blow you up so quickly. Kitsune Rush from SPG, who now want to enter the arena where the Gladiators sit. They want that final tick. Panthera are contesting. It's up to Becky to rotate around. Sound barrier from Hyunjae. He's able to still deliver the sound barrier, but SPG's ultimates are just causing disruption and maybe a bit of space, but no kills quite yet.
Wu-Chan super low. If he gets taken out, that's most of the healing gone. Becky's taking out Hyunjae as well. You quick to join them in the grave. And what a play there from Panthera, realizing they can't fight a Kitsune rushed Reaper on the point. It's simply unsurvivable, especially for Fate. So we have Becky do some excellent tip and tap, making sure that that point never gets flipped over. And it allows them to wait out the resources of SPG and generate a crossfire around them that cannot be dealt with simultaneously. As TU heads over to the Junker Queen, backed up by the Moira. This is all in on the rush lemon. They need to fight on point, but will Panthera give them that fight?
This is going to turn into an SBG. Bad game if they do not cap this point. What is happening to them? This is the favorite team who are seconds away from getting full health by Panthera on a map that favors SPG. They won this against the Dragons. You lose this against Panthera, no shot, right? EMP from Nice as SPG walk in. They lose their main healer on contact, and Aid is trying to coordinate with the rest. Has to fall back for heals, and the anti from Slee just punishes SPG, and there is no shot they can get this final tick. It's only although that is left Hyunjae, who sped out a spawn, and that's all she wrote for SPG's offense.
I can't believe out of 2 Death Blossoms, we've seen 0 kills from it. Slee did so well to shut down the first one. In that other fight as well, sleeping the Primal Rage, Slee has done so much. She's only slept 2 enemies, but both of them have been incredibly important. One of the things I really want to zoom in on here in my attempt to just absolutely sing the praises of a flex support, 5 Baltic grenade kills as well from Slee. They've often been what have signaled Panthera to start off these points, and Fate has been surviving super well as well, considering how much pressure he is under against these Reaper-centric rushes.
And speaking of survival, I'm not seeing that from Wu-Chan and Hyunjae, and that's all thanks to Slee, which you gave all those compliments out for the right reasons. Even that was off the first fight of the Ante. The second fight, there was another disconnect. Wu-Chan is just targeted by Fate or the Nice EMP. Again, just off of this replay, Wu-Chan and Hyunjae are always the first targets, the first to fall, and without that healing, you're not going to get anything done by SPG. So this is great coordination by Panthera, who are just playing out of their minds. So it's less about SPG not playing at their peak, although I think they are capable of better, but it's Panthera that have just downloaded their opponent.
Becky's on an absolute tear today as well. Be it on the Hanzo or on the Tracer. Currently 10 final blows. Next highest in the entire lobby is Fate with 5. It's not quite a deadlift just yet, though. SPG playing the dishonest 7-man comp with both Vatara and Bob waiting in reserve to make sure that no one ever gets an equal battle. Nice swaps over onto the Hanzo, which is a fairly well-informed swap against this particular composition, means you can force Aid off of these angles. Becky, though, is going to have a little bit more trouble up against Vatara, which is going to make sure he can never really find a fair fight onto one of these squishy backline members.
Yeah, Aid's going to be setting up in the back mini area, while as Nice Hanzo can climb up easily to this first high ground section. Fate on the Diva can easily enable this dive, and Nice hits a headshot onto Aid 5v4 opens up the point for Panthera. They push SPG up against the wall. An anti from Slee just gets them even more kills. SPG are down 2, and they've given up a tick. They need to bring back their presence to the objective, but they're still waiting for Aldo to pick the right DPS. Wu-Chan is low and collapsed on by Panthera. Second tick confirmed by this attacking team, and within the first fight, Panthera will seal the deal, and they're about to go to match point. Tuyo maybe wins, gets a 3K over on the Mega Pack side, and contests at the last second, but it doesn't matter. Panthera go to match point.
Nice, getting 3 final blows in that fight as well. He's looking like a British longbowman at Agincourt, baby. Unbelievable Hanzo play coming through from the DPS, and Panthera, they say, hey, if you want to drag us to a map where we feel super comfortable, where dive is at its best, where the setups from high ground are so sublimely crafted, we don't mind if you do that for us, Sinprissa. How lovely a tribute you have given over to us as match point slips into the hands of Panthera, and Sinprissa Gaming can feel the temptation, the dream, the far-flung reality of mid-season mana start to slip away.
Nice is this secret carry on this team. The Mei that the Panthera were able to play off of contact, the initial headshot on the Hanzo to open up that offense at the end. It's easy peasy lemon squeezy when you got Nice on your team, and I'm very surprised the fact that Dreamers 3-0 earlier on against Seoul Dynasty, who looked back on top. Panthera are apparently close to 3-0ing SPG. This is insane to me.
Could be a real quick day here, Lemon. Panthera walk away with map number 2. SPG had any points thus far. It's goose eggs all along the bottom. Will it remain so dismal for SPG? You can find out by sticking around.
Panthera are on match point, the second seed coming out of Group B, a team that struggled against the #1 team of APAC, of Rhodes, and went the distance against others. It's surprising, but awesome to see this upset starting to form.
Indeed, Panthera in Contender's career would be considered a far higher seed than Sinpressa, but Sinpressa come in from a higher seed, having been able to take out Shanghai Dragons. And Lemon, this is quite worrying for Shanghai Dragons fans. Yeah, Shanghai Dragons were taken out, but it was quite a close game. But Shanghai Dragons were taken out by Sinpressa, and Sinpressa were doing like this against Panthera, and Panthera got destroyed by O2 Blast. The transfer of property here would not give me much hope for Shanghai Dragons against O2 Blast, if any did initially exist. We're going to head over now onto Escort. This is once again the map pick of SPG, and hey, the dive didn't work, so let's go back to the rush, baby.
The ram-off continues, where Fate diffed in that moment. We'll see, it was off of kind of the proactive plays of Nice May, but to the Panthera point, yeah, kind of an equal seed when it comes to SPG in different groups when it came to qualifying to the APAC Open, to being in a different group in the Open, to matching up now in the knockouts. SPG were, quote, the favorite team just out of being able to beat Shanghai, out of just the whispers out of Korea. This is a team that was supposed to impress, and we're in the lower bracket, so just not being able to perform on the day is not going to be a good enough excuse, because there's only one mid-season spot per bracket on the line.
Yeah, so Group A and Group B. Each will only spit forth one champion onto the stage of Seoul careers, going down in Tex Goyang. I believe there are tickets on sale somewhere. So we head over to Shambali Monastery. This will be SPG's last chance.
They need all of your energy, and SPG return to a rush map. This is what they're best at, the ram off. And now that they have Aldo on the May, this will enable 2U just so much better. 8 is on his signature Sojourn to be able to jump out of these hairy situations, but up close and personal is Panthera on the close spawn hold. On this left side, SPG have their backs against the wall. Panthera hold their May wall. They use it defensively. 2U tried to almost drop on the other side of it. Had to summon out the immortality of Wuchan. 2U is just losing this tank battle and just not being so far away from spawn that SPG can't even go back to heal.
Yeah, SPG might have to consider moving over onto the Symmetra here. That's often what breaks for spawn holds, using that TP to really cross by the hostile architecture, which is being utilized by every spawn camping team to continually rotate around and give over physical cover to allow your healers time to catch up with damage done.
Yeah, just odd rotations from SPG, not being within arm's reach of their spawn, and Becky delivers the final blows yet again. As SPG, you can't just run away from Panthera. You gotta fight them face to face, and if you split yourself off from spawn, you're not gonna have the spawn advantage, where you have that amazing healing. SPG are not approaching this right.
Aid moves away now from a Sojourn. Oh wait, moves back to the Sojourn after quickly spying where someone might be hiding using the Sonic Arrow. Fair enough. Maybe we need to see a little bit more utility here out of all those walls to try and isolate a target.
Now, because SPG have blown 2 fights, it's an amplification matrix, the first ultimate of the game from Panthera that doesn't get any kills, but rather zones off SPG, shaves down a few seconds, almost half the time bank gone. Annihilation from Fate to stuff SPG back in those spawn room doors. Aldo almost closes himself off, but he's back in, and a kill is still claimed on Wuchan.
Now 2U though, holds this fight in his hands. He can be the hero for SPG and for all SPG fans trying to break this with the Annihilation. You've got to worry about the Blizzard though. That's the first port of call to try and shut it down in Nice hands, ready to go.
And Becky closes off the one doorway with the Dragon Strike. SPG just really are unable to touch some grass, and still unable. Now that Hyunjae is down, SPG will have some ultimates. Expect this Blizzard to drop, but Youngjun is going to have this downloaded. will have the speed to get Panthera out of the sticky situation. SPG got the jump on him. Blizzard thrown right into Panthera's face. Nice, throws his down too. Neither team can really react to each other's ultimates. They're canceled out. SPG Annihilation as plan B. Countered by the sound beer of Youngjun. Panthera continue to keep SPG at bay till SPG break through the threshold. The focus fire overwhelming the tank of Fate. And SPG just using more ults and getting finally a fight win.
Hey, finally, if you use 3 ults in a fight, turns out that you win it quite a bit of the time. I think Nice might have been a little bit early there. Reactive Blizzard to what Aldo threw out and actually didn't catch anyone but the enemy Mei, who was easily able to slip into Ice Block and move away from the freezing tendrils, but it does provide, and it meant that there was nothing to really shut down 2U once the Annihilation came out afterwards. Now, though, you have to stick pretty close to the cart with only 50 seconds left, and that means you could be stuck within the window of Sleep.
Yeah, Slee can just wait for SPG to be a bit more committed here, and you don't even need to use the ultimate considering Wu-Chan is dead again. Without those heals, SPG, this is an unwinnable fight, especially for 2U, who's had issues going toe-to-toe with Fate.
Yeah, the later we get into this time bank, the less options SPG have for their positioning, as they have to be increasingly tethered to the cart, and the more effective that window will become. And the same could be said of Fate's ultimate. The Annihilation, when you have to touch the cart, absolutely brutal.
Man, Fate is just running after them, and SPG cowering in a corner. And they need a good push here if they want to stay alive in the series. 8 on an off angle with the overclock forces Panthera back. Rounding the corner, Slee's Amp Matrix is no longer an issue, but Fate's Annihilation is the key to success for this defense. Overtime into effect, it is 2U who is walled off. Wall is gone. Amp Matrix is time from Wu-Chan. Panthera able to easily round the corner, but the kills still go SPG's way. A huge elimination from Hyunjae to take out that Hanzo of Becky at an off angle. But the front battle easily won by Panthera. Annihilation plus Blizzard equals the death of SPG, but at range, Hyunjae is getting massive kills on the Lucio to keep SPG in a competitive situation. And is also able to heal aid, and now it's a Lucio off, where SPG just get nothing done.
Oh, with these two boys having a frog off, and unfortunately Hyunjae couldn't make it around the wall. Fate was simply able to do so much damage with the Annihilation. And when it came down to a 2 versus 2, the target focus was strong. And I'm getting a weird feeling of deja vu from the fall of Seoul Dynasty here. It's a very similar expectation. I love that Panthera actually chose to take a much earlier fight than I anticipated using the window, because it forced SPG to use the overclock to buy all that space back. The forward positioning Panthera took, it needed to be gripped away, and that meant that SPG could not combine their own amplification matrix and overclock in a long sightline that they more like to try and play with that Sojourn and decimate Panthera. Great accounting, really, of the win conditions SPG had.
I think Nice continues to be a star in my eyes. 10-1, a singular death on that defense, and just having almost the most amount of damage on his team, minus, you know, the Fate Ramatra. But that's impressive to do on a Mei. To just not put yourself in a vulnerable position. But that was a deadly spawn hole by Panthera. Now the box of victory just at the corner of A. Very doable for Panthera. And last life on the line for SPG. We're in lower bracket. They're going to be staying home if they don't do more about this.
Oh, nice. Please let it be real. A close-range powerhouse and a Junkrat with a damage boost. I love damage boost, actually, as a method for trying to break spawn camps. I think the damage boost is underrated. No instant kill coming through from a mine nade combo, so a quick swap away, and oh, classic dive. We're going Apex here. We truly are Kongdu today, aren't we, Panthera?
Okay, diving right onto Hyunjae and Wu-Chan. Nice and Youngjun working together on rotation. Slee with the anti on top. This is surgical precision from Panthera, showing off a masterclass of dive. And SPG only claiming a singular kill out of that is not great. Panthera, one fight away from sweeping SPG out of knockouts.
Yeah, that spawn hold is at its best when we're trying to be transiting towards the cart, so Panthera simply minimize their transit time with a dive. Great planning there. The swap over to the Junker Queen here might be troublesome for Fate. The Junker Queen almost a direct counter, and there's a lot of pain on the board here for the Winston, but this gives a lot of space for Becky to try and work the margins.
All right, SPG, they drop down on main because they got to contest around this corner. And playing up close and personal is going to favor Aiden to you. As you said, Antion to you is just going to keep him solidified around this corner and not go any further. Panthera approaching some big ultimates though. Pulse Bomb available. SPG have to keep cycling on this cart. They can't be too distracted. 2U cannot go anywhere but this corner. Panthera just building up towards some ultimates, and SPG have a Moira. This isn't gonna be a lot of utility. Hyunjae, the sound barrier to go up against the Dragon Blade is going to be big. Panthera very low on health. Fate is Nano trying to force SPG to C9 the cart. Hyunjae with the sound barrier. Nice can wait this out and go for the blade, but so much space just got acquired by SPG due to that support ultimate.
Oh, Becky comes back. Now of a Sombra. Fate just trying to potentially... What are you doing over there? Here's the blade! This is silly.
Yeah, with the blade, the barrier, it's just too much. As in, it's, sorry, not enough. It's SPG's healing that is too much at that moment. Who now can conserve those 3 last ultimates. A Rampage, a Coalescence. Although, needs to have a bigger, like, just be louder in this series. And this Pulse Bomb could be what helps SPG out a little bit.
A big collective brain fart there to try and take that fight. 4 versus 5. Still, they wanted to do it to have a whole comp swap here. As Fate moves over to Ramatra. Rampage ready to go, Lemon.
Double shotguns in his face, though. You can block all you want, but Panthera needs to do more, and maybe building up towards the Nano is how Panthera are just simply have to zone them off. They don't have to win the fight. 2U is removed. The Rampage not used in time. SPG just have to use the mobility. Backline pressure there from Aldo. Misses the Pulse Bomb. Muchan missing. SPG with barely any heals. The Lucio of Hyunjae is slept, and Panthera have done it. They have swept SPG out of the bracket.
A Poison Dart, Frog Nano of victory. SPG left in ruins. Overall, a strong swap there from Panthera. Fate goes in, uses the Primal. Does feed his brains out, to be honest. I think he could have just swapped back to Spawn, but they wanted to see if they could maybe find that knockaway C9 kind of objective victory, but swapping to Ramatra made so much sense there. The Moira needs to be close to deliver that healing with the Biotic Spray, and he knows that if 2U uses his shout to go forward and try and catch a Carnage, put a Ravenous Vortex behind him, slow him down, and there's no way that the healing will be enough to keep that Jungle Queen alive. Great play from Fate to try and outdo 2U while we had Becky and nice work in the margins.
And Fate is just such a great leader for this team, and we talked about the evolution of Panthera throughout the APAC Open to now knockouts, having Alien making a roster change of having Becky and Nice as starters on a more permanent side, and they just look explosive. Went from losing to Rhodes to beating Rhodes, went from not being a favorite against SPG to sweeping them in a one-sided fashion. Panthera, much deserving to go into the lower bracket semifinal, where they await the winner of Shanghai Dragons and O2 Blast.
There is the dream alive that maybe we could see Fate versus his old coach Moon be like, yo, why did you let me go? But unlikely to happen. What is likely, though, is that you find out our player of the match is indeed Becky, the flanker specialist, playing a bunch of Tracer throughout today, and a little bit of a Hanzo too. No matter what he's on, though, you know that he's more than a match for the SPG DPS. It's been quite the game from Becky.
I've just been so happy to see more Becky and just how much this roster has looked better with him. I just spoke about this. Even before this series started, when the cam showed for Panthera, everyone was laughing, smiles, the vibes are good. If you enjoy playing with each other, you want to improve with each other, and you could tell that Panthera are putting into work to become not only just a top 4 team, but potentially a top 2 team in Korea. And we have these dark horses in Korea, whether it's Dreamers 3-0ing Seoul Dynasty to now Panthera 3-0ing SPG. These are teams that you have to watch out for that come in as a, quote, lower seeds, but clearly are hustling like top seeds.
Dreams of revenge for Panthera. Not wishing to be embarrassed by O2 Blast again in a 0-3 fashion. There's too much skill on this roster to whimper quietly and sail into the good night. No. They fight, they claw, they scratch, and they greed potentially a chance to represent themselves and their nation and contenders as well at Mid-Season Madness. SPG was unfortunately just an innocent pawn that stood in their way and was summarily swept aside.
And I think what was important, why Becky adds so much to this roster, is because Panthera needed a solid Tracer. It was sort of Nice picking that up, but Nice is more of this flex player, and Tracer is in his hero pool, but not to the level that Becky is. And I think that's a huge reason why Becky has gotten a lot more playtime. Having a very good Tracer has been important in Overwatch since the dawn of time. And we've seen what happens to teams that have mid-tracers and how much Panthera have made a difference having Becky in this lineup. Like you said, mostly on the Tracer, but also other things on the Hanzo, which you saw in Antarctic. And Becky has been amazing today. All of Panthera so well coordinated, especially on Hollywood, especially on Shambali. Their dives were surgical. They were insane. They're looking like an owl team out here. And you see Becky's stats, they speak for themselves.
Indeed they do. Like you said, Tracer, since the dawn of competitive Overwatch, from eras of Soon and Tivik, Tracer was relevant. And now, 6-7 years later, 8 years almost, during that Only Watch era, still Tracer is relevant, but also Tracer, Hanzo seem to be the most necessary DPS, and Becky can play them both, which is even more value to squeeze out of a singular player, allowing Nice to slip into these more niche picks like the Mei to support the rush and make sure that Fate continually is able to get one over on his opponents, whether it's 2U or any other tank that dares to stand up against him. The ult efficiency of a bunch of Dragon Strikes, pretty good, and I believe we've got ourselves an interview going on soon, so Unknown, tell us what's going on, buddy.
네, 베키 선수와 인터뷰 진행해보겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
Hi, Becky.
안녕하세요.
Hello.
네, 승리 차지하신 판테라 팀의 베키 선수와 인터뷰인데요. 일단 승리 축하드립니다. 소감이 어떠신가요?
Congrats on your win. How do you feel?
일단 깔끔하게 3대 0으로 이겨서 기분 굉장히 좋은 것 같아요.
I think this was a clean 3-0 win, so I feel really confident there.
네, 어느 정도 예상하고 있었어요.
Did you expect a 3-0?
이유를 좀 들어볼 수 있을까요?
To a certain point. So what was what made you kind of feel that confidence?
좀 허무하게 지고 저희 나름대로 그래도 엄청 열심히 연습을 계속 해가지고.
So after that loss against O2 Blast, we kind of regrouped together as a team. We kind of figured out what was wrong and we tried to address them as much as possible. So I guess that's where the confidence came in.
뭐 페이트 형이 얘기할 때도 있고 코치.
So who makes the calls on your team?
뭐 근데 다 같이.
Well, most of the times Fate makes a lot of the calls, but in the end, it's situational. A lot of the most of the team does their part on the shot calling.
바로 디바 에코 한조로 바꿔주시더라고요. 이건 좀 누구 의견이었을까요?
So I realized that during the match that you made a quick swap to Diva Hanzo Echo. Whose call was that? I mean, it was prepared as a team, so it was like situational. If the opponent does this, we go that, and it was everything was kind of pre-planned before the match.
무조건 받을 거라는 생각 안 했는데.
Did you expect yourself to get the player of the match? I didn't think that I would be like 100% getting the player of the match, but I thought it would be at least one of the DPS duos.
나이스 선수가 받을 것도 예상을 하셨는데 나이스 선수에게도 한마디 부탁드릴 수 없을 것 같아요.
So maybe a message to Nice that you took away the player of the match for?
두 분이 좀 많이 친하신가요?
Well, I mean, you didn't get the player of the match today, but you know, let's scrape some more wins together.
동갑 그 팀 중에 동갑이어서.
So you seem pretty close with Nice. Is there like a special relationship between you? Well, I mean, we are at the same age, so we kind of hang out together.
계속 다 같이 이기려고 열심히 으쌰으쌰해서 뭐 분위기는 엄청 좋은 것 같아요.
How's the atmosphere at the team? So everyone's kind of pushing each other so that we can win as a team. So it's the vibes at the team are really good.
그럼에도 불구하고 오늘 경기처럼 이렇게 순항하실 수 있다고 예상을 하시나요? 어느 정도 자신감이 있으신가요?
일단 진다는 생각은 아예.
So coming to your next match, how do you feel?
투를 만나든 뭐 어느 팀을 만나든.
Well, I mean, whether it be O2 or anyone else, I don't think that we'll lose really easily, but we'll prepare nonetheless.
아무래도 O2를 또 이번에 첫 경기 만났고 아마 O2가 올라가게 되면 다음 패자조 경기에서 만날 정도로 O2랑 좀 연이 깊어졌는데 O2에게 약간 좀 한마디 할 수
So
있다면?
you've been going against O2 Blast a lot this season. Do you have any message to them?
저번에는 3대 0으로 뭐 한번 게 좋지만
네.
이번에 다시 만나게 되면은 3대 0으로 질 것 같다.
Well, I mean, we did lose
봐라.
0-3 last time, but this time we'll return the favor 3-0.
네.
그렇습니다. 그리고 이제 오늘 경기를 한번 다시 돌아봤을 때 좀 어떤 승부의 분수령이 됐던 세트나 플레이가 있었다면 어떤 게 있을까요?
So looking back at today's match, what was the most important moment of today's match?
제 1세트 2라운드 한조로 그 톰브라 땄을 때
So I think it was round 2 of map 1 where I just insta-killed Sombra with that Hanzo head kill. Headshot.
진짜 자신감이 넘칠 수밖에 없는 오늘 베키 선수의 그런 컨디션이었어요.
또 승부의 분수령이 내가 또 손브라를 잡았을 때
Yeah, I think that would have been a
정말
much
멋진
needed
장면
confidence
많이 봤고요.
boost.
우리 마지막으로 또 이제 판테라를 응원하시는 분들이 굉장히 많아요. 실제로 판테라 보겠다고 미드 시즌 메디스큐도 미리 좀 예매하신 분들도 있는데 팬들한테
So last
한마디
question, we did notice one of the fans got mid-season madness tickets just because they thought Panthera will make it to mid-season madness. Do you have any messages to the fans? I mean, we'll definitely do well and prepare to win. And back to you, Lemon.
Thanks so much, Unknown. My bracket is just in the bin. How does SPG go from beating Shanghai to losing to Panthera? How does Dreamers go from losing to Poker Face to sweeping Seoul Dynasty? Nothing makes sense.
It's nothing makes sense, Lemon, but I'm ready to return to what everyone's expecting as normality in our next match. It's going to be our red-on-red derby, and of course O2 Blast coming in as somehow heavy favorites against an Overwatch League team. These guys have only lost against Seoul Infernal, almost completing a reverse sweep against Shanghai Dragons, who thus far have been having a stinker of a season. We could see our second Overwatch League team fall. However, if you want to see if that's going to be the reality, stick around during our break.
Welcome back, y'all. We got the Reds versus the Reds, the Shanghai Dragons versus the Shock Academy team O2 Blast, who faced their first series loss in God knows how many years against the Soul Infernal. But it was almost a reverse sweep. How will they do against the Dragons?
Much better, Lemon. Much better. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna run around and let's just say that this is gonna be a Kothing Pachamari versus a Diva Bomb. Thanks for the banger, Guangzhou Charge social team. Absolute bits being done over there. Shanghai Dragons versus O2 Blast. This is, yes, contenders versus Owl, but O2 Blast are a legendary team. Did you know that across about 6 years of competition, maybe 5 years of competition, 2023 being their 6th, O2 Blast in just contenders have won over $500,000, $512,000 won from all of their contenders' dominance, and they weren't even at the absolute top of Korea until about 2020 because they still had to compete with Runaway, with Element Mystic. They were splitting the prize money with those guys. O2 Blast, they are on the up and up, and Shanghai Dragons, they are having a down and down season thus far. We saw they lost to Sinpressa Gaming. We just saw Sinpressa Gaming. Worrying.
Yeah, that's why I say I don't know how I'm gonna feel because my whole bracket has gone into the bin. But this is an important match for one player in particular, Viper on the Shanghai Dragons, facing his former team of the O2 Blast, the one O2 Blast that he dominated with in 2022. He's a young, scrappy player at 17 years old, and he's the tracer to be feared in this lobby.
Yeah, Viper going up against his understudies in Knife and Top Dragon, who was, of course, actually acquired from Sinpressa Gaming. O2 Blast, kind of like San Francisco Shock, their parent team, is a team that gets first dibs on a huge amount of talent. But looking over at Shanghai Dragons, like, we've got Fletter, who's a generational player, former MVP on a previous role of damage, getting the Echo skin out. Less impressive on the tank, but still very much doable for Flutter to try and make a resurgence. On the other side, we've got a far more experienced tank player in Marvel, who it feels has been a bit of a mercenary across a bunch of Overwatch League teams throughout his career. And, well, supporting him, Opener, definitely showed off quite a bit last year on Washington Justice. I think that Opener definitely was someone to watch on that roster, definitely came out as a big Lucio player, and the Brig likely going to be coming out a lot more from O2 Blast.
Yeah, Marvel was looking a bit AI generated on that photo. I'm glad that he actually exists. And so did the rest of O2 Blast, who almost reverse swept the Soul Infernal, who are sitting at that top 2 seeding when it comes to the Owl qualifiers. Shanghai find themselves in last place, and they lost to SPG in their very first quarterfinal. That's how Shanghai Dragons are even here. But a win here would mean that they get past SPG, who fell earlier. If you missed that series, it was a quick one. It would be a quick rewind. And I'm excited to see how the boys in red are going to do against the boys in red.
Everyone's in red, and everyone will be drenched in red when this Murder Bowl is complete. It might well be a massacre, but it could be a two-way street as we head over to Oasis as our control map. O2 Blast. Well, Shanghai Dragons. I'm not gonna lie to you, Lemon. They have the potential to do something really funny and upset O2 Blast here. But also, if that happens, we finally get the Moon Bowl. The Moon versus Fate. The tank that was dropped to put Fletter from DPS onto tank. Shanghai Dragons versus Panthera. I am willing with all of my soul for that to happen. But I must have my soul meet reality halfway, and I don't think it will.
And Knife and Probe are going to be starting for O2 Blast. Knife has been playing a lot of Tracer as of late. Top Dragon 2 interchanges with Knife on that role, but Top Dragon also has a Genji in his back pocket, was yoinked away from SPG to obviously join a more successful and lucrative team. And on Probe's side of things, hits can flex. I think O2 Blast can really play anything. It was interesting to see them play against Soul and Infernal. I've never seen O2 Blast flounder as much as they did. They almost reverse swept, but my notes go on for pages and pages of how many compositional swaps they made trying to figure things out.
You could also look at that as maybe some depth in the playbook, as well as Panic, of course. O2 Blast have had a week since then to try and figure out what cracks need to be plastered over As we head over, oh, that's not Oasis, that's Ilios.
It's looking orangey like Oasis.
Curious,
If
where
I
are we
took my
going?
glasses off. If I took my glasses off, it would be Oasis.
It is Oasis.
See, even the crowd agrees. Yeah. Small chant.
Big chant. O2 fans. Well, wouldn't surprise me. O2, of course, have done a bunch of LAN in Korea. Most of the Contenders' career stuff happens on LAN, and O2 Blast are no strangers to that. Rollouts of Symmetras on either side. And Shanghai Dragons going for a classic double flanker dive here compared to O2 Blast, who prefer a little bit more poke coming through from a Hanzo of Probe.
I thought that one guy in the crowd was giving a speech, so I was stun locked, trying to understand when I don't speak Korean, so it sounded inspirational there for a second.
I'm allegedly inspired.
Mrs. Pipe's giving all her energy too with the chance. You love to see it at the WDG studios. O2 Blast really putting the pressure on. Iris getting hunted by Knife, who has his sights set on the back line. Now puts his eyes back on Fleta, trying to shred that tank. O2 Blast. They're already up by 1 and now 2. O2 Blast kind of running this lobby already.
O2 Blast, all about that tempo. Just corralling Shanghai Dragons into an area where it was easy to find access for both openers, whip shots, and Knife with a huge amount of probing damage. Look at Knife, almost twice as much ult charge as anyone else on the team, has been tearing through Shanghai Dragons and just putting people into positions where they could be picked off by something like a simple whip shot from opener.
Okay, Knife has pulse first. 34% ahead of Viper, who was the first pick from the Shanghai Dragons. We're still just trying to get through this initial choke, maybe setting their eyes on kind of that center pillar where O2 Blast are sitting, but always on this high-rise side is Knife, but he's being marked by Viper, dueling him. I think it might have been Viper that grabbed the Mega, pulse against the wall from Knife, splashes into Iris, but not enough to claim the kill. As O2 Blast do pick off that backliner of Hisu, who managed to assassinate Probe last time and marked him a lot better. Viper has come alive, though, on this Tracer, that young gun facing his former team, but he's going up against a nanoed opposition of Knife. As O2 Blast feel this fight is still winnable, but Knife goes towards the supports. That nano is drained. The supports peel against that Tracer well. Knife falls back, and the point goes to Shanghai.
Sleep is good, but won't last long. Remember, on a new patch now, that sleep dart only lasting 3 seconds against the tanks. Primal Rage as well. Does Flutter have the mechanics to make it work? Probe's going to escape. And oh, it's just a touch too deep. Now down a tank. Shanghai Dragons might have to pull some emergency switches here. Those include the EMP and the Rally to try and rebuff an O2 Blast counter-offensive here.
Yeah, Fleta went in way too deep. And still trying to get used to this new role. Although, obviously, he's been on tank for a hot second. I still see Fleta as that DPS player, able to just go in that deep, kind of like a Tracer. But Rally from opener as O2 Blast go towards the point. Knife, Pulse, and Marvel with the Primal. Shanghai Dragons so weak, and this Rally of Ganoumjin is not helping anybody. Iris removed as well. An easy fight for O2 Blast to take.
You want to see a Primal? I'll show you a Primal, says Marvel. Quick double. Well supported. Knife moving in to add the damage to those as well. And Hisu's still waiting for this EMP. Man, do be slow, Lemon. He's stuck in a time loop right now, trying to find the optimal EMP, but I think at this point you try and just get 1 or 2 people and just concentrate into getting a singular pick and then snowballing from there. You can't wait for the perfect EMP with 90% for O2 Blast.
He's just trying to sync with Fleta, who is coming out of spawn. Even when Hisu had a good EMP, Fleta's not on the same page. And we have to connect the dots here and now. If you're the Dragons, 40%, but the point is for O2. Pulling the trigger is Marvel, has the nano, goes towards Ganoumjin and Iris. Fleta is there for the peel. Hisu EMP when it doesn't really matter. They play so reactive and not proactive, and this might bite Dragons in the butt. Viper can make a miracle happen, has to go in touch. The pulse does barely miss opener, who bashes away. Viper keeps the overtime wick burning, but Shanghai are missing a front line, but in the back, Hisu, assassination assisted by Iris, as Shanghai might have built themselves a road brick by brick towards this point, and Fleta's back with nano.
I'm really forced to back off here. An opener will negotiate their way around that shield. Shanghai Dragons finally get the cap, but basically all of O2 Blast are here and ready. Marvel with a Primal Rage forcing Hisu's translocate. But that's going to put Shanghai Dragons on the back foot.
Ooh, close but no cigar. O2 Blast just beating them down. Dragon Strike, Primal, more invested from O2 Blast. You want to finish off this round? Look both ways before you cross, because it's O2 Blast coming at you hot in round 1.
It isn't the car coming down the street you need to look for. It's the monkey coming from the sky. Still someone around to maybe touch, but I'm afraid this is all that this round has for us here, Lemon. For the Shanghai Dragons, I do wonder, Gangnam Jin, 18% Inspire uptime, not really a hugely impactful stat, but I think it does betray the fact that Gangnam Jin is missing quite a few whip shots. Whether that's from Marvel putting down the shield at the optimal time during the dive, what would be not ideal for the actual dive itself, but much better at trying to rebuff the whip shot coming in to actually deal maximum damage. Of course, Marvel, much more experienced Winston player, in particular, compared to Flatter, who's only had a couple of months on this role. I do think that Gangnam Jin needs to be hitting more of these whip shots, though, to make sure that Marvel is kept at bay. Going to be less relevant against the Ram, though.
Yeah, I like the Marvel Primal that we just saw in that replay, because it separated Iris away from the Gangnam Jin rally, and then the coordination between him and Knife to stop the rally before it generated too much. We go to University, where it's the rush off, or at least what you were expecting. Even the Fleta tank you love to see every now and then, but thinking they could try to coordinate once again, get better warmed up on their dive as the Dragons coalesce to that high ground. Marvel bubbled off from his supports, is dropped down back towards the point. O2 Blast, a bit damaged, but unharmed it seems, as Probe hits a headshot on Viper, who wanted to drop down from the coast side. And Dragons find themselves in a 4v5, will be conceding that point possession to O2 Blast. And Dragons now, it's hunting season.
Hisu, wishing to be Lee Su right now. And certainly has got opener, which is going to slow down Marvel's rotations here. Shades of London Spitfire Classic from the O2 Blast. They continually try and boost Marvel up onto the high ground. Gangnam Jin trying to boop it away, but he might put himself into range of these pummels.
Marvel putting pressure on those supports, somehow not able to confirm that onto Iris or Gangnam Jin. Maywell from Knife to just assure that there's no flip from the Shanghai Dragons to seal them off for good. And Knife ice blocking in the face of Hisu. Sees that he doesn't have the bow charged up, wins the duel. O2 Blast now want to re-engage back towards... Oh no, that's Fleta that got nanoed actually, and he has the Primal. This is a great chance for Dragons to retake.
Iris, though, certainly isolated for a moment. Lucia will get on board, and with Marvel being anti, that should be a brutal breaking down of the Ramatra. Indeed it is. Great play there from Iris. Absolutely carrying that fight with both the nano and the anti by Shanghai Dragons, and a touch of much-needed breathing room here. This is going to allow for Hisu to have a much longer poke phase on a slower O2 Blast to have to try and commute their way, transit their way over to the point where Fleta can definitely set up a more advantageous fight. The Winston!
Viper, what you cooking there? They have the point. He doesn't need to go past these staircases. He just needs to creep behind O2. But was clearly looking for a juicy pulse before the fight started. Only a 3-man anti for Gangnam Jin. Dragons are now hit by a blizzard, wishing they had that earlier. Fleta is frozen, removed from the fight, and O2 have all the space to work with and easily retake this point after the punish onto Viper.
Oh, it's so sad, because if you're watching...
His face.
I'm taking you with me, baby! Yep, Hisu do be occasionally Lisu. If Knife had survived, or rather if Viper had survived into that fight, Marvel definitely would have died. He got so low and antied by Iris, but unfortunately the damage wasn't there to really finish him off. Getting a little bit cheeky here with the poke, but notice he's not up against a Mei, and no one can really one-shot him or get on top of him, so not really an issue for Marvel to continually use that Void Accelerator.
Well, 83% plus for O2. You got support ultimates coming out. Dragons lose Hisu. How are you in punch range of a Ramatra? Marvel is simply going to beat you to death. Gangnam Jin has found a dark alley and a very juicy Ramatra that is just not leaving him alone. Fleta just tried to keep contesting the point, and Dragons just aren't connecting at all. O2 Blast, though, will be taking game 1.
They simply are not there, Lemon. Oh no. Opener walking away with 5 deaths here, the most on his team by far, but hey, he's a frisky little Lucio. Loves to really test the limits of O2 Blast, and O2 Blast, they certainly are testing Shanghai Dragons as well right now. This isn't a surprising outcome, but It is certainly one that showed a couple of sparks of brightness. We saw Viper get some nice plays over on City Center, and then maybe overestimating how much of a him he was. Going too deep on University. We saw some nice headshots from Hisu, but overall, O2 Blast looking just as regimented as ever.
Yeah, coordination is what's holding Shanghai Dragons back, and also the fact that Fleta is still adjusting to the tank role, and Marvel is just that good. But it is O2 Blast up in game one. We'll see where Shanghai Dragons want to send us to next. The Shanghai Dragons have lost to a contenders team once. They can't let it happen again. And if they do, they're going to lose their chance to go to the mid-season madness. But O2 Blast have been touted as the contenders team to most likely cause an upset and take one of those spots.
Yeah, O2 Blast certainly are huge contenders. The biggest contender in this group for that spot is, of course, for Soul Inferno, who've already defeated the O2 Blast, but boy, was it narrow. An absolute gigabanger of a series. 3-2, almost reverse swept by O2 Blast, but stopped at the last hurdle. But hey, they say that losses, Lemon, they make you stronger, they make you smarter. If that were the case, though, Shanghai Dragons would probably be wielding the Infinity Gauntlet by now. So we'll see if it remains the case for O2 Blast as we head over to our hybrid map. It's Shanghai's pick, and they go into King's Row.
And this is a good map for Shanghai, at least that one time, when they faced the Guangzhou Charge, top 2 team in the Overwatch League. Shanghai Dragons, I'm not joking you, full held the Charge and then capped on them. This is the only map that Shanghai was able to win against the Charge, of course, but proving to be a strong one at that. But my issue with the Dragons is their execution of dive. There's kind of 2 ways to approach in a dive versus dive mirror. You either play reactive, where you're maybe peeling for your supports and waiting for the other team to jump onto you, or you counter dive. And I felt like Fleta and Hisu had this disconnect where Hisu wanted to counter dive with EMP on Oasis City Center, and Fleta wanted to peel for Iris and Gangnam Jin. And then when you just don't have a goal in mind, the other team's dive is just gonna do more.
A lot of disconnection on the overall strategy. We head into mid-season, Lemon. Shanghai Dragons certainly are a team that we might expect to make a little bit of an adjustment, a bit of a rebuild. I personally am expecting Moon to pick up another support player. We'll see if that's going to be the case. Of course, Shanghai Dragons, their life is not over just yet. Still plenty of maps of this series to give. The prospective gigabanger that does await us. Probes for defenses on the Hunter.
Yeah, last time Dragons went to this map, they played the Tracer Hanzo, so a lot of confidence is behind Yisu. I think who performed well on Oasis, got these picks every now and then, who's been chasing Probe around, but it's O2 Blast with First Blood. The punish and the marking of Viper, whenever he even attempts and even thinks about going on a flank, O2 Blast have his number. Viper was a big reason Dragons flopped the fight on University when Viper went on flanks and got checked, and O2 Blast continued to just have really good map awareness.
Excellent map control. Opener being such a big bully bruiser that makes sure that Hisu can never find those backlines. And that's why Hisu now swapping everyone to the Hanzo, preferring to take a long-range duel with Probe that can't be as adequately influenced by Opener, trying to make sure that Brigitta's getting as little uptime as physically possible.
Like, the crowd is like, oh, it's got me stressed too, pal. O2 Blast are running these streets and they own them too. I think they've noticed Viper on the flank, and O2 Blast have some people in the alleyway pushing him in, as Marvel takes to the alleyway to take these angles around Dragons, who have to coordinate. Remember, the issue with Dragons was their lack of focus, the win condition. What do they want to do? Well, they want to send Fleta with the Nano. They have O2 Blast's backs against the wall. But hey, Viper and Knife also going at it with trading blows. Dragons seem to still be ahead in this game, but Knife is slowly edging out Viper in the Tracer game.
Knife in his natural habitat in London. That's a joke for all of my British homies out there. Getting stabbed.
Nice.
That's what I'm talking about. Shanghai Dragons having to give away a huge amount of space here. Having used that Nano, Fleta almost has the Primal Rager, and that means O2 Blast have to be careful positioning themselves in narrow spaces where they could definitely be truly bursted down by Fleta's Primal.
Viper has been performing well against Knife, but O2 Blast is getting a few more picks, and they have great initiative. Dragons just pulling the trigger second has not been netting them any success, and O2 Blast playing against the Dragons like they would any other team. O2 Blast with multiple First Bloods, and they've activated the rally. Marvel is slept in the middle of Primal, so Dragons can breathe a little bit as the rally of Gangnam Jin isn't generating health for Fleta because he's dead, and Dragons can't generate a defense because that's gone too. O2 Blast cap in front of them.
Despite Viper's best efforts and a double, simply cannot be converted into a defense. 5 minutes of a time bank, Lemon. This is brutal for O2 Blast. They have absolutely demolished for Shanghai Dragons defense on the first two. Now Shanghai Dragons have to try and take control of these high grounds, but somehow we've seen Knife able to get up onto the high ground, which is going to be a lot for Fleta to deal with. The damage that a Tracer can do to a Winston when they try and challenge that is substantial.
I was gonna say, Hisu, you're not gonna keep climbing up there, are you? And Dragons wish they had the space, but you gotta concede that O2 Blast are just too good. Marvel is now behind, jumping on your Ana. Your supports are left out to dry, and Dragons gotta hope that they're just netting some kind of success on the counter dive if they're gonna leave Iris and Gangnam Jin out. Some picks come through from Hisu. Viper performing well too, but O2 Blast have 4 minutes and 1 fight to go before capping the map.
1 fight to go. Shanghai Dragons still yet to win one, and no real ults coming up to try and make this happen. A Dragon Strike in one hand, a Pulse Bomb in the other. Knife yet again ready to make another incision into the back line. A Sinew in the Cartilage will do little to hold back a Pulse Bomb.
Oh, Hisu just wants the high ground. Pulse right at his toes as Hisu lands. No two blasts want to land at the end of the map. They got less than 4 minutes, but this time bank is huge. Viper is contesting. Fleta going way too deep and barely gets out with like a crumb of HP. And Dragons pull off a defense just by the skin of their teeth.
Finally, a couple of frags are found by Shanghai Dragons. Viper was the one who had to hold down the cart and keep it at bay, just a few meters shy of completion with 3 minutes on the board though. O2 Blast far from stymied on this offense. But now Shanghai Dragons, they can start to build a little bit of momentum, control the engagements using the Nano here to allow Fleta to really do some damage to that back line.
The Dragon Strike from Probe goes to the bottom side. O2 Blast activate the rally. Fleta from the high ground doesn't get pushed away. He jumps even deeper and he's under the map somehow and back up. Antied and was also nanoed and not getting enough support and getting LOS'd away from Iris and Gangnam Jin, probably thanks to Knife's pressure as Viper summoned to assist. Good block by Gangnam Jin, but he needs more help than that. O2 Blast are on the hunt and Dragons, they're just prey. And O2 Blast are about to lock this in with 2.5 minutes.
Oh, they might be prey, but the gods certainly aren't answering. Only the god of rage and the god of war looks to smack Gangnam Jin into a wall. 2 minutes and 20 on the clock for O2 Blast. Remember, this is the map pick of Shanghai Dragons. This is where they full held Guangzhou charge. Whether it was a fluke or whether it was magnanimous skill on the defense.
It was Cope.
Weapons grade Cope, Lemon. Shanghai Dragons still have an attacking round to get through here. This could still be turned around. My copium reserves can be refilled. I've got a prescription.
I'm trying. I got the microscope out. We're searching for the hope, but
Searching for the win rate.
The conversation. You know, if we zoom out, put away the microscope, we open our eyes to the bigger picture. Everyone has been thinking that there's just this giant gap between Overwatch League teams and Contenders teams. And, you know, that statement was reinforced after the North American Pro-Am where Contenders weren't able to beat Overwatch League teams, at least enough to get to mid-season madness in that case, or just to have a bigger splash in the Pro-Am, I should say. But O2 Blast, teams like Poker Face, hey, even Dreamers are beating Owl teams, and that was the 6th seed coming out of Korea. You gotta respect the talent that is coming out of APAC.
Certainly is. An admirable pipeline.
That's BM from Opener.
Yeah, Opener have a little bit of a jig, a little bit of a boogie in front of a spray. Probe, of course, being able to poke from extreme safety here behind the break shield. There will be plenty of time to react to any ingress of damage that might be coming their way. Is getting Iris up out of a high ground here could be important for Shanghai.
Like, if Iris and Ganamjin can't support Fleta, like, do you swap to Kiriko somehow? Do you drop the Ana, go Kiriko? You keep the Brig for Viper? I'm not sure what would be the solution to help this backline of the Dragons, but maybe the solution is to just hope that Viper carries, wins the Tracer duel, and then the Dragons dive is going to have more damage. Hisu's also popping off. Great to see.
Yeah, critically, we also saw a right click come through there from Fleta as well onto Knife, and that's super important. Oh, Fleta with 2 right click kills at the end. Okay, Mr. MVP. He's a bit of an aimer on the Winston. It's about time we saw some more utility come out of that. There will be no touch here, so Fleta's going to disengage and let Marvel just feed in a little bit more, but I don't think there's going to be enough damage to really punish him here. But finally, Fleta and Viper, they're hitting the same targets. So we have the technology, Lemon. The dives can work.
Maybe that's the win condition of the Dragons. Have Viper win the Tracer duel, and then have Viper reconnect with Fleta and dive in afterwards. Because Fleta diving in without support has been a huge issue for the Dragons.
Huge issues. Shanghai Dragons continue to move on forward here. Hisu. We know how much talent this player has. He's always been a bright spot on his rosters. Needs to remain so here.
Marvel vibing. Uh-oh. Fleta also vibing. They've both gotten nanoed. Anti hits Fleta and Viper. And Dragons have their card contested and are just getting tossed from all angles. Marvel from behind. The rest of O2 from the front. Dragons getting sandwiched, but then collapse onto the flankers of O2 and now head to the front. But Dragons are weak on all angles. And O2 Blast scrap their way through the streets phase, and Viper comes out on top.
When these fights in the pits get messy, that's when the Pit Viper strikes. When it comes to the cleanup, he is sublime. And you know what? Fleta's doing a much better job of shutting down Knife in these rounds as well. Doing a little bit more to try and take away space from that Tracer and make sure that Probe is shut down as well. I think that Fleta putting more focus here towards shutting down the DPS and less on actually fighting Marvel in those attempts at peeling has been a big help for Shanghai.
Probe is being marked there by Viper. A lot of space for the Dragons, especially off of that pick. Knife is taking back-to-back L's to Viper and the rest of the Dragons, who I guess have identified a weakness out of O2. And as soon as Knife is gone, there's no protection for the backline of O2, and it's like all the dominoes just collapse of this defense. And Dragons might have found the secret sauce, because this snowball is turning into an avalanche.
It is. Once again, I'm getting that feeling of deja vu. Almost 5 minutes on the time bank here. The first 2 points of defense, inconsequential for both teams. It was decided on third, where it's always going to be a battle for these 2 high grounds. Remember, it's very difficult to access them for supports. Can't help out as much in those particular duels, especially with Irony and Opener having to have a much more subdued position here.
Okay, good initiative from the Dragons. They nano Fleta first. Opener has to react with a rally. O2 Blast have a bubble of Fleta's Winston there at the front. They pop that. They're able to scrounge up some good sight lines. Now it's Marvel that's nanoed. The reaction of O2 Blast. Now a Primal to go after Dragon's supports. But this rally of Gangnam gets split off from Iris, and it's kill confirmed for Marvel. It's traded 1-to-1, of course, but Hisu's not involved in this fight. But at least you can depend on Viper, who converts multi-kill after multi-kill to give Dragons even a chance at these fights.
Fleta's finally asked himself, when I'm playing Tracer, what is it I want my Winston to do? Dive with me on the same targets. And he's simply playing himself as if he was an AI controlling a second player. Moving in onto the same targets is exactly what Shanghai Dragons need, but with Hisu down, the numbers are not in their favor.
I want to focus on the Hisu now, but Dragons will have to just back away, concede that high ground to Probe, and Dragons don't want to be in any line of sight from that Hanzo, because guess what happens? Probe hits headshots, so Dragons will have to fully reset. You're just getting staggered.
Probe returning to the lobby. Hisu shut him down for a while, kept him quiet. Kept him as a secondary character, even tertiary. But now Shanghai Dragons, they have to move into enemy territory. This is where O2 Blast control the pace, control the angles, and try to make Shanghai Dragons over-resource themselves to try and get through these areas. An early Dragon Strike, maybe somewhat ill-informed.
Just a good old time waster from both sides, but O2 Blast, the defense Holds at the choke, maybe a little farther forward than you would like, usually at the back corner, but as Marvel finds that collapse onto Hisu, he's not able to escape, so you don't have a tank for the defense, so O2 Blast will round the corner, giving Dragons a chance to approach.
Knife can stop within its tracks with a well-placed pulse. You can see him up there in a little alcove. We'll be able to wrap around onto those supports and potentially immediately remove one instead. Once Flex, a nice nano!
Oh, Iris saves the day as Dragons gotta be hunting Fletta's full HP and just camping out, having a snooze fest up there when that was the moment to engage. Maybe wanted Viper to be on the same page. Now Fletta takes unnecessary damage and isn't getting healed back up by Iris. I don't know where the miscom happened for the Dragons, but they flopped the bag.
Fletta playing on that back high ground means what Iris has to take irony. And Iris, they have to play their angles here for the Winston, and Iris having to go a little bit too far forward in order to heal up Fletta is far too risky and can't maintain that kind of pocket. Marvel's got so much freedom to move here, of course, with the Primal Rage can instantly go up to 1000 HP yet again if he desires it, but instead returns to the loving arms of the Ana. Viper might have to carry once more.
Dragons had this like 4-minute potential time bank that is now brought all the way down to less than 90 seconds. O2 Blast are able to just trade blow for blow during these fights and forcing this chaos that Dragons just can't seem to thrive through. And it's O2 Blast that communicate that much better. They've been together for a while. New addition, no matter what, they've been able to integrate them. And O2 Blast 1 minute away from holding Dragons at bay.
But it controls the high. Still with that Primal Rage. Wasn't used on his last death. Opener. Oh, Opener can't use the rally during this. What a headshot from Hisu.
Big opening for the Dragons, and Probe caught lacking. Should have dropped off, not from that door, but through the side. And Dragons punish these mistakes. They're going on forward. They've lost Hisu, but Viper is still kicking. Wins the Tracer duel. You got the rally. The Dragons losing space because of Marvel's bubble. Viper's attention is summoned back. Marvel jumps back towards his team, and Probe is on the Widow. But Fletta's not going to let him have the space to work with. A fantastic sleep, trying to coordinate the burst damage, but the nano damage mitigation of Iris keeps Fletta alive. Viper is pulling his weight, and the Dragons have 7 seconds to push the cart.
Now it needs to be an overtime. They're playing for the draw at this point, Lemon, but a draw is better than a loss, and Marvel certainly catches the nail at the hands of Fletta and his diving companion. The cart will soar in towards the end. A Bastion has appeared on the scene from Probe.
And that was a last-second touch from Knife. He gives up his life for it, and there's no presence on the cart. So despite a 4 or 5 minute time bank that Dragons had, snowballing all the way to point C, it's brought down to an OT cap, which means O2 Blast just have to get that 33% to go to match point.
Fletta finally having his day in the sun, though, when it comes to this tank trade. Currently 26-6 with 11 final blows. Getting plenty of frags alongside Viper, who, of course, is having an excellent game. 32-4 with 15 final blows. Viper and Fletta, they finally linked up their brains to get onto these same targets and overwhelm the healing capacity of Opener and Irony, because they're at the same time trying to support Marvel's dives, or he's trying to really limit test the Winston. He's such a expert tank that he really knows how to get the most out of these Winston dives, but requires the pocket of Irony in a position like that to make it happen.
I wish I could give Viper player of the match, even though this is not going the Dragons' direction. 32 limbs, 15 final blows, 11,800 damage, which matches up against Knife in terms of the damage department. But Viper was down several thousand damage to Knife in the first round. And Viper is, if there was a Fletta, I guess Fletta is on his roster or whatever, but the deadlift feels like it's there with how much Viper is making miracles happen.
Opener out here really looking like Mayhem Sir Marjed. Currently on 12 deaths, which is significantly more than anyone else in the lobby. Hisu the next highest on 10. Once again, this is do or die for a single tier O2 Blast. They could have forced a rush here, but instead, opting into this mirror.
Oh, dangerous sleep. Unable to get the finish on the Fletta, but just getting Dragons out of your face is a win in O2's eyes, who had about 2 minutes or so to get that 33%. It's the first fight for Dragons.
Slowly but surely, the inexorable march of time. does threaten O2 Blast with a draw. Turning over once again onto that Tracer. This is going to give Viper a slight advantage when it comes to the pulse. So maybe thinking they can isolate the Tracer over here with a dive onto the escape route by Marvel, but instead just trying to take space away from Hisu. This binds it for Probe so that he can try and find an angle.
At least Flutter's playing his life a lot better. He's not kind of feeding or overextending. Takes a bit of damage, jumps out, and I like a more conservative Winston than a dead one, that's for sure. Dragons, though, don't have any space because of this kind of passive play, giving O2 a chance to go towards the point, but on the flank, the hotel was free. Viper at the back removes Irony and goes for the second kill onto Opener. The third, the fourth. Viper is a solo man army.
My goodness. O2 Blast have died twice as many times as Shanghai Dragons in this game, despite what we currently see on the scoreline. 49 deaths to 25, and so many of them are coming from Viper on an absolute tear against his former team. There's a reason that I graduated and you're still there.
You know how much this match means to Viper to go up against his former team, and he's showing just that. He is a star, but can the Dragons hold on for another 17 seconds to force the draw, and the second one of the day, by the way. O2 Blast just need the one fight win. They start with the Primal on the high ground. 3-man anti from Irony. O2 Blast collapse on this backline. Gangnam Jin with the rally barely keeps everyone standing, but without Flood, the Dragons have no presence to keep this contested except Viper, but he steps off only for a second, and O2 Blast go to match point.
It all came down to a big ante from Irony, getting 3 people down low, and I think that Iris panicked and put over the Nano onto an antied Hisu. So I didn't see it on anyone else. The Nano went elsewhere and could not find purchase. Despite the best efforts of Shanghai Dragons, O2 Blast just about squeak it over the line. But if I'm O2 Blast, I'm shaking right now. I'm feeling the fear. Shanghai Dragons brought it to me. And by God, they are not going to be going down easy. They are not going to be eliminated by a Contenders team with such ease as we saw Seoul Dynasty get destroyed.
Viper's mauled right now. He's like, I joined the Dragons to be on a better team, and my old team's beating me. The one from Contenders. Viper drops 40 and 4. 4 deaths, 14k damage. Diffing knife on the other side. But the map win is all that matters at the end of the day, and O2 Blast go to match point, and we'll see if the Dragons still got a roar in them. O2 Blast are on match point and one map away from winning their first match against an Overwatch League team, and Shanghai Dragons on the opposite end of things, one map away from losing their second match to a second contenders team. And Shanghai, little AFK, both in-game and currently physically on the chairs.
Yeah, currently they're probably all gathered around Viper, who's just screaming, I can't do more! I can't do more! We know, buddy. We know. Viper's having himself a hell of a game. Unfortunately, the rest of Shanghai Dragons, I'll give them props. They played very well on King's Row, and their defense, really good. It all came down to Irony hitting one nade on 3 people, and Irish trying to overcompensate for it by using a nano on a player that got instantly eviscerated who couldn't get healed up by the nano either. On the side of O2 Blast, though, after what was a troublesome map, they're swapping it up. Top Dragon is in for Knife, and Attack is going to be coming in for Marvel as we go over to Escort. We're going to likely be seeing Attack play the Sigma here, as I believe we're going to Havana.
I was trying to figure out if Attack could blink. Turns out the camera's frozen. I've been staring for the longest minute.
He's winning the staring contest.
Attack coming in for Sigma. Top Dragon, I think you bring in him over Knife just because maybe Knife was starting to get outclassed on the Tracer against Viper. Just on King's Row, I felt like it was more evenly matched on Oasis. Actually, here are the stats. Yeah, the crowd, I agree. Viper, less deaths, better pulse bombs, more eliminations, more damage. But that really started to edge out in the second round. Viper just wanted to clutch so bad.
Yeah, we definitely could have seen a far more contentious time bank between the two teams if Shanghai Dragons had played as well on their first point defense the first time around compared to the second. But unfortunately, they folded like a house of cards as we saw Fleda and Viper unable to acquiesce onto the same targets until they downloaded the dive.exe plan on the second run through. I'm hoping that maybe Shanghai Dragons might be able to operate a little bit better on that. But as we go over to Havana here, it might be increasingly unlikely that we continue to see dive. I don't know much about Fleda's tank hero pool. Obviously, he hasn't had a huge amount of time. We've seen a little bit of Ramatra out of him. I don't know if he plays for Sigma. I think the Ram probably most likely here on Havana. But anything you can do to try and force Viper into this Tracer duel again, even with Knife being out, if you could force someone to try and go Trace to contain Viper, would be a mark in Shanghai's favor, I believe.
Yeah, and there's always the potential of the Hisu versus Probe Widow matchup. I think Fleda sticks to the Winston. Seems to be what he's best at. Top Dragon, I'm curious if he wants to go Genji or Tracer. My initial thought that maybe he wanted to step up on the Tracer when Knife was starting to get diff there at the end of King's Row, or do you bring Top Dragon because he's the stronger Genji, and that could be the answer to Sniper Specialist, or just the fact that you can climb up and access those vertical high grounds a lot easier on the Genji, which is in his wheelhouse. I'm excited to see what happens on Havana. O2 Blast are on match point, and Shanghai Dragons definitely made it close on King's Row, and they had this snowball, they had this avalanche, but just got stopped and couldn't recover.
Yeah, that recovery, that's what really tests teams, Lemon. And Shanghai have so much to recover from here. Down 2-0. We are in the lower bracket. There are no more chances. This is their second chance, and there won't be a third. They don't want to join Seoul Dynasty in being the team knocked out by their contenders rivals. Admittedly, more of a contenders powerhouse are O2 Blast compared to Dreamers, but everyone's power rankings are starting to go out the window now. O2 Blast gear up to try and bring us towards a 3-0 finish and a quick day here on Havana.
All right, out the gates, it's the Fleda Sigma. So no dive to be expected, but the Viper Genji and Hisu Widow versus Probe. At least I got one thing right. A Fly is attacking Probe, as he's at least not being attacked by the enemy team while this is happening. Dragon slowly pushing the...
Check out this difference in support lines here as well. Iron is going to be able to put out a huge amount more shield pressure onto Fleta compared to Gangnam Jin, but when things start to get a little bit closer, the brutal bruising squad of Viper, Fleta, and Gangnam Jin should be able to overwhelm Attack fairly easily. So Attack needs to be very careful with how he positions it and not get overrun.
These Dragons got a good push all the way almost around this corner now, where it's going to be Attack who can solidify himself around the corner and be this roadblock to the Dragons' attack, needing to force him off as Attack is still just stuffing through this choke in that closet side. And the Widows haven't made a huge mark on this fight yet. Hisu's out in the open, wanting to find an LOS on the Gangnam Jin to have a pack. Seems to be successful at doing so. Probe takes a body shot. We'll concede that, just actually drop off the sign position entirely, as Dragons are starting to get into very dangerous positions. Viper on the top side, but Probe with a headshot onto Fleta. How is your Sigma the first one to die? This should be one of the most survivable people in these fights.
Discord Orb makes it 390 damage from a headshot. That is a lot for a Sigma to survive. Must have forced out the Kinetic Grasp a little bit earlier. Irony takes out Gangnam Jin as well. Viper won't be around long. I like the usage of the Immortality Field there just to make sure. The Irony dies, so that's bad. That's actually very bad. He's going to take a long time to respawn. They need to try and stagger Fleta here, but Attack isn't willing to take the risk and generate a 3 versus 5 later.
With Irony gone, maybe Fleta feels more confident to step up and take that tank duel. But yeah, your Sigma should be the one that's the #1 priority in terms of heals, because that is the one contesting the cart and the most difficult person to remove. So we need to see more support for Fleta and Attack, especially as Dragons have now lost half their time bank at just staring at each other. But ultimates have been produced. Attack with the first Gravitic Flux to get Fleta, but the Immortality well placed by Iris. Now the counterattack from Dragons. Gravitic Flux from Fleta. Irony with the Transcendence. O2 Blast seem okay for now. The Ant Matrix as a scare tactic. Dragons with the rally start to round the corner. Attack is surrounded and just barely being held on. Good healing by Opener, and the shield is back up for Attack, but I'm not feeling too confident in O2's defense up until maybe Irony's poke seems to overwhelm Dragons and their front line.
When you see Attack in that position, Viper needs to be part of this bruising squad. If you're not going to play the Zenyatta, you need to be able to overwhelm the enemy Sigma with the brawl that you brought to the table, both the Brigitte and the Genji. But Viper spending so long here trying to shut down these snipers, and while it may be important, it gives plenty of time for Opener to catch up on the lack of heals that the Zenyatta brings to the table. At least now Viper has a blade. And Irony was forced to expend the Trance earlier to deal with Attack's over-aggression to try and make a Gravitic Flux work!
Oh! Great headshot by Yusu.
He's choking!
Wow. He's choking! Dragons, what is going on? They do establish themselves behind the card. 30 seconds left. Viper will be back with Blade. O2 have the Gravitic Flux to start weakening the Dragons once again. Dragons have to play aggressive against a Sigma composition. They're just affording so much time to just slowly but surely getting progress, as O2 Blast one fight away from full holding them.
And now with Irony returning, Viper's going to be so much more vulnerable during the Blade. The Discord Orb should be given over to him soon. It's so hard to pick a target!
Ooh. Blade gets nothing. 1-to-1 trade though, and Attack is gone. That's freedom for Fleta, and you need to take every inch of this real estate. But you don't have Gangnam Jin. You should have Iris behind you. Hisu with a double kill makes this winnable. Body shot into Opener. Hisu is the hero of this attack, and Dragons will not be full health.
Had to be turning up here. The Hisu must increase as we move through Havana. This is determined by Widowmakers, and hey, when you want a Widowmaker, Hisu certainly has a well-earned reputation. Oh, Viper overextends.
The corpse just thrown away by Attack there. Viper.
I don't want this.
Viper back to the Genji, being able to climb up the high ground. A little bit easier, although blades are difficult to pull off without the nano, without maybe a sound barrier to cushion this. But Hisu is on it today. Misses that body shot, but headshot onto top. Dragon gives Hisu the high ground here if he would want it halfway through point B.
6 of 9 final blows for his team. That's what we call a nice setup here for the Widowmaker. Infrasight ready to go. Probe still lacking behind. And now he's going to be feeling increasingly pressured to hide away. Same here for Opener. That's going to be less heals for Attack.
Fleta just overwhelmed and cornered by the Dragon of Top Dragon. And O2 Blast have their supports against the wall too, and Attack can kind of move up and take more space now that Fleta is gone. And Dragons getting staggered from each other. Viper is still on the staircase too. He's getting killed by Iris. Should be okay to get out.
Should be alright. Probe might have other ideas here, and now it's Probe who has the advantage on this infra site. Ooh. Noticed him a position. Hisu constantly noticed. Remember that Viper can do a good amount of scouting here. The same for Gangnam Jin. Using the 3D peek with the shield can actually gather information and gather angles without having to risk their body to do so.
Hisu's lost all of that space he's been working towards, and every time he climbs up, there's going to be a sonic arrow from Top Dragon or Probe with infra sight, so Hisu didn't pick the best time to try and climb up this mid window. Top Dragon had a headshot waiting for him. 34 seconds too, and these picks are just things that Dragons can't afford. They're fighting for every inch to set up Hisu for success, who's been a huge carry in this Havana map. Also diffing Probe in that regard, but 20 seconds remain, and Dragons, these ults have to be everything.
Attack ready to go with the Gravitic Flex. What a stun! Cancels Flutter's ultimate. It's a true Sig diff.
Attack! Oh, gets his two! His ult got canceled too! So now Dragons have to race towards the car. 2 seconds left. They don't have Hisu. And Fleta? Fleta?
Oh, that's so sad. Fleta must have been so close. He doesn't have burst mobility on the Sigma. Simply could not get there. Viper, too concerned with trying to punish an overextending Zenyatta. Oh, that is so sad for Shanghai Dragons. They finally had the opening. They finally had the means to punish an O2 Blast who were getting aggressive, getting arrogant, some might say. Here's a look at how Hisu rescued this match from being a first point hold. And to be fair,
3K, so gross.
It is disgusting. It's filthy. It's abhorrent. It's an affront to Jesus Christ. But still Hisu will do it.
Yeah, Hisu was the whole reason they didn't get full health there. If he didn't hit that 3K, they were stuffed. They were done. But apparently their biggest enemy is the objective, because that's 100% on Fleta. I know Viper has been sort of held at bay, not able to extend and kind of roam around the map as much as he would like, which is in part fault to the composition that they're running of the Sigma. You don't have a dive that can just run around with you. So Viper has to adjust to that tempo.
While Hisu may be riding sins, the rest of Shanghai Dragons are riding tragedies. With the C9 as well, we had the monumental life-ending choke from Viper on a 1 HP probe as well. That will probably live on in his memory for a long time, and for a young player, that's a lot of mental weight to have to deal with. Shanghai Dragons, they can still hold this on first, but I would have loved to have seen Hisu play that defensive Widowmaker to be able to play more patiently on the angles and force O2 Blast to move into his zone of influence.
Yeah, maybe it's just a more solid, consistent win condition to have the EMP than to chance the Widow that, you know, did turn up at the end of point A, but wasn't that immediate success that maybe Dragons want in these situations. Better in the neutral, better ultimate. Dragons will see how they will do. 34% to the EMP as the Dragons back to the dive. It's what worked out for them on King's Row, and really in most games they've played, Dragons up top, they're just surrounding O2 Blast. And at the back is Viper, who's currently dueling Top Dragon, I believe. And Dragons are just cycling around the cart, but they will be brought down thanks to this knife from Attack. But Fleta can easily jump back if he wants. He doesn't have armor. He seems to be committed, and no, he leaves. And while there's no presence on the cart, O2 Blast are seconds away from capping.
Quick taps here and there to try and slow the car on its roll forward. A TP upwards from Probe keeps Fleta moving around. Iris needs to be able to keep up with this healing, but it's so hard to even get a bead on the Winston.
Yeah, this Reaper is gonna blow up the Dragons, but Viper and Top Dragon are just dueling and trading in each other's teams. Probe gets stomped on, and O2 Blast stopped in their tracks 2 meters before A.
O2 Blast may have staggered themselves here. Irony probably could have taken a backwards TP rather than a forwards one, but Top Dragon will be able to exit the scene. Once again, it's time for Viper to try and bring on a hero performance on the Tracer, make up for past tragedies. An EMP lies in wait. Spacing here from O2 Blast is going to be incredibly important. Irony does not want to get caught, so he can respond with the Suzu.
Yeah, Houston wants to wait for them to leave this room, and now the O2 Blast team is exposed. This EMP is ready for Hisu as the Rally and Primal use just to see what they can generate. Iris dangerously low. Top Dragon not getting the finish quite yet. EMP now hits 3 of O2 Blast, but Viper evaporates as he tried to run after the backline, and Dragons get antied on their approach by the rampage of attack. So Dragons collapse off of their execution of the EMP, and O2 Blast will be capping A.
And ProBuck dying so early in that fight as well means that they can now hold over onto that Death Blossom and try and make it a win condition later in the game. 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Shanghai Dragons, they need to bleed each and every second. They need to drag out every fight in order to make sure that O2 Blast cannot capture this. So if O2 Blast make it 60 meters, and Shanghai Dragons mid-season madness hopes are over. Former world champions will be disgraced at the hands of contenders teams.
And the first... No, it's actually Seoul Dynasty beat them to be the first Owl team to be knocked out. But of course, Group B did play second. You got the Death Blossom of Probe that got hacked out, which maybe he's thankful for that. Nano from Fleta to get some space, just anchoring himself on the cart to prevent O2 Blast from winning the game and the series. But Fleta's not getting enough support, not without Iris there, who got assassinated. And Dragons have one last fight left.
One last chance for Viper to be the hero. One last chance to rescue your newfound team against your previous compatriots. Hisu's the one to touch for cart first, but Viper's already dead!
And that Lucio of Gangnam Jin just went to heaven along with the rest of the Shanghai Dragons. O2 Blast sweep the Owl team and move on to face Panthera in the next round.
Despite the heroics we saw on King's Row, O2 Blast return to form and decimate the Shanghai Dragons on their map pick of Havana. Shanghai decided to go here, hoping that Hisu would have a game of his life, and certainly in certain fights he indeed did, but Hisu's Widowmaker abandoned in the second half, and the O2 Blast could easily just run their way through a Shanghai Dragons unprepared for double shotguns, unprepared for the rush, trying to take advantage of a weak link they saw in Fleta and demolishing him where Iris and Gangnam Jin simply could not keep up.
No 2 Blast. They weren't able to reverse sweep Seoul Infernal, but it got so damn close. They did claim the Shanghai Dragons, and they'll move on against Panthera, who have been a surprisingly good team. At least when it comes to this series, this has been something that follows the expectations or the script when it comes to this, but we've had a ton of upsets I would consider today. This one maybe not one of them, especially if you're a fan of contenders. You knew the potential that O2 Blast had.
O2 Blast's potential continues to rise and rise. They could make it all the way to the mid-season madness, and Marvel may well be leading the way for them. While he wasn't a part of that last map, he certainly was integral to the first 2 wins, playing the Winston up against Fleta. Oasis was certainly a big tour de force of Primal Rages for the player of the match.
I just feel kind of unfair. It's like Marvel's like the college graduate of tanks, and then you have Fleto's still in tank high school, I guess.
That's in the tank kindergarten. He's only been doing it for a couple of months.
But Marvel has improved so much from team to team. He finds himself on one of the best contenders team iterations that he could find. And it was great to see him. Obviously, the tank diff was so apparent. The execution right out the gates, especially on Oasis City Center. O2 Blast took initiative that put Shanghai Dragons just in a pinch. They made them look silly. They made them look unconfident. And Marvel ran this, putting primals on these supports, making Fleta consider, should I be peeling for them or should I be counter diving? And if you're causing so much stress to the Shanghai Dragons, you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, a lot more surety in Marvel, the ability to control the backline. Unparalleled. We did see bright spots from Fleta on the other side, but certainly Marvel is a huge part of the success currently of O2 Blast, who remains such a huge tour de force in any aspects of Overwatch, whether it's in contenders or now in Owl with our inclusion of contenders teams in the East. So many Primal Rages in our highlight feed, and rarely an overextended death, to be honest, for Marvel. We're still good at tempering his aggression, even if that does mean that occasionally we see Irony go a bit too far forward to keep him healed.
I think King's Row was the closest match, but Marvel obviously has a lot more experience on tank. and had better coordination with his team, even with the addition of the new players on DPS. But our top 4 is solidified from Group A and Group B. We got the Charge, Spark, Dreamers, and Poker Face in Group A, with Infernal, Fuel, Panthera, and O2 Blast joining as our 4th team of Group B. Remember, there's only 1 spot available for mid-season madness on either bracket. Of course, 2 spots total. And O2 Blast, we've talked about the most likely contenders team, the most powerful contenders team coming into this sort of Pro-Am or knockouts.
Yeah, it feels like Soul Infernal are going to be the team most likely to stand in their way, and we're going to figure out how they feel about the upcoming bracket as we head into our interview. Take it away, Unknown.
나이프 선수 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Hello, Knife. How are you?
안
예,
들리시나요?
안 들리는 것 같은데요?
I think you may not be able to hear me.
예, 빠르게 해결하도록 하겠고요. 지금 그리고 여름이긴 여름입니다. 저희 앞에 지금 나방이 날아다니고 있어요.
Well, I'm done here.
나이프 선수
My work here is done.
나이프 선수 안녕하세요.
Hello, Knife.
안녕하세요.
Can you hear us?
드디어
네.
Hello.
안녕하십니까?
Finally.
네, 차지한 오토블라스트 팀의 나이프 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다.
소리가 너무 작은데 잠깐만요.
네네.
Just a minute. Your sound is a little bit too low. Let me get the staff here a little bit.
그리고 이게 선수들이 원래
it's falling.
아니다 보니까
네.
세팅에 좀 시간이 걸립니다.
잘 들립니다. 이제.
네.
Now I can hear you clear.
네.
네. 일단 먼저 승리 축하드립니다. 승리하신 소감부터 듣고 싶습니다.
Congrats on your win. How do you feel?
지금 너무 좋습니다. 이큰 팀을
I feel really great.
심지어 이제 무려 3대 0의 스코어로
네.
승리를 가져오셨는데 일단 오늘 그렇게 좀 압도적인 스코어로 가져오는데 좀 핵심적인 역할을 한 어떤 전략이라던가 선수가
I mean, you not just won over an Overwatch League team, but 3-0. Was there a specific tactic or strategy that you came into this game?
역시 팀의 탱커가
네.
I
중심을
mean,
배워줘야.
not much. We just, believe that everyone, especially our tank, would be the focal point, and we just played around him, and we won.
그렇군요. 그리고 이제 경기를 좀 복귀를 해봤을 때 사실 첫 번째 세트의 승리가 좀 크게 작용하지 않았나라는 생각이 드는데 본인들이 생각하시기엔 이제 나이프 선수가 생각하시기에는 어디서부터 게임이 이렇게 굴러가기
So,
시작했을까요?
looking back at the game, especially I think map 1 was really crucial, in my opinion. But I mean, for you, what do you think was the most deciding factor of this match? I mean, Kings Row, because it was a very difficult game, but we did manage to persevere in the end, and that's what was really important for us.
좀
네.
코너까지 몰렸을 때 팀에서 어떤 콜이 나왔나요?
So in Kings Row, you were really backed up to a corner. What was the calls that were coming from your team?
침착하게 하자.
Let's just be calm was most of the communications that were coming through our team.
나이프 선수는 정말 눈 감고도 잘하는 것 같다 뭐 이런 얘기 많이 해주시는데 약간 이제 많은 분들도 보고 있으니까 나이프 선수 약간 자기 자랑 한번 해주세요.
I mean, there were some comments on the Korean chat that Knife, you're able to shoot people with even your eyes closed. Do you have any, messages to the fans that you want to
지금
kind of
이제 리그 가려면 몇 년 남았죠?
tell?
이제 리그 갈 수 있는 나이.
오 이제
I mean,
강력한 어필 나와야죠.
I guess what I want to say is I'm old enough for the Overwatch League now.
그럼 이제 어필 조금 더 해주셔야 돼요. 약간 약해요.
You gotta, I mean, a little bit. Can you make that message a little bit longer than that? It was a little bit too short.
아무래도 오투가 이제 다시 한번 또 판테라를 만나게 됐는데 판테라 상대로 좀 이긴 경험이 많잖아요.
그렇죠.
판테라 상대로 뭐 3대0 만들 수 있나요?
Now you're going against Panthera, a team that you've been going against a few times already. Do you think that you can do a 3-0 again?
패배를 모르는
I mean, of
팀이었는데
course.
임페르날한테 최근에 좀 졌잖아요.
네.
임페르날 다시 붙게 되면 제스 선수랑
So another question, your O2's winning streak has come to an end after the match against the Infernal. If you meet the Infernal again, are you confident that you can actually win?
그리고 이제 마블 선수도
Yeah, definitely, I think so.
나이프 선수 뭐 지금 만나보고 있는데 그래도 본인 팀에서 이 선수도 이야기를 안 할 수가 없겠다는 선수 있을까요?
Like you got, I mean,
어떤
you got the
부분이
interview today, and Marvel got the player of the match. But is there any other honorary mentions that contributed to the win of your team today?
그렇습니다. 그리고 이제 어쨌든
I think everyone.
앞으로 나아갈 그 여정의 길을 살려가면서 MSM까지 바라볼 수 있게 됐는데 오토블라스트의 최종적인 목표는 어떻게 될까요?
Now you have your sights on MSM right now. You're in a position to be on MSM. Do you have any? Do you have any?
매드리스 가게 되면
I guess
서울팀도
team
만나게
goals
되고 할
at this point.
텐데 그냥 리그팀 통틀어서 이 팀.
We just want to be the
그래도
best
우리랑
team.
좀 비슷할 것 같다, 좀 라이벌 구도가 형성될 것 같다는 팀 있어요?
Do you think that there's a team that can like be a rival, an Overwatch League team that could be a rival to your team?
와, 벌써 서부를 바라보고 있는.
I guess we're looking at the teams at the West right now because we're already
그리고
the
이제
East is out of our
마지막으로
league now.
오토블라스트 굉장히 많은 분들이 응원해주고 계신데 이제 팬분들께 감사하다 혹은 이제 드리고 싶은 말씀이 있으시다면
So a lot of fans are cheering for you. Any final messages to the fans? We'll make it to the MSM Mid-Season Madness and we'll make you guys happy. So please keep cheering for us. That'll be the end of the interview. Back to you, Lemon.
Thanks so much for the translation, Unknown, and I like how we really have to choke out the words from some of these interviews to make sure people are ready to talk. But these interviews are stressful. But today was as well. Look how many sweeps we had leg day.
It was a pretty fast day, Lemon, especially over in Group B. Panthera looking very, very good, and they're going to have to face O2 Blast again, so they need to. Do not want to be repeating that same 3-0 scoreline that happened last time. We also said goodbye to two of our Overwatch League teams, losing to Dreamers, which I think was very much an upset, but Shanghai Dragons may have been a little bit easier to see coming.
And the second upset beyond that one is Panthera sweeping SPG, in my opinion. After SPG defeated the Shanghai Dragons, my expectations personally were very much higher for them. But obviously, Panthera's improvements from the open bracket have been incredible to see. And they've just become this dark horse for me, especially with Fate. You heard it from them in the interview, how much Fate's leadership has helped this team. And this is how the bracket has shaped up. Just to point out again, our top 4 teams: Charge, Spark, Dreamers, and Poker Face from Group A, and Soul Infernal, Fuel, Panthera, and O2 Blast from Group B. Remember, there's only one spot for the Mid-Season Madness per bracket.
Yeah, the showdown in our winners bracket here of Group A is going to certainly be an absolute banger, which we're expecting Guangzhou Charge to walk away from, likely with a win coming into this as favourites in our #1 seed. But Poker Face, I think, definitely a dark horse in this bracket that could potentially bring out some surprises against either of our Owl teams that do survive.
It's been a fun day of upsets, things going according to the script, interviews that are entertaining, also a lot of smack talk, which I've been loving to see. Sometimes when I can understand it, sometimes when I can't. But yeah, there'll be more matches next weekend. And yeah, it was cool to also have Dora and Herix on the cast today for the first time in APAC. They did an incredible job. Make sure you show them some love on social media. And Avril, who came in to kind of fill in the gaps while Achilleos is out. So, fun day.
Group B, of course. This is a eulogy for the Shanghai Dragons, to be honest, Lemon. Soul Infernal standing proud, likely to be the winner who advances out of this bracket, but O2 Blast could come back with a vengeance, and of course Dallas Fuel and Panthera are still full of surprises, but for a lot of people, the mid-season is going to be about soul-searching for the Shanghai Dragons, and while it might be easy for armchair analysts on the internet to lay a lot of blame at the hands of Fletter and the Roll Swap, to be honest, it sits at the feet of Moon and Bebe as coaches. They need to be able to support Fletter better. If they are forcing him to play in this role, then they need more tank coaching or more support to come his way. As we look at what's going to be coming up tomorrow, we've got a bunch of matches, and all of them are going to be bangers.
Dreamers is just like my #1 dark horse now. This both brackets, the fact that this is the 6th seed from Contenders Korea, upsetting teams like the Seoul Dynasty, who had the addition of Sunjun. I was on the Seoul Dynasty Cope train when they added this new Tracer player over Prophet. They were looking incredible. I'm looking very bright because it's morning now. And then they subbed out PH today to play the OG Prophet, and then they lost. So not sure what's going on in the Seoul Dynasty camp. We'll have to think about it next time.
Yeah, they certainly need to take a lot of time to try and figure out where they're going wrong and how they're going to be iterating, because it feels like in the time that they've had to try and iterate during our qualifiers and during the knockouts, Seoul came so close, but they kind of came close through necessity. And have a look at this. Tickets open down below. You can come and watch Mid-Season Madness live in person. We have no idea who's going to be there yet, apart from, I believe, probably Atlanta Reign and Houston Outlaws, I think, are both qualified now. So you can see some of the best players in the world. I know that you all want to scream at Lip hitting a fat EMP on LAN. For APAC, though, it's still all up in the air as to who you will see here live at LAN in Korea.
Charge, Spark, Dreamers, Pokerface, Infernal, Fuel, Panthera 02. If you're a fan of either of these teams, then you'll want to cash in your tickets, but it's an exciting time. And the broadcast will be covering it, of course. So there's going to be some fun segments. We'll get the mix-up of APAC versus NA. And really, we can decide which region is better at the end of the day. Even though we had kind of our mini region gauntlet over on the APAC side of having Korea, Australia, APAC proper from contenders. So it's going to be a battle.
There's still the optimals close as well, which is where our contenders team can win everything. O2 Blast can go all the way to the end. Lemon, it still isn't shut out yet. All they've got to do is beat a bunch of teams to get there. It's anybody's game, and well, it's anybody's game tomorrow as well, which is when we will be joining you. Don't forget that NA starts in just a few hours. If you're one of those people who just doesn't sleep for Overwatch Esports, we'll see you. We'll see you in just a second as we continue talking. I've just been informed. So, yeah, what I was saying about before for the Shanghai Dragons, Lemon, soul searching needs to be done. Moon and Bebe need to shoulder some responsibility, give Fleda a good amount of support on that tank if they're going to continue playing him in that role. And now we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.